America, success in both fame and fortune. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 401 The crew environment is too bad. At Michoud Studios in New Orleans, Louisiana, the sky was just beginning to break, the sun still rising. Several trailers rolled in and parked near the largest soundstage. At 7:30 a.m., Martin arrived on set and entered the largest trailer for makeup. Seeing the same stylist from the audition, Bruce followed him into the trailer, staring intently at him. The stylist's effeminate demeanor quickly dissipated under Bruce's fierce gaze, transforming him into a normal man again. Bruce sat in a corner, watching. He had promised to keep an eye on Martin, and he certainly would. The other two assistants also diligently worked on Martin's makeup. The makeup process lasted an hour and a half. Before leaving, the stylist retrieved a blue hat and carefully placed it on Martin's head, covering all his hair. Martin stood up, picked up his cane, and took a few steps. The stylist clapped his hands. Perfect. Bruce opened the trailer door, and Martin, cane in hand, exited. Inside the studio, the various behind-the-scenes crew members were busy. Martin slipped into character effortlessly, like a frail old man, limping onto the set with a cane. David Fincher was discussing the scene with a blonde girl, accompanied by her mother or tutor. "Director, you don't need your mother to talk to me," Elle Fanning said to David Fincher, her face tilted upwards. "I've acted in many films and can understand your scenes," David Fincher laughed. "Okay, I'll talk to you directly next time." He looked at Martin, who was trembling towards him, and studied him closely. From his demeanor to his gait, even the vicissitudes and innocence in his eyes, he was like an old man nearing the end of his life. Martin slowly approached. David Fincher wasn't anxious. Instead, he praised her. "Sure enough, my vision was right," Elle Fanning, eyes full of curiosity, asked, "This man in the blue hat. Grandpa, are you going to act in this scene with me?" Martin rasped. "You're Daisy." Elle Fanning, barely 10 years old, tried her best to project maturity. "Hello, I'm Elle Fanning, who plays Daisy." Martin remembered that she had an older sister named Dakota, and that the two sisters were exceptionally talented child actors. Because of the costume, his forced smile was a little awkward. "My name is Martin, and my character's name is Benjamin." Elle Fanning circled around Martin. "You don't look like Martin at all. You look more like my grandpa." "No, you're older than my grandpa." David Fincher didn't interrupt the actors' exchange, believing it would be beneficial to the filming. After all, since the old was old and the young was young. Martin asked, "How old are you?" "Are you under 10? Elle Fanning deliberately said something older. "Almost 10, Martin asked curiously. "I remember Daisy had a lot of scenes with people around 14 or 15. Could it be your sister playing that?" Elle Fanning paused. "You know my sister, Dakota Fanning," Martin said honestly. "I've seen a few of her movies, like War of the Worlds." Elle Fanning shook her head. "Dakota wouldn't play that role. Her schedule is much more demanding than mine. She's always busy filming." She was a little envious. "It seems she's more popular than me." Martin had seen many of Dakota Fanning's films before. As a child star, Fanning had left a deep impression on him, but as an adult, he barely remembered any of her roles. David Fincher looked around, clapped his hands, and said, "Guys, we're ready to start shooting." Before leaving the set, he approached Martin and said, "Keep it up." Martin nodded slightly and walked with Elle Fanning twice through the background-like group of actors to familiarize themselves with their positions. As the script supervisor clapped the clapboard, filming began. Martin was well prepared and quickly got into the swing of things. Elle Fanning was also very talented, and the first take, where they walked hand in hand and chatted in a nursing home, was quickly approved. The subsequent takes, despite occasional hiccups, went smoothly overall. Child and animal actors are often considered the two most difficult and volatile elements to control, but with Elle Fanning, there was no such thing. Martin felt that the Fanning sisters had a reason for receiving so many film offers. The crew went into a break, and Martin returned to the lounge area, discarded his crutches, and plopped down in a chair. Playing a frail old man for most of the morning was exhausting. The stylist hurried over to touch up his makeup. Bruce brought Martin a sippy cup of water. After the stylist and two assistants left, the young man who looked like he had Tourette syndrome took the seat to Martin's left. Shia LaBeouf took the initiative to say, "Cool old man, I heard that you, Nicholson and Leonardo formed a badass trio." This was not a secret in the circle at all. Martin replied, "Yes, we were fooling around together." Shia LaBeouf said seriously, "I want to meet Nicholson, can you introduce me?" Martin asked, "Why, last time, at Paramount Studios, you saw it, I helped Blanchett, but she scolded me." Shia LaBeouf's anger was written on his face. "Nicholson did a great job and helped me vent my anger." Martin nodded. "Do you want to express your gratitude?" Shia LaBeouf shook his head. No, I want Nicholson to be my teacher, really. You see, the main creators in this crew are not normal. Only I, and you, Martin, are normal people. There are too many people like Blanchett. His brain circuit is not on the same line as ordinary people. The working environment and living environment are too harsh. I want to learn from Nicholson how to protect myself." Martin looked at Shia LaBeouf in surprise, making sure he wasn't joking. Shia LaBeouf suddenly said, "I really wish my bumblebee was always with me." Martin didn't respond to these nonsense words, simply saying, "Nicholson might come visit the set soon. I'll introduce you then." Shia LaBeouf scratched his head and said, "I need to think about a special way to greet Nicholson that'll surprise him." Martin thought old Jack might have something in common with Shia LaBeouf, but he were completely different. As they were leaving, Shia LaBeouf suddenly remembered a kissing scene with Blanchett. The thought made his stomach twist, and he wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. Martin reached for his crutches, stood shakily, and slowly walked back to the set to continue filming his scenes with the child Daisy. The scenes were delivered one after another, and the actors' good condition ensured smooth filming. Midway through the shoot, David Fincher called Martin over to the director's monitor. Martin donned a headset and watched all the footage shot that morning with Fincher. After reviewing it, Martin realized the problem: the way I sound when I speak my lines. "Yes, you're trying to change it, and you're doing your best," David Fincher said, emphasizing the objective factors that couldn't be ignored. "But your vocal cords are those of a young man, after all. It's easy to pretend to be middle-aged, but for someone who's about to receive the Lord's call, they're still too young." Martin had no choice, let alone the idea of having surgery for such a role. "Can this be fixed in post-production?" David Fincher called Martin over to address the issue. "I've asked the technical department," he said, "and they say voice-changing technology can fix it. You'll need to redub the young Benjamin in post-production." Martin replied, "No problem." The crew wrapped up at noon, with a 2-hour break. Martin couldn't remove his makeup, let alone go to the restaurant with it on for lunch, so he simply had Bruce bring the food back to the trailer. In New Orleans in November, the midday temperature barely reached 20 degrees Celsius, and the natural breeze was particularly pleasant. Martin and Bruce simply set up a table and parasol next to their trailer and enjoyed a leisurely meal. The environment here is excellent. It's currently Hollywood's third largest filming location in the United States, after New York and Georgia, and its tax rebate can reach up to 42%. The film industry's impact on local brands and tourism is undeniable. New Orleans' most famous attraction, Oak Grove Manor, rose to fame thanks to the film Interview with a Vampire, and has attracted a steady stream of tourists for over a decade. Bruce then said, "I just heard a few producers on the crew discussing that New Orleans is most interested in war dramas or those with a lot of action scenes." Martin, who was eating very slowly due to his awkward posture, asked, "Why? It's just like Atlanta. There are too many dilapidated and abandoned buildings and industrial parks. It's time-consuming, labor-intensive, and expensive to tear them down locally." Bruce inquired more carefully. "If a Hollywood crew wants to blow them up, the locals only charge a small fee for the garbage disposal, and the crew can do the rest." Martin couldn't help but exclaim, "What a bargain." Bruce nodded. "We can clear out the abandoned buildings without spending a penny." Suddenly, Martin saw a familiar figure passing by on the main road beside the trailer. "You! Come here," he shouted. It was a girl about 14 or 15, with long golden brown hair tied back in a ponytail. A camera hung from her neck, as if she was about to enter the studio to shoot. A stranger with a camera couldn't enter the studio. Saoirse Ronan heard the voice and turned to see an old man who looked vaguely familiar, yet strange. The old man looked funny, with a blue hat covering all his hair. But when she saw the person next to him, Saoirse Ronan realized who she had met. At Pinewood Studios, she had dealt with Bruce several times and had even been grabbed by him. Saoirse quickly moved her hands away from the camera to avoid being misunderstood. Although she was a little reluctant, she still moved over step by step and said, "Hello, Martin, you have a very unique look now." Chapter 402 Performance Art. Pulling out a chair, Saoirse Ronan sat across from Martin. Martin reached out and pointed at his camera. "Let me see it. I'm not taking a picture of you, I really wasn't," Saoirse said, but she took off the camera and placed it in front of Martin. Martin remembered it clearly. This girl was very good at stirring up trouble, and she even caused the diaper gate incident at Pinewood Studios. He flipped through the photos his digital camera had taken and found nothing about this place. He handed it back to her and asked, "Which crew are you on?" Saoirse pointed to a nearby soundstage. "This one." Martin understood. "Are you playing Daisy as a teenager?" Saoirse nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I have several scenes with you." Martin also understood why she was there and casually warned, "Don't film recklessly on the set. This isn't England. American directors are very aggressive," Saoirse quickly explained. "I'm not here to film the crew. I'm here to film the Mishu assembly plant." Martin knew this was Mishu, but had never heard of an assembly plant. He asked, "Why are you filming that?" Saoirse looked around and saw that Martin's trailer was large and high enough, with a ladder to climb to the roof. She pointed and said, "Shall we go up?" Martin was also curious. "Sure." Bruce was the first to climb onto the roof, looking around. Saoirse followed, camera dangling. Martin was slower to climb up, minding his appearance. The studio was perched atop a small hill. Standing on the trailer, one could look over the low wall and see the river valley below. Saoirse pointed to a factory building in the river valley and said, "That's where I want to shoot." Martin gestured to the camera dangling from her chest. "Hurry up and shoot, then leave. Don't cause trouble here." Saoirse rolled her eyes. "I'm not a troublemaker." She didn't pick up the camera. "I'm not shooting outside, I want to go inside." Martin asked Bruce, "What's that place over there?" Unexpectedly, Bruce had prepared in advance. "It seems to be called the Mishu assembly plant. Before I came to the United States, I did a lot of research on New Orleans. There are two most common rumors about this place." Saoirse had a thirst for knowledge and exploration. While at Pinewood Studios, she took her camera everywhere and took photos, at one point getting into a heated argument with Emma Watson. She held up a finger. "The first is the various legends about witches. I've already been to the tomb of Marie Laveau, the queen of voodoo." Saoirse held up a second finger. "I looked it up online. The Mishu armaments plant is a secret NASA base, specifically used to make props and scenes for the moon landing. Many whistleblowers have revealed that Americans have never landed on the moon, and all the videos were filmed here." Martin's face became very interesting. He asked, "Do you want to sneak in and take pictures?" Saoirse's face was full of curiosity and a desire to explore. "Yes, take pictures, even if it's just one." Martin said, "Have you ever considered one thing? If what you said is true, why has no concrete evidence ever been leaked? Because anyone who breaks in has been turned into an experimental subject, maybe a voodoo doll." Saoirse was stunned. She was so focused on taking pictures that she ignored everything else. She said, "It seems to be true." Martin reminded her, "This is not the British Isles. It's dangerous for a girl to run around. Not every American is as kind as me." Saoirse raised her camera, opened her lens bag, loaded the telephoto lens, quickly adjusted her gear, and snapped some photos of the assembly plant. When she finished, she realized there was only one person left on the roof. Martin sat back under the parasol, relaxing in the breeze. Bruce went off to make a phone call. Saoirse got out of the car, said hello to Martin, and left. Soon, Bruce returned from his phone call, his face awestruck. Martin asked, "What happened?" "Kim just called me." Bruce had nothing to hide from Martin. "The DVD sales are amazing. Kim wants to give me a cut. She says it's hundreds of thousands of dollars." Martin's focus wasn't on that. He asked, "Are they selling a lot?" Bruce nodded. "North American sales have exceeded $20 million. Many TV stations are inviting Kim to appear on their shows. I think Oprah has invited her too. She seems to be more popular than you right now." Martin waved his hand. "It's different. The allure of celebrity privacy is naturally greater," Bruce said. "That's right. If you make a video, I think your female fans will go crazy. Maybe the male fans too." Martin raised his middle finger in front of him. "If the cut is legitimate income, it's up to you whether you want it or not." Bruce thought for a few seconds. I'm not short of money. I don't want that kind of money. Filming resumed that afternoon. Lead actress Blanchett hadn't arrived from Los Angeles yet, and the crew was calm. David Fincher was extremely pleased with Martin's performance. The teenage Benjamin was the most challenging character to play, but Martin didn't see any difficulty at all. He felt Martin's on-the-ground experience at the nursing home was highly rewarding. An outstanding and professional leading man could significantly ease a director's worries. David Fincher suddenly understood why Scorsese and Nolan chose to work with Martin. What director wouldn't want an actor like him? And they weren't troublemakers, so they didn't have to coerce actors into doing anything awful. Most importantly, Martin truly possessed commercial appeal. The next morning, 2 large red trucks painted Coca-Cola arrived at Michoud Studios. The period-era Coke, custom-made for the crew by the Atlanta headquarters, had arrived. For another crew, this might have been a significant hassle, as proofing and plate-making would have required redoing the process. But for the crew starring Martin, it was simply a matter of adding a subtle clause to the advertising sponsorship contract. The truck drivers, after getting out, insisted on taking photos with Martin. They were all wearing Coca-Cola t-shirts, clearly members of the Coca-Cola cult. Coca-Cola had sponsored millions of dollars, and upon hearing the news, David Fincher extended the crew's break so Martin could go out and pose for photos. 2 drivers held a banner at the entrance that read Coke Cult Forever. The crew had specially sent a photographer to take the group photo, and once it was done, that was it. Martin looked at the photographer, then at the screenwriter, then at David Fincher. If this were the set of The Dark Knight, they would have definitely tried to get some authentic behind-the-scenes footage. No wonder David Fincher wasn't as commercially successful as Nolan. His commercial attributes were significantly inferior. David Fincher might not be interested in the real behind-the-scenes footage, so Martin didn't say much. Instead, he approached the producer in charge of publicity and PR and asked, "Can I release my look now?" The producer had already considered this. "They're building momentum for you in Los Angeles. You just won the Best Actor award at the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. Leveraging your popularity and the influence of the Coca-Cola cult, releasing some crew photos will draw more attention to the film." Martin praised him, saying, "You're very thoughtful." The crew worked quickly to develop the photos. By the time the Coca-Cola trucks were unloaded, 2 drivers had already brought the photos to Martin for his autograph. After signing, Martin adjusted his posture and threw his full attention into filming. The male lead remained the same, but the female lead did. Elle Fanning finished her limited scenes and exited smoothly. Saoirse Ronan became Daisy on the set. The crew was very selective in their casting, especially with the child actors. The 2 chosen were both very spiritual. Saoirse's acting was even better than Elle's. During this time, Martin dominated the cast. Unless he started a fight, no one bothered him. Shia LaBeouf, despite joining the crew early, mostly engaged in bizarre performance art. One afternoon, he suddenly disguised himself as a hangman and hung himself from a crooked tree behind the studio, startling the female costume designer who first spotted him so much that she screamed and wet her pants. When the crew gathered, the man untied his custom-made ropes, kicked off his plexiglass camouflage stool, and slowly descended, saying, "It's a bit hot today. I thought I'd hang from this tree for a while to cool down." The crew was speechless, and David Fincher's hair stood on end in anger. But since LaBeouf was the godson of DreamWorks, one of the 3 major investors, he could only give him a stern reprimand. David Fincher had initially assumed the biggest challenge on set would be the personal conflict between Martin and Blanchett, but he hadn't expected Shia LaBeouf to steal the show. After a reprimand and a stern warning, David Fincher dismissed the crew and returned to their posts. If David Fincher hadn't intervened, many on the crew would have wanted to beat the crap out of Shia LaBeouf. The costume designer glared at him, almost wanting to bite him. Martin and Saoirse emerged simultaneously and returned to the set. Shia LaBeouf chased after them and asked, "Martin, do you think my artistic expression is acceptable?" Martin was speechless and casually replied, "Very imaginative." Shia LaBeouf began to push back, "You were able to gain Nicholson's approval and become his subordinate. Now that I have your approval, I'm sure I'll get Nicholson's approval in the future." Martin's head sank as he quickly distanced himself from the man. Saoirse glanced back and said, "When I watched Transformers, I thought this guy wasn't normal." She pointed to her forehead and asked, "Is there something wrong here?" Martin wouldn't discuss Spielberg's illegitimate child with her. He said, "Perhaps the thoughts of an artist are difficult for ordinary people to understand." Saoirse asked, "You're not an artist," Martin answered honestly. "I'm a celebrity, a multimillionaire, and perhaps I can become an artist someday." Saoirse thought of the ugly face of the hanged man and said, "It's better not to be an artist like that." Chapter 403. Another female student came. In the break area on the set, Martin sat in a chair, watching the others perform. Saoirse Ronan, armed with a small digital camera, quietly ran over and sat down next to him. They waited until the director called cut before they could talk. Saoirse picked up the camera and took 2 photos of the set. Martin asked, "Can you take pictures? I talked to David. He's a very nice guy and better at talking to you than you." Saoirse blurted out the truth in a moment of haste, and she couldn't take it back. She simply pretended nothing had happened and continued, "David allowed me to take pictures without interfering with the crew's work, but the pictures are not allowed to be leaked." Martin glanced at her and said, "God is so unfair." Saoirse understood. It's easy for people who are cute to be treated preferentially, like Emma Watson. Stop. When Martin heard the name, he always felt an abnormal smell wafting past his nose. "Can we not mention Miss Know-It-All?" Saoirse seemed to be asking for credit. "I'm good at keeping secrets." "I haven't told anyone about this," Martin reminded her. "If she knew it was you who did it, you'd be in a lot of trouble in the future," he said solemnly. "Remember one thing, you don't need to leave your name behind when doing good things." "I understand." Saoirse suddenly stood up and gave Martin a ladylike salute. "There's always a lot to gain from chatting with you." Like Elle Fanning, these girls who have been in the entertainment industry at a young age are more likely to mature early because of their experience. Saoirse is smart, and following up on what she just said, she asked seriously, "Martin, can you be my teacher?" Martin looked Saoirse up and down, thinking of certain people and things. "I once had a female student." Saoirse tossed her drooping pigtails behind her head and asked, "May I know who it was?" Martin waved his hand. "No need," but Saoirse was determined to find Martin. "I hope to be taught by a handsome, mature, wise, and upright person, so that I can have a better development." Martin glanced at Bruce and said casually, "I can teach you photography." Saoirse was confused, but she knew that it would not be easy to get along with Martin. Their intersection at Pinewood Studios must have played a role. She immediately said, "I've always wanted to find a photography teacher." Martin just said it casually, not taking it seriously at all. "When I have time, I will tell you what the true meaning of photography is." Saoirse's agent called out, "Saoirse, get ready, you go ahead, teacher." Saoirse Ronan quickly entered the set. Bruce stepped forward and whispered, "This girl is so sweet. Besides being a troublemaker, she's always chatting with everyone on set. David Fincher has raved about her." Martin felt Bruce's description was incredibly familiar and asked, "I feel like you're describing someone I know." Bruce uttered a single word, "You." Martin suddenly realized, "No wonder." Bruce whispered, "Your last student was Angelina Jolie." Martin nodded. "I taught her pretty well, didn't I?" "Yes," Bruce said, unburdened. "I taught her to the bed." The crew then began filming, and Martin and Bruce fell silent. Saoirse's portrayal of Daisy as a young girl made her move like a butterfly, flitting through the nursing home. After filming the scene, Bruce said, "Although her voyeurism is a bit overpowering, judging by the diaper scandal, she's got some cleverness." Martin laughed. "A lovely girl, 14 or 15, who can lower herself to beg to be my student, must have more than a little cleverness." This led him to think, since Saoirse is a cast member, she must know I'm the lead actor. Did she really just happen to run interest that afternoon? Bruce said, "She's an old friend of ours, so she might have struck up a conversation." Seeing the assistant director approaching, Martin grabbed his crutches and said, "No more talking. My turn." Entering the set, Saoirse Ronan came over to help him. "Teacher." Martin listened to the assistant director's instructions, went through his positioning with Saoirse twice, and then filming began. After a few scenes were filmed, the studio doors opened, and the show's leading lady, Cate Blanchett, walked in. Her expression was solemn, her already stern face devoid of any trace of emotion. David Fincher sighed. Just when things had settled down a bit with Shia LaBeouf, another destabilizing factor emerged. It was a real worry. But he had handpicked the actors, and he had to keep filming, even if it meant getting hurt. Fearing trouble, David Fincher left the director's chair and greeted them, saying, "Hi, Cate, you're here." Blanchett smiled at Fincher. "I'm ready to work anytime I can," David Fincher said. "I have plans, and I'll let you know when." Remembering her agent's instructions, Blanchett added, "Don't worry, David. I'll focus completely on the work." David Fincher breathed a sigh of relief. With one of the two opposing sides willing to back down, the situation became much easier. Looking forward to seeing your amazing performance, he nodded slightly. Returning to the director's chair, David Fincher gave the signal, and filming resumed. Blanchett stood at the edge, watching Martin and the unfamiliar young actor perform, forcing herself to remain calm. The young actor looked very bright and seemed to be quite good at acting. Seeing this, Blanchett suddenly felt that he looked familiar, as if she had seen him at Pinewood Studios. She suddenly remembered that before she and Bale entered the Pinewood, she had spotted a little girl wandering along the roadside. It looked like this Pinewood. Blanchett pressed one hand to her chest, as if hypnotizing herself, silently repeating, "Don't think about the Pinewood, don't think about the Pinewood." After filming a few more scenes, David Fincher announced a break. Martin and Saoirse emerged from the set together. Saoirse spotted Blanchett immediately and, perceptive, whispered, "Teacher, here comes Blanchett, the girl we worked with at Pinewood Studios." Martin, clutching his cane, glanced at her. "No mistake." Saoirse lowered her voice, "I'm right. It was you, me, and Leonardo who planted the bomb together. Together we dealt a heavy blow to Bale and Blanchett." She took the initiative. "Teacher, do you want me to keep an eye on her and take pictures of her when she's messing around with someone else?" Martin asked. "Do you do this often?" "No, I just take pictures for fun," Saoirse said seriously. "Last time at Pinewood Studios, someone took pictures and videos of the diaper scandal and sold them to the Fleet Street tabloids for tens of thousands of pounds." She clapped her hands vigorously. "If I could take pictures like that of Blanchett, I could help the teacher punish her, and I could also sell them for money to buy the teacher some gifts." The two returned to the lounge. Martin had just sat down on the chair when Saoirse snatched the water bottle from Bruce's hand and, like a lackey, handed it to Martin. "Teacher, have some water." After Martin drank the water, she asked again, "Is my idea feasible?" Martin handed the water bottle to Bruce. "You're learning it on your own now." No, it's mainly because of other people who inspired me." Saoirse, her eyes wide and her mouth open, recalled Pinewood Studios and the diaper scandal. Her voice was a masquerosum. "When I met you and Bruce, you were driving your electric scooters over from the Harry Potter set." "You wouldn't." Martin, of course, wouldn't answer directly. "I remember Leonardo told you that knowing too much would get you silenced." Saoirse's eyes widened, her mouth closed, her neck raised, her body leaning back, her heart trying to get away from Martin, but her butt was sitting right next to him, and she refused to move. Martin said, "It's okay to fool around, but don't cause any trouble. You're just a child star." Saoirse listened and nodded repeatedly. "Someone's coming," Bruce reminded her. Martin and Saoirse ended the conversation and turned to look. In the dim studio, a black cloth floated over like a ghost. Although Saoirse was young, she relied on Martin and Bruce's support. She picked up the cane standing beside her and swung it to hit the ghost. A voice came from inside the black cloth. "Don't hit it. Don't hit it, it's me, Shia." Saoirse saw Martin nod, gestured with the cane to the black cloth, and sat back down. Shia LaBeouf removed the messy cloth from his head, got off the scooter covered with the black cloth, and said to Saoirse, "She looks like a cute little girl, but she's touching me." "She's not in her right mind," Martin interrupted his nonsense. "If you have something to say, just say it," Shia LaBeouf asked. "Will this impress Jack Nicholson?" Martin waved his hand. "It's a far cry." Shia LaBeouf was like a deflated ball, and he suddenly became deflated. "I'll think of other ways." He stood up and left. "It doesn't seem normal. I need to think of a normal way." After they walked away, Saoirse asked, "Is he going to do performance art again?" Martin shook his head. "Don't worry about him, just watch it." Saoirse didn't understand, but she didn't stop her from watching the fun. "I don't have a lot of scenes, but I asked my mother to negotiate with the crew. After the filming is finished, I can stay on the crew for a few more days to observe and learn." Martin would not interfere with other people's freedom. "It's up to you." As the crew was wrapping up, Cate Blanchett left the studio first, with her agent Hilda Qualley waiting for her outside. "What's going on?" Qualley asked. Blanchett said, "Martin's been filming the whole time, and we haven't had a chance to talk alone." "We'll talk after he finishes." Qualley reiterated the importance of the matter. "It seems like everything you've encountered was caused by Nicholson, but I've done some detailed research. Nicholson is semi-retired and has no direct conflict with you and Bale. Who's the person who's really in conflict with you two, and who's closest to Nicholson?" "Martin Davis," she emphasized. "Martin's status has risen, and he's a Native American with deep ties to the Coca-Cola Group. We can't outsmart him. Kate, the benefits of taking the initiative to make peace far outweigh the disadvantages. Chapter 404 Lesson 1, The Essence of Photography. Looking back, Cate Blanchett also feels that ever since the Heath Ledger drug driving scandal, she's been constantly facing inexplicable trouble. Even her career has been struggling. Now, fueled by one unpleasant incident after another, she's been deliberately led into rage that has led her to do the most foolish thing. The reason for this is that Blanchett had a completely different perspective. Like Bale, she not only stood by Heath Ledger during the drug driving scandal, but also used her status and influence to pressure Martin, who was significantly below them at the time. The president elected by the Americans famously said, "If you're not on my side, you're against me." She has always stood against Martin. Americans. Blanchett felt helpless. Thinking about the two countries, isn't Australia just a dog of the Americans? If you can't win, there's nothing shameful about initiating peace. We can't win, 'cause we can't afford to lose. CAA, can't think of anything to do for me? That's exactly what I was saying. When you went in, I answered the phone from Brian Lord. Martin's contract with WMA is about to expire, and Brian is trying to poach him from CAA. Blanchett understood how Aniston felt that day, so, for the sake of the newcomer, I, an old hand who's a bit out of fashion, have to give in. She suddenly laughed. Back then, we used a similar approach to pressure Aniston, and CAA hasn't changed. We were in a far worse position now than Aniston. Your commercial appeal is too poor. If you don't pursue artistic awards, you have no room for advancement. When Blanchett arrived, she recognized the reality and said, "I've already publicly bowed to Nicholson. It's not unacceptable to bow to Martin Davis again. Once you give in the first step, the second, the third, and so on, become acceptable." The crew wrapped up and began to leave. Blanchett spotted Martin among them. She waited until he separated from the girl and approached him. "Can we talk privately?" "Wait a minute," Martin gestured to his face. "I need to remove my makeup first. It's so uncomfortable." Blanchett nodded slightly and stepped aside, waiting patiently. As the crew was about to leave, the trailer door opened. Bruce emerged first, making several phone calls. Martin then emerged, waved to Blanchett, and climbed onto the trailer's roof. He wouldn't leave Blanchett alone in a confined space. Instead, he gave her a chance to see what she could do. Blanchett followed. Standing high up, gazing at the western sky, the sun, about to sink below the horizon, stained a vast expanse of clouds red. Blanchett didn't care how Martin understood it and said directly, "All the grievances between us started that afternoon in New York when Heath Ledger almost ran into you and Aniston after taking drugs. As a friend and in the Australian circle, I stood on Heath Ledger's side and put pressure on you, Aniston and the agency." Martin didn't say anything, but just walked forward a few steps, slightly closer to the edge of the trailer. Blanchett also walked forward, and after talking about some past events, she emphasized, "There are many rumors about the three bastards in the Hollywood circle. They all say that Nicholson led and formed it. In fact, it's not true, right? The conflict between you and Nicholson about the Joker is also fake, right?" Martin neither admitted nor denied. "You have been thinking a lot recently." "Yes. I have thought about a lot of things and figured out a lot." Blanchett was very sincere, and the personal pain seemed to make people sober. "This is not a problem between you and me. I have to intervene. It is both stupid and unnecessary," she said the beginning, and the rest was much easier. "What I pursued was the art of film performance. I wanted to be an artist, not a tool of circles and conflicts of interest. There is no personal conflict between you and me, let alone a conflict in acting style. It's just because of an accidental incident that we stood on opposing positions, which led to me making a series of mistakes later, which brought you a lot of trouble." Martin was a little surprised, but soon he was not surprised, because Nicholson's old white man incident really made Blanchett feel severe pain. Blanchett turned to face Martin and bowed deeply, her head almost reaching Martin's waist. "I'm deeply sorry about this. I'm not begging for your forgiveness, but from this moment on, I won't stand against you again." Martin looked at Blanchett. He wasn't Leonardo DiCaprio, who could tell from subtle scowls and glares whether someone was acting or not. He glanced down at the trailer and said calmly, "I hope we're just ordinary colleagues." "I believe so." Blanchett apologized without a move, turned around, got out of the trailer, glanced at Bruce, who had his arms folded, and left. After the people had gone away, Saoirse Ronan emerged from the back of another car, holding her camera. "What's the point of this? Can you sell it to the media for money?" Bruce took the camera, removed the memory card, and put it away. "I'll buy you a new one later." He had leverage over Saoirse, and he had the girl under his thumb. "If it weren't too late, I wouldn't have asked you to come here," he said. Saoirse was confused. Martin exited the trailer, took out a recorder, handed it to Bruce, and said to Saoirse, "Remember this lesson: if a good person wants to succeed, they must first learn how to protect themselves." The filming had satisfied Saoirse's curiosity, and Martin's words piqued her curiosity. Saoirse thought for a moment and said, "You didn't talk to her inside the trailer because you were worried she'd take advantage of your femininity and slander you or something?" Martin just looked at her. Saoirse continued, "Bruce, you asked me to come here to film again. Normally, you wouldn't have to, or why did you choose to film on top of the trailer? Because you wanted to see the Mishu equipment plant. Do you think everyone is like you? You're out of your mind," Martin said, adopting a teacher's tone and scolding her. Saoirse shrank back. "I can't figure it out," Martin said. "I want to create an opportunity for her, and also test her courage and her limits." He pointed to the roof of the trailer. "There are only 2 people up there. If she's low-minded enough, brave enough, and tough enough on herself, she can jump down and say I pushed her." Saoirse glanced at the camera, the memory card removed from its holder. "So, we're going to film everything?" Bruce's words were just sweet talk, but Saoirse wasn't the only one filming. Saoirse understood. "She's slandering us, and we'll release the video amidst the heated public opinion and deal her a fatal blow." Martin didn't respond, but went into the trailer to retrieve his bag and phone. "Let's go back to the hotel." Saoirse hurried after him, glancing at Martin and Bruce. She was glad she'd listened to Leonardo DiCaprio's threats and kept her mouth shut. Otherwise, what kind of people are these teachers and Bruce? If Cate Blanchett gets up to anything sinister, she'll definitely be screwed by the teacher. Saoirse suddenly realized that her teacher had first taught her the true meaning of photography. Was this the true meaning of photography? She'd just been shooting randomly with a camera, like a voyeuristic fool. Arriving at the set's parking lot, Saoirse got into her mother's car, waved, and left the studio first. Bruce got in, started the engine, and waited for Martin to get in the passenger seat before asking, "Aren't you afraid of corrupting people by teaching like this? No mistakes in the song, post, content, and book. This is to teach this idiot her how to protect herself." Martin fastened his seat belt. "Old Bruce, don't you think it's a very interesting thing to be a teacher teaching students?" Bruce drove out of the studio gate. "I thought your greatest pleasure was to steal other people's girlfriends or wives. Don't learn from Leonardo and slander people indiscriminately," Martin emphasized. "The pleasure of teachers teaching students is different from other things." Bruce didn't want to discuss these things, lest he be affected and become more perverted, and asked, "Did Blanchett make peace with you?" Martin said, "She took the initiative to apologize to me and expressed that she would no longer stand against us. I told her that from now on we would just be ordinary colleagues." Bruce knew Martin very well, and he understood what he meant as soon as he heard it. If Blanchett is really like she said, she is just an ordinary colleague who is simply acquainted. On the contrary, she is just an ordinary colleague who is in fierce competition with us. Martin raised a thumbs up. "Old Bruce, you can get full marks for your reading comprehension." Arriving at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel where the crew was staying, Martin saw people sitting in the lounge as soon as he entered the lobby. Leonardo and Nicholson showed up unannounced and were chatting with Tilda Swinton. Elizabeth Olsen, wearing a beige sweater and sky blue jeans, strode over, hugged Martin and gave him a passionate kiss. Martin didn't hesitate and hugged her back and kissed her passionately. He was already famous for this. Martin asked, "Why did you come here suddenly?" Elizabeth looked at Bar Rafili, who was also sitting in the lounge. "I heard from Bar that they were coming to visit together, so I took Leo's private plane to come with them." Just as the two were about to go over, Saoirse Ronan came over from behind and asked, "Teacher, is the Saint of Coke your girlfriend?" "The Saint of Coke? Me?" Elizabeth asked curiously. "You don't know," Saoirse said, trying to put away the camera she'd used to secretly take the photo. "After you and Martin did that commercial, a lot of people on the internet started calling you the Coca-Cola Saint." Remembering Martin's status as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, Elizabeth's smile grew sweeter than the Coca-Cola itself. "I like that nickname." Then she remembered. "Who are you?" "Saoirse Ronan, Martin's student." Saoirse's modesty concealed a strong curiosity. Elizabeth knew who it was. "I'm Elizabeth Olsen, Martin." sensing Saoirse's eagerness, decided to offer a bit of teacherly care, calling out to the two, "They're waiting for us." Elizabeth had a good impression of Saoirse. And since they were close in age, she said, "Let me introduce you to some friends." Saoirse spotted Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson and thought, I'd know them even without an introduction, but she couldn't refuse, so she followed along. A few people exchanged greetings, and Tilda Swinton left first. Leonardo, that bastard, certainly hadn't forgotten Saoirse. Baring his teeth, he demanded, "Little one, you're keeping your mouth shut. We won't have to silence you just yet." He'd been out eating countless lavish meals, spending thousands of dollars, only to have Sanayang, anti-inflammatory, symptoms. What bad luck. Lately, I've had a lot of Sanayang cases. It's been awful. Not only do I have a fever, but my hemorrhoids are piercing, my broken arm from a childhood falls like severe rheumatism, my head feels like it's splitting open, as if every part of my body that wasn't coordinated has suddenly been activated. My fever is down, and my other symptoms are easing as well. My wife caught it from me and is experiencing a similar situation, and my daughter has started coughing. It's all his fault. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Honest Good Student. In the hotel restaurant, they all booked a private room. A fresh seafood feast arrived. Martin called for the waiter to pour some wine, dismissed the others, and raised his glass. "Welcome." Everyone toasted and drank. By the time Martin put down his glass, Elizabeth had already peeled a crab leg and placed it on his plate. "Thank you," Martin smiled. Nicholson continued the previous topic. Did Blanchett take the initiative to make peace? Martin swallowed the crab leg meat and said, "About an hour ago." Nicholson was disappointed. "I chased her here, full of enthusiasm, but now it's gone. She's surrendered, and you can't bully the weak." Leonardo said, "Hasn't you done this kind of thing often?" Barafili, like Elizabeth, ate in silence. Martin tapped his glass. "I've discovered something even more interesting, much more interesting than Blanchett's. Maybe you'll see it tomorrow when you get to the set." Nicholson asked, "What is it?" "Secret," Martin repeated, knowing in advance means there won't be any surprises. Leonardo was curious, "Is David Fincher up to something?" Nicholson shook his head. "David Fincher isn't that kind of director. He's said himself that he doesn't make films simply to please or entertain the audience." Meanwhile, news of Martin passionately kissing a sweet girl in the hotel lobby spread like wildfire. So did the news that Leonardo and Nicholson were visiting the set. Shia LaBeouf, who had been meditating in his room for a long time and had just emerged from dinner reeking of cigarette smoke, heard the news from the crew. The shock was like an electric shock to his brain, a sudden burst of block Dems, and artistic inspiration flowed like a torrent. Shia LaBeouf, no longer hungry and skipping dinner, rushed out of the hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the local shopping district. He entered an adult store and began a shopping spree. Even performance art requires props. Martin and his group emerged from the private room, making plans to visit Mishu Studios the next day before going their separate ways. Elizabeth took his arm and went upstairs with him. Once they were in the room, the moment the door closed, they were entangled in each other. Elizabeth's passion was as radiant as her hair. Martin suddenly shook her off. "Wait, Liz, wait." Elizabeth tilted her head back, her eyes misty, and cupped Martin's face in her hands. "My old boy, give it to me now." Martin's finger gently pressed against her lips. Elizabeth, suppressing her impatience, released his grip. Martin reached the door, flung it open, and poked his head in. Less than 5 meters away, a girl with braided blonde hair slinked toward them, her back pressed against the wall. Saoirse's eyes met Martin's. She quickly stood up and forced a smile. "Teacher, Martin pointed to her pocket. "Take it out." Saoirse pulled out a recorder and handed it to Martin, saying, "I just bought it while you were having dinner. I haven't used it once." Martin checked it and returned it to her. "What do you want to do, teacher?" "I'm just curious," Saoirse said, being the honest student she was. "I know I can't hear anything once the door is closed, but I just couldn't resist my curiosity," Martin warned. "Don't do it again." "I'll call Leonardo." Saoirse quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide, her face filled with fear, afraid she'd be silenced. Martin said, "Let's go." Saoirse left dejectedly. The door across from Martin's suite was already open, and Bruce was watching them with a smile. "It's okay," Martin said as he returned to his room. Inside the suite, only clothes were left scattered on the floor, from sneakers to socks, from jeans to sweaters, like a path in the wilderness, pointing Martin in the right direction. The sound of running water echoed in the bathroom, and a curvaceous figure was reflected on the glass wall. Martin strode in. New Orleans had been ravaged by hurricanes, and the wind and rain were always coming at an unexpected rate. Because the roads everyone used were in disrepair, Martin drove on a new road, a road he had never traveled before. The sky was overcast, and the headlights came on, a new, smooth road. The rain was heavy, and the road was wet and muddy. Martin slowed down, waiting until he had adjusted to the road before accelerating to the studio. The road was bumpy and uneven, with many ups and downs. But Martin, with his exceptional skill in action scenes and superb driving, encountered no mishaps along the way. Although it took a while, he arrived safely at his destination. As the car stopped, he honked the horn, a bright, resounding blast. The rain stopped, and Martin duly entered the makeup trailer to begin his day's work. Almost simultaneously, Cate Blanchett entered another nearby trailer. Today, filming for the actual lead actors' scenes began. Martin discarded his crutches, freeing himself from the hunched posture, finally able to stand on the set like a normal person. The set was bustling with activity. Several crew members gathered on the open-air platform, urgently draining the water and using large blowers to dry the ground so the crew could begin filming on time. Martin and Blanchett emerged from their makeup trailers one after another. They exchanged glances, then ignored each other and walked back onto the set like strangers. Saoirse, having finished filming The Young Daisy, didn't leave the set, remaining under the pretext of studying. With her braided hair and a camera slung around her neck, she observed Blanchett's trailer. When the stylist emerged, she reached into her coat pockets, whistling, and walked over. "Good morning, Tina." Saoirse arrived early, spoke sweetly, and got along well with many of the crew members. Tina smiled back. "Didn't you finish filming?" Saoirse smiled endearingly. "I plan to stay on set for a while and observe Cate Blanchett. She's my favorite actress, a truly talented actress." Seeing her perform live is a truly unique opportunity. Tina looked at her as if she were her own daughter and praised her. "You're a hard-working and ambitious girl." "Thank you." Saoirse was an actress, and when she wanted to be cute, she was incredibly adorable. "I'd love to get to know Blanchett up close. You're her makeup artist. Do you know what she doesn't like? Or what she's complained about?" Tina shook her head. "During the makeup process, she never said a word except when I asked for her opinion." Saoirse scratched her head, looking troubled. "So she's not very talkative, hard to approach." Tina laughed, finding the little girl even more endearing. Saoirse asked a few more questions, then found an excuse to get away from Tina near the edge of the set, walked around a crane, and joined the group of extras. "Aren't women all petty? Like me. If Emma Watson messes with me, I'll take a risk and give her a good beating," Saoirse muttered to herself. Did Blanchett really make peace with the teacher? She wondered if being caught by the teacher last night might have left a bad impression, and today she tried to get some real work to make up for it, but to no avail. David Fincher's voice echoed from the set, "All departments, get ready. Shooting starts in 5 minutes." Martin and Blanchett had already mastered their positions and were only making final preparations. When the timer arrived, the script supervisor played cards and the shoot began on time. Blanchett stepped onto the podium, gazed lovingly at Martin, unbuttoned and removed her jacket, and performed various ballet moves, mouthing lines about wanting to have sex with Benjamin. Before Martin could respond, David Fincher called for a stop, admonishing, "Cate, emotion. Your delivery is too dry, your eyes are dull." Blanchett raised her hand. "My problem?" She glanced at Martin, trying to forget all the unpleasantness, whispering to herself, "Pour all my emotion into it. I just want to have sex, no matter who it is, just one." Shooting resumed, and Blanchett's performance improved considerably, and David Fincher never called a stop. But compared to Martin, who had been on set for several days and was already fully engaged, she was still a little behind. David Fincher demanded that this take continue. After much back and forth, and much tossing and turning, it was finally approved. Martin's professionalism during filming was unwavering, with no complaints. Although he disliked or even resented Blanchett due to his position, he could see that Blanchett had prepared thoroughly for the role, executing every ballet move with seamless flow. David Fincher could see that Blanchett was tired and gave the crew a break. He felt somewhat reassured about Martin and Blanchett. As long as they didn't cause any professional trouble, he wouldn't bother to care, even if they were in a private fight. It seemed as if the crew's biggest trouble lay elsewhere. 10 minutes later, the crew resumed filming. Blanchett gradually settled into her groove, the number of ings rapidly decreasing, and filming became smoother. However, after a whole morning, the scene where Daisy proposed to Benjamin still hadn't been completed. Confused, Martin asked Bruce, "Are those two bastards not here?" Bruce waved his phone. Traffic was stuck on that old road, but they were here now. After lunch, word spread quickly throughout the crew. Leonardo DiCaprio and Oscar-winning actor Nicholson had arrived for a visit. The combined presence of these two bastards was quite devastating. Many crew members fled the rest area, especially the numerous extras and crew members recruited locally from New Orleans, eager to take photos and get autographs. Normally, celebrities visiting a non-working crew are always affable. Martin and Bruce also emerged, and since a crowd had gathered near the studio, they simply climbed onto the roof of a trailer. Not long after, Saoirse Ronan climbed up, backpack on her back. Martin pulled out his top-of-the-line iPhone, ready to film, but his target wasn't a mob Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, but the distant west. He reminded Saoirse, "Turn on your camera," and she quickly activated it. Just to the west, artist Shia LaBeouf arrived alone. Chapter 406 We are villains, not idiots. Not only Martin and the other two on the trailer roof, but also everyone else who had been focusing on Leonardo and Nicholson, gradually shifted their gazes to the strange-looking figure approaching alone. Some familiar faces recognized Shia LaBeouf. Leonardo also looked over. Is this the surprise Martin was talking about? Nicholson raised his hand to adjust his sunglasses and said with a smile, "Haha, interesting." On the trailer roof, Saoirse set up a tripod and stood behind the camera, saying, "He's doing performance art again." Martin found that the camera on his phone was not good enough, so he stopped filming and focused on watching the excitement. The man who stole the show from the whole crew is finally here. Shia LaBeouf wore a supermarket paper bag on his head, with 3 holes cut out in the bag, revealing his eyes, mouth and nose. The rest of the bag was scribbled with the words "I am a normal person." His clothes were made of several leather belts wrapped around key areas such as his chest and legs. The belts were studded with metal rivets, the long spikes pointing upwards, like a porcupine with some of its spines removed. There was a whip hanging from the belt behind his waist, dragging on the ground like a devil's tail. Shia walked forward in silence, and the crowd surrounding Nicholson and Leonardo automatically separated to both sides, making way for him. "Are you here for us?" Leonardo was curious. "Is this a new activity that Martin has come up with?" Nicholson was confused. "Martin is not so perverted, right?" Shia came in front of Nicholson, plopped down on one knee, and the long spikes on his knee dug into the dirt, making his posture look particularly strange. He took off the long whip from his waist and held it high. "Jack, let me join the bastard trio." Nicholson did not react. Leonardo was dismissive. Shia shouted, "Please whip me hard as a witness to my joining." Nicholson did not touch the whip, but just smiled happily. Even with a paper bag over his head, Shia could clearly see that, as an artist, he was prepared for the most brutal test. "To prove my resolve and confidence in joining the assholes, I will kneel here for a long time, without making any sound or responding. You can whip me, or test me in any other way, but I will absolutely prioritize my artistic integrity and will not dodge or resist." The people around him were shocked. Even in Hollywood, accustomed to all sorts of abnormalities and the insane behavior of celebrities, they were still stunned by Shia LaBeouf's extraordinary performance. Even Johnny Depp, that weirdo, wouldn't go to such lengths. Nicholson watched with amusement. Leonardo DiCaprio also found it amusing. But neither of them touched the whip. Leonardo pointed to a trailer behind him. "I see Martin." Nicholson looked back and said, "Let's go over to his side and continue watching the fun." The two turned and walked away. Shia LaBeouf remained on one knee, seemingly oblivious to the prospect of his target disappearing into the distance. Nicholson turned to look, then burst out laughing. Where did Martin find such a gem? "This is so much fun," Leonardo said. What a surprise. They arrived at a trailer, where Martin and Bruce had already gotten out. Saoirse glanced at Leonardo and decided to stay. "I'll film a little longer." She wanted to see if anyone attacked Shia LaBeouf. Martin called Nicholson and Leonardo into the trailer, then sat by the window overlooking the area and chatted. a performance artist you hired. Leonardo had always been interested in art. Nicholson asked, "Isn't it hard to find such a stupid guy?" "It has nothing to do with me," Martin asked back. "Didn't you recognize him?" The man's head was completely covered in a paper bag. "He was harder to recognize than Batman," Nicholson said. "How do you want us to recognize him?" Martin said directly. "Shia LaBeouf, Spielberg's godson and the leading actor in the live-action Transformers movie. Where can I find such a high-end talent?" He admired Jack because of Blanchett and wanted to be Jack's little brother. He roughly talked about what happened about Shia LaBeouf in the past few days. Leonardo looked very interested. "What a talent. He should be sent to the San Fernando Valley." Nicholson asked, "Do you think Spielberg would be willing to send his godson to that kind of place?" Martin replied casually, "It's not a big deal if he's not his biological son." Seeing the idiot still kneeling there, Leonardo asked, "What do you two think? Our bastard trio are notorious villains, elites who are good at making trouble, not a mental hospital. Nicholson has the aura of a boss. He dares to make trouble and is also capable of taking responsibility." He pointed at the paper bag man Shia LaBeouf and said, "If we let him join our asshole trio, think about how the outside world will look at us. We are not elites, not villains, but idiots." Martin agreed with his point of view. "First of all, he will seriously lower our average IQ. Judging from his behavior pattern, the possibility of him being screwed is 100 times higher than the possibility of him screwing others," Leonardo said. "Also, he will seriously lower our average appearance and reduce our attractiveness to young and beautiful women." Martin and Nicholson's eyes fell on his face. Leonardo was disgruntled. "What do you mean? I'll lower your looks? What a joke." Martin knocked on the table. "This is a reminder to you. Stop trying to go sideways. You'll drag down our average looks." Leonardo was about to retort when Nicholson spoke before him. "This Shia LaBeouf doesn't fit the bill for our trio at all. He's just a weirdo at best, not a villain." "Forget him," Martin said. "Just treat it as a joke." Simply enjoying the melons was quite entertaining. It wasn't just the onlookers, including the asshole trio, who found it amusing, but also Shia LaBeouf himself. Shia seemed to be kneeling on one knee, but the paper bag had enveloped him in his own world, joyful and witty. Happiness varies greatly from person to person. While the onlookers were devouring Shia's enormous melon, Shia was alone devouring the melons of dozens of people. Seeing so many idiots pointing and talking around him like clowns, he found the melons crisp and sweet. David Fincher stood alone at the studio entrance, staring at his godson, speechless with rage. He'd been so out of his mind to agree to let this idiot join the set. David Fincher didn't bother to go over. If the idiot wanted to kneel, he could keep kneeling. On the trailer, Martin pointed to the roof. "Shia LaBeouf is average, but the girl on it is pretty good and has great potential." Leonardo's eyes rolled and he deliberately raised his voice. "Martin, aren't you known for being loyal? When did you change your taste?" "Shut up, Leo." Martin's voice ran out from the open window. "Saoirse is a student I recognize. And I am Saoirse's teacher. You can't belittle a student recognized by a teacher in front of him." Leonardo winked at Martin. "You're right, I spoke out of turn." Nicholson pointed at the two bastards and said, "Since she has potential, teach her well, not only in acting, but most importantly, how to develop safely in Hollywood." His later words were filled with real emotion. "I'm old, and maybe one day I'll close my eyes and die, and go to see God or Satan. Then there will be one less bastard, and there will be a successor." Martin smiled and said, "Don't worry, old bastard, God won't accept you, and Satan doesn't dare to want you. They are all afraid of being messed with by us." On the roof of the trailer, Saoirse continued filming. Listening to the occasional chatter and laughter, she felt that these three weren't the villains rumored, but rather had a particularly endearing side. Martin, in particular, had acknowledged her teacher. He truly was a good teacher. Saoirse Ronan, a child star, had taken the initiative to seek Martin's guidance, so her motives were certainly not innocent, but at this moment, she felt it was time to overthink it. With Martin as her mentor, she would likely avoid a lot of trouble in the future. As for unintentional trouble, Saoirse hadn't been afraid of it before. She'd even dared to mess with Emma Watson at Pinewood Studios. In the afternoon, filming continued at the amphitheater, with Martin and Cate Blanchett still in scenes. Shia LaBeouf, the paper bag man, was still kneeling nearby. A studio security guard, amused, approached and took a photo with him, using him as a backdrop. A portly female security guard even stalked over and tried to pull off LaBeouf's pants. If he didn't resist, perhaps David Fincher had already left a security guard on the set, and he scared them off. Even if David Fincher was irritated, he couldn't let Shia LaBeouf get into trouble on set. But taking photos was no problem. After a while, two stylists came over. The effeminate one, who was working for Martin, instructed Tina, "Strike something sexy." "He won't move." Anyway, Tina posed in various poses next to Shia LaBeouf, taking several photos. The effeminate one came over, raised her finger, and said, "I didn't expect there's a sixth gender in this world." Tina, not in that circle, was confused. "I know there are 3 genders, but how can there be 6? The effeminate one gave examples: men, women, gay, lesbian, and transsexual. "Those were the 5 we used to have." He gently tapped the paper bag Shia LaBeouf was wearing. "Look, this is the 6th gender, the paper bag man." Tina suddenly understood. "Hey, Tina, hurry to the set," Saoirse called over. "Blanchette's mad. She's saying there's nothing good about this idiot, and she told you to hurry and touch up her makeup." Tina hurried back. "Didn't she just touch up her makeup?" Saoirse put her hands in her pockets, whistled, and walked off as if nothing had happened. Back on the set, she put aside all her thoughts and carefully observed her teacher, Martin, and Blanchette. Saoirse remembered what Martin had just said: acting is the foundation of everything. Without that foundation, the other crucial elements are impossible. Chapter 407 Actors' Professionalism. On a studio set resembling a bridal home, David Fincher called Martin and Cate Blanchett together for a scene review. The upcoming scenes were all about Benjamin and Daisy building their love nest and spending time together. David Fincher, unconcerned with the messy details, said, "I haven't planned this part. The props and sets are here, and it's up to you to improvise." The set consisted of nothing more than a mattress and natural wood-paneled walls. David Fincher voluntarily left the set. Blanchett glanced at Martin, trying to figure out how to start. In Martin's eyes, work is work. With such a high salary, he should show a corresponding work attitude. He took the initiative to say, "What are you afraid of in the action scenes?" Blanchett was also a veteran actor. She threw away the thoughts that shouldn't have occurred at this moment and said, "Don't touch my key point down there. Everything else is fine." Martin sat on the mattress and said, "Let's discuss how to proceed." Blanchett plopped down on the floor opposite him and said, "Daisy and Benjamin are at the best of their respective ages. They have been separated for many years before they got together. Now we should use a more intense method." Martin discussed seriously, "Is it possible to do this, except for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping, and spend the rest of the time on the mattress?" Blanchett nodded. "It's so hard for 2 people to sleep together. They want to sleep every moment." Martin stood up, walked around the new house set, gestured, and said, "Even the process of renovating the house may turn into a battlefield for the 2 of them." Blanchett agreed, "I think it's possible." The 2 chatted for nearly half an hour. In the middle, they both stood up, aimed at each other, gestured for a while, and even hugged each other. "Let's get ready," Martin said, returning to the lounge first. A stylist came over to touch up her makeup. Blanchett sat in her own lounge chair, glancing over at Martin from time to time. Martin finished, then grabbed some breath freshener and sprayed it several times. Work was work, and he took it seriously. Even when Bale tried to hide him during filming, he never considered retaliating at work. Blanchett recognized a breath freshener commonly used by those in the industry and shook her head at her assistant, who left the bag of garlic and durian candies untouched. They were just a precaution. Blanchett took the same breath freshener and sprayed it several times. Martin Davis was a professional, and so was she. The 2 highly professional actors didn't even ask the crew to clear the set. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of people, they engaged in a close-quarters battle, using the single mattress as their battlefield. At first, their movements were a bit awkward, but as they became familiar with each other's bodies and sensitive spots, they became like a real couple. As soon as David Fincher called cut, they separated quickly, like strangers. But when discussing their work, they were open and honest, like close friends. Most actors are known for their outgoing nature. With a handsome men and beautiful women stimulating each other during filming, it's not surprising that the lead actors actually get together. On the edge of the set, Saoirse felt incredibly receptive and said to Elizabeth, "I guess this is the professionalism of a top actor." Elizabeth, who has 2 older actresses and has been on sets since childhood, took it for granted. "Work is work," Saoirse lamented. "It's a shame I'm leaving." Elizabeth said, "When you're in Los Angeles, remember to call me." During a break, Saoirse said goodbye to Martin and left the studio with her mother. Before leaving, Martin, the teacher, presented his students with gifts, a handmade clown figurine and a saltwater crocodile tooth pendant. Saoirse immediately put the pendant around her neck and said to Martin, "I've seen people on other sets showing off, saying you gave it to them personally. Now I have one too." Elizabeth hadn't been to many sets, but she had seen these two items many times. She had a different perspective, and a sudden thought occurred to her: Martin was truly well liked and well connected within the industry. As Saoirse Ronan left, she muttered to herself that she hadn't seen Shia LaBeouf messing around with Blanchett. With the arrival of someone who could control Shia LaBeouf, he became more restrained in the presence of Kathleen Kennedy. In the following days, Martin poured his full energy into his role in scenes. Blanchett did the same. On set, the two had a scene set during renovations. As before, the script only had scenes, not specific content, and David Fincher gave them free rein. Blanchett looked at the wooden prop wall and pondered, it'd better be something new. Martin, who was far more creative in this area, only watched for half a minute before coming up with an idea that affected their scene, and his own decision was not final. While applying latex paint, the two of us suddenly felt like leaving our love marks on this newly painted wall. "Sure," Blanchett said, sparking an idea, "let's leave these marks and decorate this wall." The two called David Fincher, who in turn called the prop master, who suggested using synthetic milk as a prop. In the afternoon, filming began for the scene. Decorators Benjamin and Daisy picked up latex paint and repeatedly splashed it on the wall. As the playful banter progressed, the two began kissing passionately and then locked onto the wall, leaving their love marks one after another on the wooden wall smeared with white latex. At the end of the scene, the two, wearing vital protection suits, were to leave their body marks on the wall. Martin pressed himself tightly against the wide wall, leaving a human outline. Nearby, Blanchett's Daisy performed the same action. The two figures, now in white, took a long step back, their silhouettes on the wall becoming easily distinguishable. Benjamin's had a hole the size of a child's fist near his waist. Daisy's had two papaya-shaped marks on her chest. "Stop, very good." David Fincher was delighted with the scenes. "That's all for today." Martin left the set, took the towel Elizabeth offered him, wiped the sticky milk off his face, and said, "I'm going to shower first." Elizabeth followed. "I'll help you." Martin, his back also stained, nodded. "Come on." They entered the trailer. Elizabeth locked the door, closed every window, drew the curtains, stripped off her clothes, and entered the bathroom. Martin turned on the shower. "Help me scrub the milk off my back." "Hold still, I'll do it." Elizabeth pressed forward. Martin felt two extraordinarily soft washcloths scrub every inch of his back. After a moment, Elizabeth turned Martin so they were facing each other and warned, "I'm scrubbing you, don't move." Martin simply raised his hands, letting Elizabeth scrub him. After a week of filming, Benjamin and Daisy's passionate scenes were all wrapped up. Elizabeth's few scenes took only one afternoon. On a weekend break, Martin drove Elizabeth into New Orleans's French Quarter. Hand in hand, they walked down Decatur Street to Jackson Square. Some tourists recognized Martin and took photos. Martin paid no mind, holding Elizabeth's hand tightly as they admired the ancient French architecture. Elizabeth suddenly pulled Martin aside and they went into a nearby shop. When they emerged, they each wore a matching hat. Martin, amused, tugged at Elizabeth. "Come with me." Up ahead, a shop selling freshly printed t-shirts was doing only moderate business, with no one interested. As soon as the two of them entered, the boss recognized Martin at a glance. The crew of Benjamin was filming in New Orleans these days, and the leading actor Martin had been in the local newspapers many times. "Martin, boss, let's talk business first." Martin smiled. "I want a couple set." Elizabeth came over and carefully examined the blank t-shirts. "Shall we pick a white one?" Martin nodded. "White and black, a timeless classic," the boss quickly asked. "What kind of print or text?" Elizabeth looked at the designs and slogans on the shelf. Martin had already thought it through. "Mine will have her picture on the top, and hers will have my picture on the top, with a line of text." The boss couldn't help but ask, "Are you boyfriend and girlfriend?" Elizabeth quickly replied, "Of course." Not long after, local entertainment reporters who had heard the news saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman wearing matching hats walking out of a store hand in hand. They were wearing brand new couples t-shirts with each other's headshots printed on them, with a bold text, "This is my boyfriend girlfriend." Ignoring the reporters, they walked straight across the square and entered the St. Louis Cathedral across the street, where they found a bench in the front row. Elizabeth faced across directly in front of her, her hands clasped in reverence, her lips moving slightly. Martin couldn't quite make out what she was saying, but he mimicked her, mumbling as well. After making a wish, they entered the art gallery. The mosaics were a bit abstract, easily misleading the LSPs. Seeing Elizabeth's eyes drifting over from time to time, Martin guessed her thoughts and asked, "What did you wish for?" "A secret," Elizabeth said with a sweet smile. Martin understood and continued, "Are there any secrets between us?" Yeah, Elizabeth said, deliberately jokingly. "I wish you'd propose to me soon." Martin took it as a joke. "You're kidding, Liz, you're not even 20 yet." The two spent the rest of their trip in the hotel. Before Christmas, Elizabeth returned to Los Angeles, while Martin traveled to Atlanta. He spent the holiday with Elena and her brother before returning to filming. After New Year's, his scenes were mostly finished, and he returned to Los Angeles as well. He still had some scenes to film in conjunction with post-production. Chapter 408, Selling People in Pounds. In the lobby of WMA's Century City headquarters in Beverly Hills, numerous partners, including Weitzel and Jim Witt, gathered, awaiting the arrival of today's star, one of the firm's most important acting clients, Martin Davis. In a lounge off to the side of the lobby, Thomas personally inspected Martin's outfit and declared, "Perfect." Martin's face, however, held a hint of gloom, as if weighed down by a heavy burden. Thomas stepped back and said, "I think it's a little heavy." Martin's brow relaxed slightly, his stern expression softening slightly. "How about this?" "Okay," Thomas gestured, "just right." He turned and asked, "Bruce, what do you think?" Bruce examined it carefully. "It's perfect now. It's already 2008, Martin said, heading for the door. "I need to get ready to promote The Dark Knight." Thomas thought to himself that his client was undoubtedly a top-tier star, and he was actively helping the production team attract attention. Martin waited inside the lounge. Ari Emanuel stepped onto a makeshift stage in the lobby and stood at the microphone. At the beginning of 2008, WMA reached a pivotal moment. "We reached an agreement with our most important client to continue a partnership." He raised his voice and said, "There's a star who, in just 4 years, went from marginal actor to A-list star, his salary soaring from $100,000 to $15 million. Both industry professionals and critics consider him a representative of the younger generation's acting talent. He's been nominated for an Oscar, achieving artistic breakthroughs. 4 of his films have grossed over $100 million in North America, and his appeal is unparalleled among the new generation." Ari pointed to the lounge door. "Please welcome Martin Davis." The audience erupted in applause. Martin emerged from the lounge, waved to the crowd, and took the stage. He took the microphone and said, "Thank you, Ali, for the compliment. You're exaggerating." Having secured sufficient benefits in the actual contract, Martin didn't mind showing his sentimental side. "I've never considered leaving WMA. WMA is my first agency, and Thomas Ryan is my first agent. He's been with me all the way to where I am today, and I will continue to witness WMA's success." Thomas stood at the edge of the stage, the spotlight falling on his head, glaring. Hearing Martin's last words, he took a slight step forward, his mind naturally shifting to the agent's responsibility. If Martin left WMA, it would be his agent's interference, driving a wedge between Martin and WMA, not Martin himself. CAA had contacted him, and he had used CAA's pressure to force the agency to agree to Martin's lucrative offer. In the eyes of the agency and Ari Emanuel, Thomas was a traitor to WMA during the negotiations. But Thomas didn't care. To this day, as long as Martin continued to work with him, he was a top-tier agent in the industry. On stage, in the presence of a Screen Actors Guild representative, Martin signed a new 3-year contract with WMA. After exchanging contracts, Martin and Ali shook hands firmly. Thomas then extended his arms and gave Martin a hug. Ali asked with concern, "Are you feeling down?" Martin nodded. "I'm experiencing some mental issues, nothing serious, don't ignore it," Ali warned. "See a doctor immediately." The signing ceremony, which had boosted company morale, concluded with a celebratory reception at noon. Martin left the stage and, seeing Thomas's almost reflective forehead, he went over to him, bumped fists, and said, "Congratulations, partner." Taking advantage of Martin's contract renewal, Thomas also received tangible benefits, becoming a partner at WMA. Thomas had wanted to smile, But the laughter broke out. There was nothing he could do. The practical benefits he had received were so overwhelming, and his mood was so good that he couldn't contain it. But Thomas, with his head held high, understood where all this was coming from. He said, "From now on, no matter what happens, even if it means taking down an enemy like Pete, just tell me to do it." Martin couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "We're all law-abiding citizens. How could we do such awful things?" Thomas replied. "It's just a metaphor." Martin said, "Let's go to the hotel." Outside the WMA, Ari Emanuel spoke to reporters and announced a contract extension with Martin. The new agency contract included a share of the above-the-line revenue, reducing the agency's share to 5%. Regarding the union-mandated share of offline revenue, WMA no longer took a share of the agency's share. During the film's one-year window for offline sales, Martin's share would be 4%. After that window, it would decrease by 1% annually until it reached zero. These were perks reserved for superstars. WMA's agreement to such terms was a result of immense pressure from CAA's frequent interactions with Thomas. Management, led by Ari, would never allow CAA to poach a valuable client they had nurtured and had the potential to become a superstar. Furthermore, Martin's commercial appeal was formidable. The Reader, which began previews in November, has expanded from a single theater to larger metropolitan areas like Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago. Thanks to the availability of seats in independent theaters, The Reader grossed $39,000 in its first weekend in North America. Later, the film expanded its run. While the film's commercial success wasn't strong, it benefited from Martin's vast fan base, with audiences wearing red Coca-Cola t-shirts filling most of the theaters. Most importantly, the film isn't particularly dull. Spending a few bucks to see Martin's physique and the nearly pubescent Winslet engage in action scenes after action scenes is well worth the price. The Reader has garnered strong reviews, especially among Martin's fans. Many female fans, seeing his marble-like back and buttocks, went crazy on movie websites, giving him high ratings. As for the critics, films of this genre naturally earn one-star ratings from critics. No mistakes, one song, one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one forum, one look. To date, after 12 weeks of previews, the film has received impressive reviews from both audiences and media, with an average MTC Media score of 85 and an IMDb general audience score of 8.4. While this positive reputation is due to the meticulous planning of the production team and Warner Brothers, it also reflects market sentiment and the support of mainstream media. Since the beginning of 2008, The Reader has expanded its North American screens to 1,566 locations, grossing $55.89 million. It has been a veritable trophy grabber during awards season, with Kate Winslet taking home 8 Best Actress awards. Even Martin, who rarely appears in person to campaign, has amassed 5 Best Actor trophies, including the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Award. This is second only to Daniel Day-Lewis' 9. Martin has also been shortlisted for the 5-person Best Actor nominations from the Screen Actors Guild and Producers Guild. He has also been nominated for Best Actor in a Drama at the Golden Globe Awards in January. If it weren't for Daniel Day-Lewis standing in the way, and Martin knowing the Academy's veterans were enamored with Lewis and that messing with him would lead to endless trouble, he would have already launched a full-throttle bid for the Best Actor award. After a cocktail reception at noon, Martin attended the latest celebration party for The Reader that afternoon. The so-called celebration party wasn't about celebrating, of course, but rather a formal invitation to numerous celebrities to further promote the film. After all the socializing, even Martin was a bit exhausted. Finally, he found an opportunity to talk to Kate Winslet, who had managed to pull herself together. "When I got back, I met with Nicholson and Warren Beatty first. I have no hope of winning an award, a nomination is all I need." Martin took a long-term view, so he wasn't anxious. But Kate was different. He warned, Blanchett was snubbed for all the early awards, not given a Screen Actors Guild nomination. "She's not a threat. This year is your best chance. Thank you for helping me secure Blanchett ahead of time." Kate was grateful to Martin, believing that Martin, in collaborating with Nicholson, had secured Blanchett just for her. Martin didn't need to be subtle and spoke frankly, "I have no hope of winning an award. My only hope of a major award lies with you. If you win Best Actress, the film will sell better. I've signed a profit-sharing agreement, and whether you win or not will determine my profits. You're putting more pressure on me, Kate said, pinching her brow. What will I do if I don't win? Martin said fiercely. I'll sell you trifurca, by the pound. Kate was puzzled. Why by the pound? Kate was so angry that she didn't want to talk to him. Martin could easily arouse her interest. Although Blanchette is gone, you should not be careless, especially be careful of the French, Kate asked. Marion Cotillard from La Vie en Rose? Yes, that's her. Keep an eye on her. In Martin's eyes, and from the information he got from Warren Beatty, Kate surpassed Marion Cotillard in terms of qualifications, roles, performances, reputation and publicity, but he remembered that this woman seemed to have won an Oscar. Kate nodded. I'll keep an eye on her. It's not uncommon for important Oscar awards to be upset in extremely unexpected ways. Don't let someone upset you, otherwise no one will sympathize with you. They will only laugh at you. Martin, the bastard, kept motivating Kate to get more commission. Then the French may launch a new round of daily insults against Britain. Chapter 409 Annual income of $20 million. In the small building where Pacific Pictures was located, Martin asked Jessica to take the financial director and accountant to reconcile the accounts, and then he went to Louise's office alone. Louise's assistant, Nikki, said, the boss is in the reception room and said you can go straight there when you arrive. Thank you. Martin went to the reception room across the street, knocked gently on the door, and pushed it open. Besides Louise, there was also Sophia. The latter's outfit surprised Martin. Sophia was wearing a well-ironed women's business suit, which must have been a custom-made handmade one. Her bulging muscles made the clothes look like they might burst into shreds at any moment. Perhaps to match the suit, she also wore a pair of plain glasses. Louise, wearing a business suit and glasses, gave off a sexy and intellectual beauty. Sophia, dressed in a similar outfit, looked like King Kong from Skull Island who had infiltrated the human world. What? Don't you recognize me? Sophia imitated Louise, pushing up her glasses. I'm a CEO, too, Martin, for his own good, lied. One of the rare times, she has the aura and demeanor of a CEO. You can tell she's a strong woman in the workplace. Sophia burst into laughter, her face bouncing. Martin quickly found a chair, carefully separating them from Louise. He finally felt at ease as he settled down on the thick sofa. At that moment, he understood why old Bob always had to lean his butt against a concrete wall whenever he saw Sophie. That solid sense of security was so important. Louise lightly pushed her black-rimmed glasses. Compared with Sophia, she looked intellectually elegant yet sexy and charming. You came at the right time. After the New Year holiday, Warner Brothers settled the profits of Limitless with us. The part that belongs to you will be transferred to your respective accounts soon after the settlement today. Sophia smiled so hard that her flesh twitched like electric shock. It was really wise to choose to invest with you. A guy I know set up a foundation on his own and came to Hollywood to invest in movies. All the portfolio projects he invested in the past few years suffered losses and lost all his money. It was too miserable. Louise glanced at Martin. Martin introduced you here, so we will naturally make a fortune together. Sophia smiled at Martin again, and the muscle fibers taut under her skin trembled wildly like plucked strings. Fortunately, Martin had a strong mental attitude and was able to face Sophia's tough smile calmly. He said, your support has given me my current status and influence. I believe I have some vision in movies, and will continue to make money together if the opportunity arises. He couldn't handle such a large industry alone, and his success in recent years was closely related to the strong support behind him. Without Louise, Warner Brothers would have been in trouble long ago. Without Warner Bros.'s cover, Harvey Weinstein and others wouldn't have been so cautious. They might have targeted him when he was still weak. Martin needed money, fame, influence, and the support of powerful forces. Only with this could he lie freely, have fun, and boldly make trouble. Louise asked, what about the action film project you have in hand? Martin said, it's in the early stages of planning. Once the project is officially launched, we will definitely have to get you to invest together. The production cost is estimated to be around $40 million. Sophia said without hesitation, count me in as a part of the investment. Martin would not spend all his money on the film project, and said, wait for my project plan and script, which will be delivered to you soon. Louise did not speak. She knew Martin's character. He was indeed a bastard, but he had nothing to say to those who had helped him. As Sophia prepared to leave, she asked Martin, I heard there are a lot of interesting clubs on Sunset Boulevard. Would you like to go? Martin shook his head. I never go to those places. Sophia adjusted her suit jacket and put on an unusually polite demeanor. Goodbye, you two. I'm off to the male model club. Louise walked her back, closed the door, and tilted her head to Martin. Do you have a sense of fear about her? It's not fear, but full respect for my sponsor, Martin said coherently. I treat you, my big sponsor, the same way. I'll do my best to satisfy you, right? Louise invited. Kelly, come to Los Angeles at 5 p.m. Join me tonight, Martin, understanding that another fierce battle was about to begin, replied, I'll be there for dinner. I'll bring some extra meat. A man, facing a challenge, must never back down. But first, he had to eat. They chatted for a while longer before Jessica called, asking Martin to come over for an autograph. Martin left Louise's office and went to the finance office at Pacific Pictures. The financial statements that required signature primarily covered Martin's share of the investment in Limitless, under the name of Davis Studio. Over 2 years ago, when the project was launched, Martin had little money. The cost of purchasing the original novel, The Dark Realm, and the initial investment, combined with his initial investment, led him and Louise to inflate the investment to $3 million when establishing Limitless Studio. Adding his salary, which was included as part of the investment, the total investment came to $6 million, representing 1/6 of the project's $36 million production budget. After more than 2 years of preparation, filming, promotion, and online and offline distribution, the harvest finally arrived. Limitless ultimately grossed $176 million in North America and $386 million worldwide. By the end of December last year, North American DVD sales had reached $58.95 million. Including other offline revenue from North America and overseas, such as television rights, Martin's share ultimately reached $19.25 million. While the return on investment took time, the returns were substantial. Meanwhile, the studios of several other films Martin starred in also settled their investments or share of their earnings from last year. Thanks to the continued success of Wanted and The Departed on the disc market, these films' combined revenue reached $3.52 million. Martin could easily reach $20 million a year. His next goal, naturally, was to reach $20 million per film. Reaching the $20 million club isn't easy. Only a dozen or so Hollywood professionals have reached that level. Congratulations, multimillionaire. Louise personally poured Martin and Kelly a glass and raised it. Kelly, let's toast to the multimillionaires. Kelly smiled and raised her glass. Today I want to see if being a multimillionaire feels different than before. Martin stood up, holding onto the bar, and clinked glasses with each of them. Here's to you. The three of them drank. Kelly poured Martin some wine and asked, now that you've made so much money, what are your plans? Martin spoke his true thoughts. I want to find 100 beautiful women from various countries, rent a luxury cruise ship over 100 meters long, and go on the sea for a month of crazy fun. Louise snorted coldly. In 3 days at most, you'll come out covered in blood. In less than a week, you'll be dead at sea, and your body will be fed to the fish. Kelly was a woman with political aspirations and couldn't help shaking her head. Martin, you really have no aspirations. You're too vulgar. That's what it means to have real aspirations. I've honed my acting skills and worked hard. Why do I make so much money? Martin didn't need anyone to answer and said directly, of course it's for pleasure. He took a sip of wine. Do you want me to watch the numbers in my account increase while living a Puritan life? I won't do that. Louise had been in the industry for more than a decade and had seen many stars rise and fall. She didn't want Martin to become Marlon Brando in the future, so she specifically reminded him, if you don't have money in the future, it will be very difficult to live like you do. Martin, sensing the kindness in his words, said, I divide all the money I get into 3 parts, 1/3 for investment, 1/3 for a reserve fund, and 1/3 for food, drink, and entertainment. That's enough to keep life fun. Actually, he wouldn't have spent that much on entertainment. Kelly raised an eyebrow at Louise. Did you hear me? I told you, he thinks much more than the average person. She leaned on Louise's shoulder. You're worrying too much about him, Louise smiled. I'm worried he'll get old and be broke, and we'll have to support him. Kelly was surprised. You think that far ahead? Martin took the initiative to change the subject. Come on, let's drink. Whoever drinks the most gets a reward? Kelly asked. What's the reward? Martin smiled and said, it's for her in the middle. By the time the 3 of them had finished a bottle of whiskey, the hall had become a battlefield. The next morning, Martin, a rare guest, personally cooked breakfast for the two of them. Kelly was still sound asleep. Louise came down alone, wrapped in her nightgown, and leaned against the kitchen pillar. She asked, "Was what you said yesterday true?" "Of course it was true," Martin said, knowing what he was asking. "Both investment and consumption are tax deductible. If I don't invest or consume, that money still has to go to the IRS. So I'll continue to invest most of my earnings or buy practical assets," Louise warned. "Be careful. The economic situation isn't optimistic right now. Don't lose money." "I'll be careful." Martin's most vivid memory of this era was Apple, so naturally, he'd buy the stock he remembered most vividly. He divided the fried eggs, bacon, and ham between 3 plates and poured 3 glasses of milk. As he carried 1 plate to the dining room, he patted Louise's butt and said, "Go get that lazy bum upstairs to come down for breakfast." Louise quickly dragged Kelly downstairs. After breakfast, Martin drove to Burbank for a brief meeting with Chad Stahelski and Brad. After finalizing the script and shooting schedule, they had the script and project plan delivered to Louise, Kelly, and Sophia. Including the Davis studio, all 4 companies contributed $10 million each. Martin joined the project solely as producer and lead actor. His salary was guaranteed to be in line with his market value. Thomas, eager to act, had drafted a preliminary contract, including a base salary, a percentage, and compensation clauses. Chapter 410 The hero is corroded by the devil. As with previous films, the new project was produced at Warner Brothers Studios. Louise served as producer, overseeing production matters, particularly negotiating with Warner Brothers regarding publicity and distribution. Martin and Chad, in addition to their primary responsibilities, both served as production managers. Chenhu and Marcus served as action choreographers for the close combat and gunfights, respectively. Buck and Lewis, Martin's stunt doubles on several occasions, also joined the stunt team. During filming, computer effects shots were extremely limited, and almost all action sequences were completed practically. Emily will bring a team from Davis Studio to the production, specifically responsible for generating online buzz, specifically the truly viral topics, "I want you to die, I want you to die." The main cast has already been confirmed, Martin and Maine. Martin, needless to say, is the male lead. The salary will be divided into 3 parts, a base salary of $5 million, a tiered box office share currently under negotiation, and a DVD share. Mene, over 30, with a weight gain and a slightly aged look, making her a true middle-aged woman killer, plays the owner of the Continental Hotel in New York. It was politically correct to have a leading role that was black. Other key roles were cast through auditions, with priority given to WMA's clientele. Many of the behind-the-scenes crew members came from the cast of Wanted. Martin's studio and Chad maintained close contact with them, and those with suitable schedules were immediately added to the cast. The location scouting team would soon travel to New York to select suitable street locations for filming. After the crew's project launch meeting, Louise flew to New York with her assistant to discuss various filming details, including car chases, street fights, and gunfights. Besides occasionally attending media events and assisting the public relations team, Martin devoted all his energy to training. He focused on physical fitness, combat, firearms, and driving, striving for excellence in every area. He even practiced stabbing people with a pencil and making a simple bow and arrow from a hardware store. "Theoretically, it's entirely possible to attack with a sharpened pencil," Chenhu said to Martin while demonstrating on the studio's training ground. "But it's not easy, especially when a killer attacks another killer." Martin grasped a soft resin prop pencil in his backhand and pointed at several vital spots on himself. "First, the neck and eyes," Chenhu said. "We can try and see which is easier to hit. Watch out, I'm coming." Martin took a sharp step forward and stabbed Chenhu's eyes with a prop pencil. He knew Chenhu's abilities, so he didn't hold back. Chenhu tilted his head slightly, and the pencil slashed past his forehead. He dodged, not striking back. Martin pressed down, using his height to suppress Chenhu, and stabbed him with the pencil again. Chenhu dodged, but the neck was a much larger target than the eyes, and the pencil pierced Chenhu just below the ear. Chenhu stepped back, shaking off Martin. He said, "Even if caught off guard, it's difficult to stab someone in the eye." Martin nodded. "The neck, throat, or near the carotid artery," Chenhu continued. "The style we've finally settled on requires both visually appealing movements and a certain degree of authenticity. In close combat, even with exceptional skill, It's not easy to take out a trained adult man with your bare hands. Therefore, all close combat isn't about killing the opponent outright, but about controlling him, immobilizing him for a short period of time. He performed moves like crotch kicks, throat chokes, heart scoops, and eye piercings. This buys you even a second, so you can draw your weapon and finish him off, a gun or anything else you can find. Martin grasped the key point. If you can use a weapon, use it. Marcus, standing nearby, spoke up. Always a gun. Later, Martin and Shenhu practiced the action routines again, following Marcus's lead in refining the shooting, especially around corners. Marcus, a Navy SEAL who had participated in real urban street fighting, was experienced in this area, far surpassing the average Hollywood gunfight designer. After practicing for a while, the three men simply left the set and drove to the Angel Shooting Club to train with real firearms. Martin became obsessed with his killing drills, his public appearances becoming increasingly rare. Gradually, the only media images he appeared in were candid photos of him entering and leaving a psychiatric clinic. More and more entertainment media speculated that Martin's mental health issues were worsening. Meanwhile, publicity efforts for The Dark Knight began to intensify. In mid-January, a video of Bale's interview surfaced in the UK. The British actor made his first public appearance after several months, attending the BAFTAs. During the interview, he discussed The Dark Knight and Batman, saying that the immense difficulty of the role had indeed led to psychological problems. He had been trapped in a dark place for the past few months, but had finally emerged from it. Reporters also asked about Martin, and Bale accepted the plan. His problems might be worse than mine, because on set he's even more evil than the Joker in the comics. Despite the reporters probing, Bale remained silent. This was a carefully planned publicity event for The Dark Knight, specifically chosen for the media-heavy BAFTAs. The Dark Knight was released in the summer of 2008, and promotional efforts began 6 months in advance. Nolan personally called Martin. "Are you ready? Do you need a professional photographer?" "No," Martin politely declined. "I already have one." He hung up and said to Bruce, "Let's get Ivan out." Bruce asked, "Where?" Martin replied, "In the community park square." Bruce went to call Ivan. This time, they needed candid photos again, and the crew's photographers weren't as professional as Ivan. Martin walked alone, along the community road, to the park square. He sat on a bench, gazing at the sunset in the west, motionless as a statue. Not long after, his phone vibrated several times in his pocket. Martin knew Ivan was coming. He slowly turned his head, and a strange smile crept across his face, which had previously been slightly gloomy. "Just look." Ivan repeatedly took candid photos of Martin, pressing the shutter button at just the right moment, snapping several photos in a row. That evening, the photo appeared on TMZ's front page. Jody, ever the professional, used a real photo as a model and gave it a slightly exaggerated headline. "Our city hero's soul is being eaten away by the devil." Martin sat alone, his handsome face gloomy, his expression eerie. Jody deliberately placed a video of Bale's interview below Martin's photo. That evening, the news garnered over 10,000 comments. "Why do I think it's scarier than Jack Nicholson's smile in The Shining? Because you know The Shining was staged, and this really happened to Martin. I'm incredibly curious, what kind of Batman movie could drive both leads to such a level of psychological distress? Bale needs months of treatment before he can appear, and Martin needs weekly visits to a therapist. What kind of role, what kind of plot?" The number of people interested in and discussing The Dark Knight rapidly increased. After the news had circulated for a few days and was picked up by more media outlets, Thomas issued a public statement on Martin's behalf, apologizing to the Golden Globes committee and stating that he could not accept the invitation to present at this year's ceremony due to health reasons. This further fueled the previous news. Thomas later gave another interview, stating that Martin recognized the problem, was working to address it, and would soon return to normal work. The Dark Knight crew officially released the film's main promotional poster. It features not just Batman alone, but two protagonists. Batman stands tall in Gotham City, his head shrouded in a dark, gloomy cloud. The Joker stands in the sunlight. Although white paint obscures his true features, a faint smile graces his blood-red lips. Even this simple presence exudes a flamboyant evil that sends a chill down your spine. Even seasoned fans don't need a video. The poster alone can clearly decipher the film's tone: dark, suffocating, and insane. After the initial wave of publicity-generated buzz, the crew retreated, focusing on guiding online discussion. Nolan, a master of filmmaking and marketing, then visited Martin under the guise of a visit, engaging in a lengthy discussion about the current situation and future plans. The two, both masters of hype, engaged in a passionate encounter. After Martin saw Nolan off, Elizabeth, who had just returned from filming a commercial, rushed to see him. "Are you really okay?" Elizabeth hugged Martin tightly, pressing his head into her arms, letting him feel the warmth. Martin was vague. "Nothing serious is wrong for now." Elizabeth rubbed Martin's cheek. "You're not even going to the Golden Globes, and you say you're okay?" Martin was no fool. He could sense Elizabeth's concern and genuine concern. "I don't want to go to the Golden Globes. It's mainly because I have an idea." He had some conscience, knowing Elizabeth was aiming for stardom, so he gave her a push. "I'm waiting for you to come back. I want to take you to the Oscars red carpet so everyone can get to know you." Elizabeth's thoughts were completely different from Martin's, and she hugged him even tighter. "Let everyone know I'm your girlfriend." Martin struggled to speak. Elizabeth said again, "Martin, I understand your feelings. I promise you, no matter what, I will agree to everything." Martin struggled out of her arms, seeing her tears, thinking that it was just to take you to the Oscars red carpet. He wiped away the tears from the corners of Elizabeth's eyes and said, "Your makeup is all smudged. You look like a witch." Elizabeth wiped her tears and suddenly said, "Old boy, don't you like me to be a witch?" Chapter 411 Don't Become a Burden. On Rodeo Drive, on the second floor of Brioni's, a master tailor personally measured Martin's body and asked him to select the appropriate fabric and basic style. Elizabeth, who had accompanied him, pulled Martin closer and pointed to a piece of fabric. "This color is nice," she said. "Standing here, I think it suits you perfectly. It'll make you look more lively." On such a trivial matter, Martin naturally followed his female companion's advice. "Master Perlo, let's choose this color." "Okay," Master Perlo immediately noted. Elizabeth, delighted, then took Martin to choose shoes and a bow tie. The two came out of the store and got into Elizabeth's Porsche. Martin said, "Let's go. It's time to choose a dress for you." Elizabeth smiled sweetly. "Mine is easy to choose." Martin was surprised. "Are there any sponsoring brands?" Elizabeth started the car and drove to Century City Shopping Plaza. She said, "If there is no sponsoring brand, wearing a dress from my sister's brand is just right for my current status in the circle. When I can be like you in the future, I will not lack sponsorship from big-name clothing brands. Maybe my sisters will sponsor me huge sums of money." Martin smiled and said, "There are not many girls your age who are as clear-headed as you." He did not hesitate to praise her. "Liz, you are a good girl. My sisters are great. Not only have they protected me from the wind and rain, but they have also been teaching me how to adapt to Hollywood." Elizabeth rolled her eyes and suddenly changed the subject. "There is a saying on the internet now that when a man or woman tells another person that they are a good person, it often means rejection or a breakup." She asked seriously, "Martin, are you breaking up with me?" "How could you think that?" Martin asked, his usual way of stymied others. "We've finally gotten together after overcoming the siege of two villains, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson." Elizabeth smiled so sweetly that even the gloomy sky seemed to be healed by her. The sun peeked through the clouds, seemingly vying for brilliance. Arriving at Century City Shopping Plaza, the Porsche pulled into the underground parking lot, and the two took the elevator upstairs. The Olsen sisters. The row is positioned as accessible luxury, targeting young consumers. It's a relatively accessible brand, and its style suits Elizabeth well. Elizabeth didn't want a custom order, but simply chose something from the existing collection. Martin actively offered his feedback, which made Elizabeth feel deeply attentive. Since Martin's dress had to be black, Elizabeth chose a sweet, light color. After Elizabeth tried it on and selected shoes and accessories, Martin took the initiative to pay with his credit card. Elizabeth was helpless. "It can be charged to the account." Martin smiled and shook his head. "That's what I should do." The two left the store and continued shopping. Elizabeth whispered, "Come with me to the supermarket. I want to buy some girls' products." Martin pulled her. "Let's go." Century City Shopping Plaza is bustling with people. It is one of the most prosperous commercial centers in Los Angeles. Many celebrities also often appear here. Brad Pitt, whose travel restrictions were lifted more than half a year ago, tied his messy long hair into a ponytail and walked into the shopping mall alone like a street performer. He hadn't been out shopping for a long time. So he went to the supermarket on the first floor to buy daily necessities. Many people looked over and fell on Pitt. Pitt was very familiar with such scenes. In the past, they were all curious, envious and admiring. Now, Most of them are disgusted and ridiculed. Pitt found that many parents with girls took the initiative to pull their children away from him. A faint voice came over, "Girls must protect themselves when out in public, especially stay away from gropers and rapists." That's Brad Pitt. Stay away from him immediately if you see him. He's raped dozens of women. It's horrible. What's wrong with the Los Angeles legal system? People like him aren't put in jail. He hadn't noticed it before in open spaces, but in a crowded, enclosed space, Brad Pitt could hear people talking about him constantly. It was hurtful. But Brad Pitt could bear it. He had suffered so much in the past year. His acting career was basically ruined, and he hadn't had a single film contract since the incident. All the brands he endorsed had terminated his contracts, and many were still suing him for breach of contract, such as Cadillac. Although the lawsuit wasn't very intense, it was still pending. Even the board of directors of Plan B Company expelled him from the company's management. After 2 rounds of investment, the company's largest shareholder and actual controller had become that woman, Jennifer Aniston. Brad Pitt shoved his hands in his pockets and gradually approached the supermarket entrance. The crowded area near the supermarket was filled with cosmetics counters. Pitt spotted 2 familiar figures. A large poster painted on the left pillar advertised a skincare line endorsed by Jennifer Aniston. On the right wall, a makeup line strongly endorsed by Angelina Jolie. Seeing these 2, Pitt suddenly felt like crying. His girlfriend and wife had both been slept with by that jerk. Over the past year, he'd seen the jerk, Martin Davis, in the tabloids and on TMZ more than once, spotted at the same hotel with Aniston and Jolie. As a Hollywood insider, Pitt could only imagine one possibility: these shameless people were having a threesome. Pitt was furious, and not just because his head was heavy. He'd often wake up late at night wondering why Martin Davis could hang out with Jolie and Aniston, but he couldn't. And so, despite all the setbacks, Pitt's hatred for Martin only grew. He arrived at the supermarket entrance and was greeted by perhaps the most eye-catching poster in the entire mall: Martin Davis, the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, recommending Coca-Cola. "You're the leader, and I'm the saint." How wonderful. A sweet, refreshing voice came from the side. Pitt instinctively turned around, and the voice continued, "Excuse me, leader, how does a saint become a saint?" Pitt saw Martin, and a sweet girl accompanying him. The girl's smile seemed to melt his heart, as if it had healed Pitt's wounds. But when Pitt saw the girl's hand tightly clasping Martin's, his heart throbbed like an earthquake, sending the flames soaring upward. Martin, sensing something, immediately pulled Elizabeth behind him. He then caught sight of Brad Pitt. Pitt walked toward Martin and spotted the burly Bruce. He quickly approached Martin, slipping a hand under his clothes and unconsciously stopping. Elizabeth, having experienced life-or-death situations, hid behind Martin and immediately released his hand. She knew now was not the time to speak. The greatest help she could offer Martin was not to become a burden. Elizabeth quickly took shelter behind a thick pillar. Pitt smiled at them. "Martin Davis." Martin smiled back, greeting them warmly. "Hello, Pitt, I'm not okay." "Not okay at all," Pitt said grimly. "You stole my wife, my girlfriend, my endorsement." "You're so good." Martin shook his head. "You did something wrong, but you're blaming others." He saw many people reacting and pulling out their phones, and called to Bruce, "Let's go." Martin nodded at Elizabeth and prepared to enter the supermarket. Bruce stared at Pitt from behind. Pitt saw them just walk away, and then he looked at the posters of Jolie and Aniston to either side, feeling dissatisfied. "Your bodyguard is very dedicated. I wonder if he's napping? And that's your new girlfriend next to you." Hearing this, Martin suddenly turned around, glanced at Pitt, and then did nothing, dragging Elizabeth into the supermarket. Elizabeth was a little worried. "Are you okay? How about we go back?" Martin comforted her. "It's okay." Elizabeth gave up the idea of continuing to browse the supermarket and went straight to the corresponding shelf, picked up some women's products, and hurriedly dragged Martin to check out. After getting in the car, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Why is Pitt like this?" Martin said directly, "He blamed me for the reason why Jolie and Aniston broke up with him, and me and I did have a few conflicts." Elizabeth reminded, "You should be more careful." "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." Martin smiled. "I'll take you home first." Elizabeth knew that Martin might have something to do, so she didn't say any nonsense. "I can drive back by myself." Martin thought of Pitt. "I'll take you home first." Arriving at the south slope of Sherman Oaks, Martin watched Elizabeth's Porsche enter the Olsen family's mansion, turned around and got into the Escalade driven by Bruce. Bruce didn't drive and asked, "What do you want me to do next?" Martin didn't answer, but asked, "Pete still lives in his mansion in Beverly Hills?" Bruce nodded. "Yes, he has always lived there." "Do you really want to take over his mansion?" "I was just thinking about it at first, but now I feel it is necessary." Martin asked again, "What is Pete's financial situation?" Bruce said roughly, "He has less cash flow and more fixed assets." Nearly 2/3 of the people he violated reached out-of-court settlements with him. More than half of them accepted his cash compensation, some were ready to sign agreements, and the other 1/3 asked for higher compensation. Martin thought for a moment and said, "You notify Ivan and ask him to find a way to encourage the victims to demand more compensation from Pete?" Bruce nodded. "I have an idea." Martin took out his phone and found Thomas's number. He continued, "I'll have Thomas find a way to contact the brands that Pete used to endorse, especially Cadillac. I remember Cadillac once wanted to sue Pete for breach of contract." "That's what happened," Bruce said. "Because after you signed the contract with Cadillac, Cadillac's business performance has improved significantly, so this matter has been temporarily suppressed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 412, Accountability for Breach of Contract. It was still bright outside when Martin drove Nicholson's stretched Lincoln out of the nightclub. The trio, fresh from their facial cleansing service, were in high spirits. Nicholson put on sunglasses and yelled, "Let's have a party. Let's have a party, I can beat 10. No, 20. Leonardo glanced at the old bastard who was under the illusion and said directly, "I don't want to attend your funeral tomorrow." Martin lowered the tailgate slightly and said to the driver, "Go to my place." He raised the tailgate. "I just got a few bottles of good wine. We'll have a drink and look at beauties at the Golden Globe Awards tonight." Leonardo said, "It's obviously a gathering of monsters and demons. Where are the beauties?" Martin pointed at him. "You are the only one who has too many things to do. When you drink too much, I will help you call beauties and call Giselle Bundchen." Leonardo was angry and launched a 3-hit combo. "Do you think I'm afraid of these? If you have the guts, call Giselle Bundchen. As long as you propose to her on the spot, I will immediately hire someone to rent a plane to pick Bundchen up." Martin looked particularly responsible. "I will cover all the expenses of your proposal and marriage." Leonardo was defeated, but unwilling to admit defeat, saying to Nicholson, "See, Jack? Martin's getting cocky. He doesn't even take money seriously anymore. Doesn't he look like a nouveau riche?" Martin leaned back in his seat, his voice dignified and arrogant. "You're showing off to a newly minted multimillionaire." In reality, he only displayed this kind of dissolute demeanor among the 3 jerk guys. A Lincoln quickly pulled up to Martin's house. The 3 jerk guys entered the living room and found someone home. Lily, wearing a professional apron and holding a chisel, was carving a half-man-high clay sculpture. Martin let the 2 jerk guys in first and asked, "When did you get here?" Lily said, "After lunch. I came to help you clean up the house. It was a mess, and since I had nothing to do, I thought I'd practice my hand." She took the initiative to greet Leonardo and Nicholson. Martin also introduced them. As soon as Leonardo heard Lily's name, he understood immediately. "You're the original artist of the Joker statue." "It's me." Lily had been working part-time on the set of The Dark Knight for over 6 months, and she'd grown numb to the sight of so many people holding her Joker sculptures. "Do whatever you want, don't bother me." Martin called Leonardo to the wine cellar to get some wine. Nicholson turned on the TV. The Golden Globe Awards red carpet was already drawing to a close. Leonardo filled 3 glasses and asked Lily, "Want a drink?" Lily shook her head. "I'm not old enough to drink yet." Martin came over, patted Leonardo on the shoulder, and kindly reminded him, "Don't mess with her." Leonardo, confused, sat on the sofa and drank with Martin and Nicholson. Lily was about the same age as Nicholson's daughter, Lorraine. Nicholson raised his glass to her from a distance. "Your sculpture is amazing." "Thank you for the statue." "You're welcome." Lily picked up the can of Coke next to her and clinked glasses with Nicholson from a distance. Leonardo was about to raise his glass when Lily put down the can and picked up a sharp carving knife. The knife fluttered between her slender fingers like a butterfly. Then, Leonardo saw the knife flashing with a cold light as it poked at the clay figure. When she stopped, she saw more than a dozen holes in the sculpture's eyes, throat, heart, and abdomen. If it had been poked into a human. Leonardo quickly turned back, picked up the glass, and downed it all in one gulp, suppressing the trembling sensation in his heart. Martin turned and asked, "What's wrong, Leo?" Leonardo quickly shook his head. "Nothing, I just want to drink." Martin took the bottle and filled it up. "Drink as much as you want. Any wine in my cellar is fine." Of course, Leonardo thought. It seemed like anyone who grew up with Martin wasn't normal. The three of them sipped their wine and watched the Golden Globes. Elsewhere, Lily, noticing that Leonardo had been frightened, repaired the sculpture, pushed it into a storage room, and cleaned up the scene. She said to Martin, "I'm going back to school. Be careful and don't mess up the house." Martin waved his hand. "Let's go. I won't see you off." After Lily left, Martin and the other two enjoyed the Golden Globes, sipping wine and discussing the gossip of the industry. It was a very pleasant experience. For the three of them, the Golden Globes were indeed a joy. For example, Julian Spooner won Best Director for The Diving Bell and The Butterfly. Others like the Coen brothers and Ridley Scott were just runners-up. The former's film for this year was No Country for Old Men, and for Best Actress, it was Julie Christie who won, not Kate Winslet, who had been scooping up every leading actress award since the start of awards season. Of course, Kate wouldn't be disappointed, as she had already won the all-important Screen Actors Guild Award for Best Actress. Martin raised his glass and clinked it with Leonardo's. "I hope Kate wins an Oscar." Leonardo dropped his joke and said, "God bless Kate." Nicholson said bluntly, "Kate has won Best Actress in almost every truly influential award. She's definitely going to win." Martin didn't drink. "Let's not congratulate Kate yet. Opening champagne at halftime is a taboo." Leonardo agreed wholeheartedly. "That's right." Tonight, the Golden Globe Awards attracted a tremendous amount of attention, and the Los Angeles media was completely focused on the dazzling entertainment scene. Caroline, a Latina woman, finished her workday and didn't want to go home immediately, so she decided to find a bar for a drink. Since coming forward with her accusations against Brad Pitt, Caroline's life has been much better. Although the group she leads has never reconciled with Pitt, primarily due to financial disagreements, the money she earns from selling news and paid interviews has significantly improved her family's lives. Caroline even believes Pitt is a good man who has transformed her family's destiny. Of course, one must hold on to such a good person and try to get as much meat as possible. A perfect poem, a post, a content, a book, a forum, a 6 to 9 book, a look. As the sky grew darker, she got out of the car and remained cautious. The security in this Latino community was not very good. Not to mention the almost non-existent surveillance system, even many street lights had been smashed. Caroline hadn't taken a few steps when someone suddenly called her from behind a lamppost. "Hi, Caroline, let's talk." Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Caroline stopped in her tracks, reached into her bag, and grabbed the pepper spray. "Keep your distance. I won't come close. Just a quick chat." The man wore a hood, the brim of the hat obscuring most of his face. "Brad Pitt's assets are beyond your imagination, and he has a lot of fixed assets." Caroline had been making a fuss for almost a year, so she knew a little bit about Pitt's situation. "I know." The man's voice was hoarse and rather harsh. "The small amount of compensation you're asking for is nothing to him. Do you know why he won't budge? It's not because you're asking for too much, but because he wants to drag it out. He has enough assets to keep dragging it out until you can't stand it anymore and naturally reconcile with him," he reminded her. "Don't forget, the Los Angeles police have lifted the restraining order against Pitt." At this point, the man pulled out a tape recorder and pressed play, revealing Pitt's voice. "I'd rather give the money to a lawyer than give a penny to those poor bastards." Caroline, having worked as Pitt's nanny, recognized his voice. "Who are you?" she asked. The man replied, "A kind-hearted person who has a grudge against Pitt and sympathizes with you, the victims." Caroline didn't ask any more questions. The man pulled his hat down and, taking advantage of the darkening sky, walked alone out of the neighborhood. Passing a garbage station, he ripped the tape from a cassette and set it on fire, burning it to ash. The so-called Pitt's words, while authentic and spoken by Pitt, were lines from one of his films. Half an hour later, Jody, fresh from TMZ, sat in a coffee shop. After waiting for a while sipping coffee alone, Ivan hurried in and pulled up a chair to sit across from Jody. Jody asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Ivan ordered a cup of black coffee first, then said, "I recently bought some new equipment and moved house, and I'm out of money." This was an important news source, so Jody didn't say a word, took out his wallet, took out all the cash, and placed it on the table. Right now, this is all I have. Ivan didn't even touch it. He said, I want to make a lot of money. Make a lot of money? Jody pulled his chair forward and lowered his head to Ivan. Any top secret information? Remember the agreement we reached with lawyer Camille? Ivan whispered. We helped her obtain the right to represent Pete's victims, and she gave us a certain percentage of her legal fees as compensation. He was direct. Aren't there still many victims who haven't reached a final settlement with Pete? Can we find a way to increase the compensation? The more compensation the victims receive, the higher Camille's legal fees will be, and the more commission we will get. Jody frowned. This is very complicated. Pete owns a large number of high-quality assets. Ivan did his homework. I have confirmed that several brands that Pete previously represented are planning to unite and hold Pete accountable for breach of contract during his endorsement period. This matter is not new, because Cadillac had a commotion last year. Jody pondered and said, as the global image spokesperson for many brands, strictly speaking, Pete's Nannygate incident has indeed caused huge reputation and image losses to the relevant brands. Ivan clenched his fist and pounded the table. Their business groups are in the front to eat the meat, and we follow behind. If we pick up more scraps, it will be enough to fill us up. There are huge benefits in front of them. Jody would not be willing to give up if she doesn't try. She asked, is there any problem with your source of information? Ivan said, absolutely no problem. Jody made up her mind. I'll go find lawyer Camille. She left the coffee shop and did not rush to leave. After getting in the car, she made several calls in a row and soon got accurate news that Cadillac had notified its law firm in Los Angeles to restart the pursuit of Pete's breach of contract. Chapter 413 Hate is higher than the sky. Breitling, a Swiss watch manufacturer boasting over a century of history, has garnered considerable attention in North America in recent years. Their global ambassador, Brad Pitt, has frequently made headlines around the world. Whether it was his divorce from Jennifer Aniston or his pursuit of Angelina Jolie, Breitling welcomed both, and the viral publicity brought Breitling considerable exposure. However, last year's Nannygate scandal shocked Breitling, which quickly terminated its contract with Brad Pitt and distanced itself from the brand. Due to slow action, and the failure to conduct crisis public relations as quickly as Cadillac and immediately sign a highly influential spokesperson like Martin Davis at a high price, Breitling's brand image has been severely damaged globally. At Breitling's North American headquarters in Los Angeles, Fox, the branch's president who took office at the end of last year, stood at the head of the conference table with a serious expression. This quarter, the company's primary task in North America is to restore the brand image, regain previous market share, and further expand into the high-end North American market. A dozen or so subordinates sat at either side of the long conference table. The deputy at the head of the left table chimed in, sign a new spokesperson. The person across from him said, I think Tom Cruise would be a good choice. Another shook his head. No, Tom Cruise has been plagued by negative news lately, and his relationship with Scientology is too complicated. He might end up in obscurity one day. The risk is too great. Paul, sitting in the middle seat, said, I have a half-baked idea. Fox glanced at him. Go ahead. I've received confirmation that Cadillac is reopening its legal action against Brad Pitt, its former global brand ambassador, for breach of contract and the resulting brand damage. Paul's idea was informed by whispers from others, but also by his own work. His responsibility was Breitling's marketing and promotion. I think we could get involved, maybe even hold a press conference and launch a high-profile legal action against Brad Pitt for breach of contract. His deputy understood his intention. Get public attention, Paul said. Launching a high-profile legal action for breach of contract would not only draw public attention to Breitling, but also demonstrate that Breitling is a responsible company and brand. Another voice expressed doubts. It's been a year since Pitt's nanny scandal. It's not too late. The timing is perfect. Paul had taken the initiative in this meeting, having carefully considered the matter. Breitling spent a year gathering evidence and assessing Pitt's performance. Currently, 1/3 of the victims have yet to reach a settlement with him, suggesting he has no intention of repenting. Breitling gave him a chance, but there was no need to elaborate further. Fox understood everything and said directly, Paul, come up with a detailed plan as soon as possible. Marketing, legal, and PR will fully cooperate. Paul then added, boss, the nanny scandal has damaged Breitling's global brand image. We must demand a substantial amount of compensation for breach of contract. The deputy couldn't help but laugh. That's right. Within a relatively reasonable range of compensation, the larger the amount, the more attention it will attract. That afternoon after the meeting, Paul presented a detailed plan. The legal department and the attorneys at the representative law firm were all fired up, especially the latter, eager to wipe out Brad Pitt's entire fortune. The more compensation Pitt demanded, the higher their legal fees would be. Breitling then announced plans to hold a press conference to pursue legal action against Brad Pitt for breach of contract as its global spokesperson. Almost simultaneously, Cadillac also officially announced the initiation of legal proceedings, pursuing Pitt, its former spokesperson, for any damages to its brand image caused by his breach of contract. Public opinion was in an uproar, and the attention on both brands rivaled that of the Oscars next month. Cadillac also took the opportunity to launch its new model for this year. Litigation for breach of contract isn't the goal, it's just a means for these companies. At the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, a very ordinary Ford sedan pulled into the underground parking lot. Aniston, driving, hadn't even exited the car when her phone began buzzing in her bag. She pulled it out, answered the call, and said in a rather unpleasant tone, "Holy Mother, why are you running back here when you're not helping the suffering war refugees?" Jolie's voice rang through the receiver. "Have you arrived at the hotel yet? We agreed to go together, no one can have sex alone. Wait for me, don't go up on your own, I'll be there soon." Aniston's teeth ached with anger. "I was crazy to agree to this." "You weren't crazy that time, you were trying to get back at me." Jolie exposed her thoughts. "You pushed Martin so hard, weren't you just trying to make me suffer? Today, I'm going to get back everything you owe me." For some reason, Aniston's tone softened. "I'll wait for you." She had observed carefully before, Jolie always seemed to enjoy herself when she was in front of Martin. Aniston wanted to try it, too. 10 minutes later, a shabby Chevrolet pulled into the underground parking lot. Jolie waved to Aniston, and the two met at the elevator door. Their eyes met, and a crackling sound like electricity clashed. So stuffy, what a fake saint. They exchanged secret codes, took the dedicated elevator upstairs, and knocked on the door of a business suite. The door opened and Martin opened his arms to welcome them. "My dear, you are finally here. I have missed you so much." Julie slumped down on the sofa and asked, "When will you pull your new lover over so we can see her?" Aniston revealed her true colors. "Why, do you want to pull her in?" She was not as unscrupulous as Julie, and said directly, "3 people are already crowded, I don't like to add another person." "Wait," Martin was dissatisfied. "Whether to add people or not is another matter. Why don't you ask for my opinion?" Aniston didn't want to continue this topic, pointing at Julie and said, "Next time, you stay in the back." Julie was unhappy. "You have tasted the benefits, and you still want to occupy the place. This place originally belonged to me. I pity you, so I give you some space." As one of the female opinion leaders in Hollywood and the leader of Me Too, Aniston is no longer the woman who would take the initiative to give in when things didn't go her way. Facing a tough Jolie, she acted just as tough. "You fake saint. Don't think you're the only one who's snatching things away." Jolie snorted. "Martin, I told you long ago, Jen is just a stuffy bitch." Martin hadn't called them over to hear the two bicker. "Let's talk business," he said. Jolie said, "Throughout human history, has there ever been anything more serious?" "That's right," Aniston said, turning to Jolie's side. "We're talking business." Martin, enraged, fired his tanks, and launched the war again. As the shells rained down, he finally had complete control of the war situation. Recently, victims who haven't received proper compensation have united once again and launched an offensive against Pitt. Martin could now focus on the main topic. In addition, manufacturers, including Breitling and Cadillac, have also launched lawsuits against Pitt for breach of contract. Aniston nodded. "I've noticed that." Jolie was more perceptive than she was. "Did Pitt mess with you again?" Martin waved his hand. "It's not about me. It's mainly because Cadillac asked for my opinion, and I can't bear to see the victims living in such misery." Jolie actually no longer cared about Pitt. But Aniston was different. Not only was she abandoned, but she was also slammed with the mud by Pitt. The thought of revenge never ceased. "Martin, what do you want to do?" Martin said, "As the initiator of Me Too and an opinion leader among Hollywood women, why don't you guide the relevant public opinion? Let your huge organization continue to pay attention to Pitt's nanny scandal. After all, the nanny scandal is the source of Me Too. Me Too does things from beginning to end and is more likely to win praise." Jolie pointed at Martin and laughed. "You are worthy of being my teacher." Aniston nodded and said righteously, "This is the responsibility and mission of women's rights organizations. Of course it cannot be shirked." Jolie continued, count me in. Public opinion can influence the judiciary. Martin knew this very well. Don't you think that if Pitt can't turn over at all, or even get out of Los Angeles, we can have more fun? Pitt's words in the supermarket made him feel that he should not give Pitt any chance to turn over. Jolie said, I don't care. If you're having fun, I'll play along. Aniston, however, was lost in thought. After a long pause, she said, the nanny scandal will ruin Pitt's reputation and future, but he still has a lot of assets. Although their assets had previously been separate, she, as his ex-wife, understood, what you've done alone is far from enough to deplete Pitt's wealth and energy. Martin, who didn't understand Pitt as well as Aniston, asked, what do you mean? It's simple. Find Pitt's illegitimate children and demand exorbitant compensation. The legal fees will be horrific. Perhaps no one in the world hated Pitt more than Aniston, especially after Martin added fuel to the fire. An ex-wife, and even an ex-wife whose hatred was deeper than the sky, was a deadly weapon. Aniston said coldly, I can hint at it, vaguely, and suggest that Pitt does have several illegitimate children. Hearing this, Jolie suddenly decided that it would be best not to provoke Aniston too much in the future. Chapter 414, Selling Assets. The next morning, Martin rubbed his face as he came downstairs. He walked out of the hotel and got into Bruce's car. He leaned back in the thick chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Bruce asked, just in time, you can do it? You can't handle just two people. Martin held up two fingers and emphasized, they're two women over 30, each one more fierce than the other. Seeing Bruce about to taunt him again, he simply used his trump card, wait until Kim and Chloe are older, over 30, and then get them together, and you'll understand. Bruce fell silent. Martin's eyes widened, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. No way, you flew with them. Bruce remained silent. He simply didn't want to deal with this jerk who only wanted to hit people in the face. Martin shook her head. Sisters, that's enough. Bruce abruptly changed the subject. Ivan instigated Jody from TMZ, and together they persuaded the victims' lawyers. All the victims who didn't sign the settlement agreement doubled their compensation, citing the immense emotional stress and trauma they'd endured over the past year. Martin nodded and said, it's said that Brad Pitt has several illegitimate children. Aniston would have found a few. Bruce was surprised at first, then understood. Jennifer Aniston said that. Martin nodded slightly, checked the time, and said, let's go to the studio. Training will resume today. Bruce thought to himself, ex-wives are truly terrifying creatures. What's the best way to avoid suffering from an ex-wife's abuse? Bruce quickly thought, don't get married. The crew had been using the code name Dog, and after another conference call, it was officially confirmed as John Wick. This was once the title of a Chinese film. The American version was simply named after the male protagonist, John Wick. This is a common Hollywood naming convention, where the film is directly named after the protagonist, like Forrest Gump and Nemo. Martin, Chad, and Louise all voted in favor of John Wick, believing it to be more appealing than simply naming after the protagonist. In the Los Angeles District Court, a recent out-of-court mediation attempt failed again. Camille, the victim's attorney, was the first to leave the mediation room. Senior Attorney Calderon, acting as mediator, looked at Pitt and his attorney and advised, the longer you delay, the worse it will be for you. Attorney Bratt shook his hand and said, we'll resolve this as soon as possible. Pitt also stood up, shook Calderon's hand, and left the room, heading for the parking lot. Bratt followed behind, still on the phone. Something's not right. Someone's targeting you. Hurry and spend the money to deal with these women. He hung up the phone and emphatically reminded Pitt, the law firm just called me. The lawyers from Breitling and Cadillac have arrived. Pitt was furious. These bastards are only interested in their own interests and don't care about anyone else's life. Blatt offered a sincere suggestion, you'd better talk to them. As the two entered the parking lot, a dozen women suddenly ran out of a bus. They included white, black, Latina, and mixed-race people. They pointed at Pitt and cursed him, murderer, rapist, sleazy, as they raged. 6 or 7 reporters, either with cameras or video cameras, recorded the entire scene. Pitt's face was itched with rage, and he was about to speak. Blatt quickly pulled him aside, saying, stop talking. Let's go. But it was too late. 3 women, carrying children of varying sizes, pulled out from behind a car, blocking Pitt's path. One of the blonde women put the girl down and pointed at Pitt in the front, saying, call daddy. Hurry up and call daddy. That's your daddy. Pete was stunned for a moment. The little girl cried out in a baby voice, "Daddy!" The black woman slapped the black child on the head. "You stupid pig. Hurry up and call Daddy." The other woman, holding a girl no older than 3, looked at Pete with tears in her eyes and said, "This is your child, Pete, this is your child. Look at it." Blatt dragged the stunned Pete between the 2 cars, saying, "Ignore them, don't answer anything, just go ahead, Pete, she's your child," a voice shouted from behind. "Don't try to evade your father's responsibility, go after your daddy." The oldest child actually chased after them. Terrified, Pete jumped into the car, slamming the door shut, not daring to emerge. This move was too powerful. Facing a 6 or 7-year-old child, Pete was at a loss for how to handle it. As soon as Blatt got in the car, he shouted to Pete, "Whether they're real or fake, remember, they're all fake." Pete nodded repeatedly. "Impossible." Blatt inevitably asked, "Do you always take precautions?" Pete paused, then shook his head. "A lot of times, it's just improvisation." "Damn it," Blatt cursed, feeling like he might be facing the most difficult lawsuit of his career. Even as Pete got in the car, the reporters wouldn't let him go. The 3 mothers with the children immediately became the focus. TMZ's Jody personally stepped in, pointing at the children and asking, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" Her question allowed the women to express themselves freely and without restraint. The blonde white woman pulled the child over and sobbed, "This is Brad Pitt and my child. Brad Pitt and I had sex many times back then. One time, when I got pregnant, I believed it was sweet talk. To avoid getting him into trouble, I took the child to Canada," she sobbed. As a single mother, raising a child is incredibly difficult. "For the sake of her education and future, I have no choice but to bring her to find her father. If only Brad Pitt would acknowledge the child, I would immediately leave Los Angeles and not cause them any trouble." Jody wiped her tears. "You're a strong mother." The blonde white woman even held out a keepsake from Brad Pitt. "This is something Brad Pitt gave me when I left home pregnant. It's signed on it." Jody had an assistant behind her move forward to film the scene. Even if Jennifer Aniston threw away a lot of similar items, if she looked carefully, she'd always find a few. The assistant took a picture and said, "Boss, I recognize this." Brad Pitt wore it in Snatch, the exact same one. Next to them, the black woman spoke to another media reporter's camera, describing every detail with vivid detail. Security finally arrived and finally cleared a path for Pitt's car, allowing them to leave. While the other colleagues were still fussing over the 3 mothers and their alleged illegitimate children, Jody was thinking further ahead. It's not uncommon in Hollywood and celebrity circles for women to emerge with their children and seek out the alleged fathers. Nicholson, one of the bastards, had a similar experience, ultimately settling out of court to avoid legal proceedings. While this was indeed big news, the real buzz wasn't about how many illegitimate children Pitt had, but how these children were actually connected to him. Whether or not it was true didn't even matter. Without legal proceedings, given the typical Hollywood celebrity behavior, even Pitt himself might not be sure. Ivan came over with a handheld camera and asked, "Are you going?" Jody came to her senses and said, "What are you going to do?" Ivan had already made plans and said, "We're going to interview Pitt's ex-wife Aniston and Pitt's ex-girlfriends and others. I believe they will know something about whether Pitt has an illegitimate child." Jody slapped her forehead and said, "How could I forget Aniston and the others? Let's go. Hurry, we have to get ahead of everyone else." That afternoon, the video of Aniston's interview appeared on the TMZ homepage, right next to Pitt's news. "I think a man should have a basic sense of responsibility. It's not terrible to make mistakes, but you have to face them actively and take responsibility. I didn't see these in Brad Pitt. More than a year has passed since the incident, and there are still so many victims who have not received fair and just results. They are still suffering from various injuries this year." As an opinion leader of Me Too, Aniston's words are quite appealing. She then talked about the so-called illegitimate child. She was vague. "Brad Pitt and I were married. A lot of things happened during that time. I tolerated a lot, including the divorce. Even if he attributed all the reasons to me, I still chose to tolerate and remain silent. As for the illegitimate child, you should ask him." She didn't explicitly say that there was one, but everyone who watched the news video believed that Brad Pitt had one. Jolie, another influential opinion leader, also gave an interview. In a manner befitting her personality, she explained, "Why did I break up with Brad Pitt? The reason is very simple. But no matter what happened, the child shouldn't be harmed." After Breitling and Cadillac announced they were suing Brad Pitt for breach of contract and liability, Three mothers asked Camille to represent them in a Los Angeles court, seeking various financial compensation. Most insightfully, Pitt's ex-girlfriend, Gwyneth Paltrow, saw the value of this movement and actively jumped in to capitalize on it. Why did I break up with Brad Pitt? Because I couldn't stand him. He cheated on me, abused me, and threatened me. Pepper's character is as strong as steel. When I learned Brad Pitt had a child out of wedlock, I broke up with him immediately. I didn't want to be with him for even a second. A new round of the Beat the Dog Down campaign has begun. Driven by the victims and public opinion, the LAPD was forced to summon Brad Pitt once again. Faced with a torrent of public opinion and numerous lawsuits, Pitt had no choice but to address the potential criminal consequences. Money was the best solution. Pitt is a wealthy man, but wealth and cash flow are two different things. He has too much money tied up in assets. He wanted to claim Plan B dividends, but the Aniston-controlled board of directors used a legitimate excuse to postpone last year's dividend until the end of the year. Pitt had no choice but to follow the lead of many Hollywood veterans and sell off fixed assets to raise funds. Chapter 415, a friend takes the initiative to help solve financial difficulties. After hanging up the phone and putting it down, Martin picked up his knife and fork, cut into the barbecue Lily had prepared, and carefully ate a piece, finding it surprisingly delicious. He swallowed it and said, "When did you develop such cooking skills?" Lily deftly cut the barbecue into small, square pieces and said with a smile, "I learned this from Hall. I wasn't very good at first, but Hall was very supportive. Even if I added too much salt and the meat burned, he would still eat it all." Martin observed a 2-second silence for Hall. It's not easy for him to grow up this big. Bruce, head bowed, looked from Martin to Lily, thinking that his younger brother might have been deprived of human rights since childhood. Martin finished his meal and handed a set of materials to Lily. "Take a look." Lily thought it was some kind of review material. After all, Martin, a rude man, had given her several boxes of buffalo horns as gifts. Lily was more confident facing Martin than she had been with Elena. She said weakly, "I've tried my best." "No need to give me this." Martin couldn't help but laugh. "Take a look first." Lily opened the file bag and found that it was mostly photos of a mansion. It looked quite large. Not to mention the courtyard and sports field, there were 2 large villas alone. She had been in Los Angeles for over a year and had some knowledge of the area. This mansion was probably worth over $20 million. Martin asked, "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" "Very good." Lily misunderstood. "This is too expensive." Martin broke her fantasy. "Don't worry, I'm not buying it for you. The house has just been put on the market. You go and buy it for me in your name." Lily was puzzled. "Why don't you go in person?" "If I go, I have to go through another process, which is so troublesome." Martin told the truth. "This house belongs to a friend of mine. He is in some trouble now and lacks sufficient cash flow. He wants to sell the property to raise money. I have a good relationship with him. It would not be a good idea to take advantage of his misfortune and buy his house at a low price." Lily thought to herself, "Who on earth is so unlucky to have such a good friend like you? He must have been cursed by Satan since birth." But in the end, she only dared to think about such things and did not dare to say them out loud. Martin asked, "If you don't want to go, I'll find someone else." Lily quickly agreed. "No problem." She decided to straighten her back a little. After all, she was a wealthy woman, and her financial foundation gave her some confidence. "After you buy it, leave me a room to decorate as I please, okay?" Martin wasn't Elena, after all. He wouldn't respond with an iron fist to love, but he was a bit more ruthless in some ways. "From now on, the cleanliness of the villa will be in your hands." Lily looked at the villa in the photo, then at her artist's hands, and felt like crying. Martin deliberately said, "Go ahead, multimillionaire lady, buy that mansion." Lily stood up, straightened her clothes, took the information Martin handed her, contacted a real estate agent, and then got out in her red Cadillac and headed straight for Beverly Hills. After more than 6 months on the set of The Dark Knight, Lily had seen a lot and was not afraid at all. Martin and Bruce got into a Volkswagen sedan and followed. Beverly Hills, the prime area north of Sunset Boulevard. Pitt walked past the outdoor pool in the back garden and entered the back door of the main house. He picked up his bag and surveyed the somewhat empty house, feeling a pang of reluctance. He bought it a few years ago for over $12 million, practically abandoned, the money essentially going to the land. He then spent over $25 million on demolition and reconstruction, finally achieving its present state. I think this house is worth $30 million, Pitt said, looking at his investment advisor. But it's only listed for $13 million, the advisor replied. This isn't a few years ago. We're in the midst of an economic crisis, the real estate market is sluggish, and prices are falling across the country. And we need to sell urgently, so we need to lower the price to sell quickly. There aren't many buyers willing to shell out tens of millions of dollars for a house all at once. Living in Beverly Hills, you've seen the situation around you. There are plenty of houses that are vacant but can't be sold because of the price. Of course, Pitt saw that, otherwise, why would he have agreed to sell at such a price? He used to think having too much cash was a waste of assets, but when it came time to use it, he realized that liquidity was his lifeblood. The investment advisor continued, if you don't sell this one, you'll have to sell your house or estate in New York. Pete didn't want to stay in Los Angeles anymore, the city made him feel insecure. No, I can't sell my house in New York, but what about the stocks on the stock market? The investment advisor's face sank. You can't find anyone to take over your Fannie Mae shares. His words were pleasant enough. A few years ago, real estate was incredibly hot, and Washington authorities had made it a key economic priority. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were the stars of the stars. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this boom couldn't last. He had advised Pete not to invest in Fannie Mae, but Pete ignored him. As a result, most of his cash flow was tied up in Fannie Mae. Now, Fannie Mae stock was worth little more than worthless paper. Pete said with a sense of forlornness, I hope the next owner will treat this house well. The investment advisor received a call. Good news. The real estate agent will be bringing someone to view the house soon. Pete, desperate for a large sum of cash to address his current challenges, which might even lead to jail time, immediately headed out. Let's go. As they were leaving the gate in their car, they saw two cars approaching. They recognized the car in front, the real estate agent's Mercedes, but behind it was an unfamiliar red Cadillac. Through the Cadillac's windshield, Pete saw a pretty young woman driving. Real estate agent Susan's Mercedes was parked by the fountain in front of the villa. When Lily got out, she said, this house was only built 6 years ago, and the previous owner lived there for only 3. Everything looks brand new. Lily walked up the steps and looked out. The front yard, planted with flowers and palm trees, was spacious and flat. The separate outdoor barbecue area could easily host a party for hundreds without feeling crowded. Nearby, 2 large 2-story villas with lofts were connected in an L shape, yet each was independent. Behind the houses, on one side was a garden and outdoor swimming pool, and on the other, a tennis court and helicopter pad. Compared to this mansion, Martin's current place was far inferior. Lily had a feeling that under normal circumstances, the $13 million the real estate agent had mentioned would never buy it. Just buying the land would be a good deal. She asked curiously, Susan, who owns this house? Unable to hide the truth, Susan replied bluntly, it's Brad Pitt. You've probably heard of him. He wouldn't have sold it at that price if he hadn't needed to raise the money quickly. Hearing Pitt's name, Lily immediately understood why Martin hadn't come in person. Pitt was Martin's good friend. Lily followed Susan around and said, I don't want any of the furniture or anything. Lower the price a bit. If it's a good fit, I'll sign the contract and pay you today. Unable to make the final decision, Susan made some phone calls and finally settled on $12 million. With a global economic crisis, it wasn't easy to find a client who could quickly cough up such a large sum of cash. The next day, Lily, accompanied by her lawyer, accompanied Susan through the various paperwork. But before they could even warm their wallets, they were forced to transfer the money to Martin. Pitt only kept the proceeds from the sale for 2 days before reaching a settlement with the victims group led by Caroline, and dispersed a significant portion of the proceeds. In this critical period, Pitt cut the Gordian knot, fully imitating the method used by the Bastards leader Nicholson to deal with his illegitimate child. He offered the man a sum of money to get rid of him, and signed an agreement to keep him as far away as possible to avoid legal proceedings. This was mainly due to his guilty conscience. If legal proceedings were to proceed and a positive paternity test was found, it would not just be a small payment, but a huge loss. With these concerns resolved, Pitt and his lawyers could focus on fighting Breitling and Cadillac's breach of contract lawsuits. Compared to those, these were the most formidable opponents. If he couldn't settle out of court, or lost a lawsuit, Pitt could even go bankrupt due to the damages. To assemble a powerful legal team, Pitt raised more funds and sold a luxury apartment near Central Park in New York City at a low price. He renovated it, but never lived in it. New York was the hardest hit by the economic crisis, and real estate prices were already low. The rush to sell their property to raise funds forced the price to drop further. Martin had someone keep an eye on Pete, and his helper, Lily, immediately took action, flying to New York and buying a 300-square-meter apartment with Central Park views. The main point was that a good friend would help out with a financial problem. Pete didn't know about it yet, but when he did, he'd be bursting with gratitude. In Beverly Hills, Martin ignored Lily, his helper, who was busy in New York, and called his beloved little witch. Together, they drove their Porsche to the luxurious villa north of Sunset Boulevard. When the car pulled up, Martin pressed the wireless key, and the wrought iron gates opened automatically. Elizabeth drove along the curved main road to the villa's fountain plaza. After parking, she said, "This house is huge. Much nicer than my sister's," Martin pointedly mentioned. "It has an indoor pool, but we haven't bought the furniture yet." Elizabeth jumped out of the car and said, "Come on, let's go inside." The mansion, 6 years old and meticulously maintained, looked practically new. Martin didn't intend to touch the exterior, but the interior needed some renovations and new furniture. Elizabeth was more and more satisfied with the house. The courtyard was large enough, the building area was also large, and it had everything, including an indoor swimming pool and a fitness room. There was also a private theater that could accommodate more than a dozen people watching movies at the same time, and a large dining room that could accommodate more than 30 people. 2 years ago, this house would have sold for at least $28 million. Elizabeth knew something about luxury houses. "You got a great bargain." Martin smiled and said nothing more. He grabbed the woman, grabbed the endorsement, grabbed the movie role, and then grabbed the luxury house. Chapter 416, Poverty Leads to Change. "It's a beautiful house, Martin. You have really good taste." Standing on the highest terrace of the villa, Nicholson took off his sunglasses and looked around. "When we move, we must hold a grand party. If we don't invite more than 50 supermodels, you can just jump off from here." Martin pretended not to hear the last sentence and said, "The interior needs to be renovated. The plan has just been finalized. The move will not be until summer." Instead, he remembered the first sentence. "Jack, you have good taste." "You can see that I have extraordinary taste." Leonardo next to him couldn't stand it anymore. "I remember that this house was newly built by Pete. I'm very curious, why is Pete willing to sell it to you at a low price?" Martin said, "Because Pete and I are good friends." Leonardo felt that something was wrong and asked, "Does Pete know that the house has fallen into your hands?" Martin waved his hand. "Don't care about these trivial matters, I understand." Leonardo began to think of bad ideas. "Aren't you going to tell Pete? He doesn't know and doesn't thank you properly. Don't you think something is missing? This matter is incomplete." Nicholson patted Martin on the shoulder. "How can you do good deeds without leaving your name?" He took out his cell phone and called his daughter. "Lorraine, bring your camera and come to the north side of Sunset Boulevard. Aren't you short of pocket money? Shoot some videos and sell them to TMZ for money." Martin looked at the two idiots and said, "You are really my good brothers." He had no intention of stopping them, and he didn't care. "Who's the neighbor?" "Let's say hello," Nicholson said, gesturing to both sides. "I've got a bazooka and special fireworks in my car. If they fire this, they'll definitely remember you." Martin quickly said, "I haven't even asked who the neighbor is yet. Don't mess around. Not everyone can pull off the same stunts as you and Warren Beatty." Nicholson said, "Man, if it's a beautiful neighbor, you'll hit the jackpot." Leonardo replied, "Martin's jackpot isn't a beautiful neighbor, it's a married beautiful neighbor." Not long after, Lorraine drove into the yard and, following her father's advice, filmed everywhere with a DV. She then called a TMZ reporter and rushed over to sell the footage. Martin Davis's new home was certainly newsworthy. Nicholson said, "Let's go to the nightclub. Time to wash up. I've got Warren Beatty and Scorsese with me." Martin got in Leonardo's car and they drove to the nightclub. After a while, Scorsese and Warren Beatty also arrived. A few people went backstage to select the actors, then entered the VIP room for a facial cleanser service. As the cleanser rolled down his face, Scorsese felt refreshed, a dozen years younger, and feeling like he was back on track. He said, "I've been on hiatus for over a year. I'm really bored, so I'm planning on making a new film." Martin joked, "Are you going to earn money for baby formula?" Nicholson offered a harsh truth. Alimony. Martin knew this. His first 4 marriages had provided Scorsese with immense artistic motivation. Warren Beatty, who hangs out at the Academy, said, They won't give you another Best Director statuette easily, no matter, one is enough. Scorsese, having let go of his Oscar obsession, stopped dwelling on it and looked at Leonardo. Give me a schedule from the second half of this year to the first half of next year. Without a second thought, Leonardo agreed. I'm on call. Nicholson asked Martin, what are you planning? Martin's answer was simple and direct, money, of course. A gun-and-gun action movie, Leonardo said, only when you have enough money can you afford to pursue art. Warren Beatty agreed, without money, even artistic recognition is hard to come by. Although he didn't say it explicitly, everyone knew he was referring to the Oscar statuette. Martin asked, is my chances of getting a nomination this time high? You're one of 5 nominees for Best Actor, as announced by the Screen Actors Guild. Warren Beatty said bluntly, if you don't get a nomination, you can throw all the fireworks from Jack's house at my house. Martin and the others laughed. Warren Beatty warned, don't even think about winning. 90% of the Best Actor award goes to Daniel Day-Lewis. Then, the 5 of them went back for another round of face washing. Each one left feeling more energetic than the last. Martin also learned about Scorsese's next project, Shutter Island. Leonardo DiCaprio had found a new investor from Asia who could easily solve the production financing problem. Martin maintained his boundaries, never intending to get involved. In New York, Lily emerged from the elevator, took out her key, and opened the door to her luxury apartment. She'd never lived in a house like this before. When the Carters were broke, they also had a shabby, detached wooden house in the Clayton neighborhood. Lily changed her shoes and walked through the entryway into the living room. The house had never been lived in, everything was brand new. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Central Park. Pitt has a great eye for real estate, Lily admired. Much better than Martin, but then she realized that Martin didn't need good taste, just keeping an eye on Pitt would yield results. Ultimately, Martin was the real deal. Lily had decided to stay here tonight, in a luxurious apartment spanning over 300 square meters. She wanted to be the first person to move in. 2 blocks away, in an apartment nearly half the size, Brad Pitt lay alone in bed, unable to sleep. Lacking the cash to pay his compensation and legal fees, he had been forced to sell off assets at low prices to raise funds. Brad Pitt felt a financial crisis. With so much going out and no income, it was difficult for him to enjoy life. A return to the way things were in Hollywood was almost impossible. He had been kicked out of Plan B's board of directors, and it was unclear how long Jennifer Aniston would withhold his dividends, potentially leading to legal action. When he was earning $20 million for a film, Brad Pitt felt money was just a number. Now, with all this trouble, the economic crisis had wiped out his entire Fannie Mae investment, and he was constantly being targeted by women like Meetup. Brad Pitt truly felt the hardship of making money. He lay awake all night, analyzing what else he could do to make money. Naturally, Pitt thought of his fame. Even if it was infamous, he was still a celebrity. Even a so-called socialite like Kim Kardashian could make tens of millions of dollars from a video. He would surely earn even more. For now, Pitt just had an idea. In the press room of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Beverly Hills, the Oscar nominees' luncheon was underway. Academy President Sidney Guinness and renowned Hollywood sweetheart Jessica Alba hosted the luncheon. Martin sat at the same table with Kate and Sam Mendes. Jessica Alba announced the nominations one by one, quickly reaching the Best Actor and Best Actress categories. Both Martin and Kate were relatively unfazed by the nominations, as the Screen Actors Guild nominations were often a replica of the Oscar acting nominations. Sure enough, as Jessica Alba introduced them, Martin and Kate's names appeared on the big screen in the press room. The Best Actor nominees are George Clooney, Daniel Day-Lewis, and Martin Davis. The Best Actress nominees are Kate Winslet, Marion Cotillard, and Ellen Page. Cheers echoed from the surroundings, especially from the table next door, where the Juno crew was celebrating the loudest. A low-budget film that achieved both artistic and commercial success was truly worth celebrating. Martin stood up, arms wide open. Congratulations, Kate, congratulations, to Martin. Kate and Martin hugged. It was only a nomination, after all. Then, Sam Mendes received a Best Director nomination. The Reader received 6 Oscar nominations: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Cinematography. A group photo of the nominees took place, with Ellen Page standing in front of Martin. The latter turned and saw him, quickly greeting him. "Hello, Martin. "Congratulations on your Best Actor nomination." Martin smiled and replied, "Congratulations to you too, you played an exceptional role." Ellen Page's face flashed with surprise. "Really? You saw it?" Martin hadn't even seen the film and changed the subject slightly. "My favorite parts are still paw patches and hard candy. Hard candy, in particular, is incredibly memorable." Ellen Page added, "I love your performances so much and hope to have the opportunity to work with you again." The photo op began, and Martin said nothing more, joining the hundreds of people in a group photo. In addition to receiving an Oscar nomination, he will continue to serve as an awards presenter. Spurred by the positive Oscar news, The Reader, which had been rapidly declining in North American theaters, experienced a resurgence at the box office. The weekend after the nominations luncheon, the film expanded its North American run to 1,457 theaters and continued for 2 weekends, earning an additional $8.74 million in North America, bringing its cumulative North American box office to $68.11 million. The final North American box office is certain to exceed $70 million, but that's about it. The film's genre dictates that it won't break the $100 million mark. While both films deal with the Nazis and the Holocaust, The Reader falls far short of Schindler's List in terms of entertainment value, lacking even the poignant happy ending so beloved by North American audiences. Furthermore, the film has already been released in Germany and the UK, and thanks to its story and the charismatic cast, it has already grossed over $10 million in both countries. Other overseas markets will follow soon. Following the Oscars, the DVD market is in full swing. While Martin was preparing for his Oscars, Louise, who had been in New York to promote John Wick, rushed back to Los Angeles, bringing with her a new sponsor. Chapter 417 Black Collar. At Warner Brothers Studios, in the John Wick studio, Martin met the sponsor representative from Germany, a middle-aged brown-haired man named Hoffman Koch. Louise introduced the two parties, emphasizing, Hoffman is the New York representative of the German company Heckler & Koch. After hearing about our project, he insisted on coming to Los Angeles to meet you and wanted to sponsor our film. Martin, facing the man who came to give him money, naturally smiled and offered polite words. HK's name is well known. I'm also a firearms enthusiast. I have used products such as the MP5, USP, and HK rifles. They are much better than American weapons. You're too polite, Mr. Davis. I've always wanted to meet you, but I've never had the chance to meet. Hoffman didn't look like a German, but more like a Yankee who's savvy in business. A few years ago, when I saw the video at Burbank High School, I knew you were an expert with guns. Martin, speaking from the perspective of a Los Angeles city hero, said, "It's a pity that I couldn't save more people." He then talked about his own background. "I grew up in the slums of Atlanta surrounded by gangs. I once founded a community defense alliance. Only by becoming proficient in using weapons and becoming powerful can I protect myself and those I care about." Hoffman took the opportunity to offer a gift. "On behalf of HK, I'd like to present you with a complete set of our civilian products. Please don't refuse. We'll help you with all the legal procedures." Martin acted familiar with HK products. "Do you have your new HK 416 carbine?" Hoffman said, "California has strict gun restrictions, so there's only a semi-automatic civilian version." Louise interrupted, "Hoffman is here to sponsor our film on behalf of HK. I've discussed the film with Ms. Meyer and reviewed the script and some of the set designs." Hoffman was direct. "The film consists almost entirely of explosive gunfights and action. I've spoken with headquarters, and they were interested in sponsoring all the firearms used by your protagonist." Martin glanced at Louise, and their eyes met for a moment. He'd heard from Louise on the phone earlier that she'd been busy during her business trip to New York to negotiate filming locations and other matters, and had brought back a sponsor. Martin asked, "Your requirement is that the male lead, played by me, use only HK products?" He bluntly stated, "There are many scenes where the male lead picks up guns and shoots." Hoffman, understanding Martin's meaning, said, "The main weapon that the male lead meticulously prepares must come from HK." He certainly understood the key to the partnership. "Besides the weapons, we will also assist the crew with a series of filming arrangements in New York and provide a substantial venue sponsorship." Martin glanced at Louise and said, "I have no objection." Louise said to Hoffman, "We'll discuss the specific details of the cooperation tomorrow." Hoffman stopped discussing these matters and instead chatted with Martin about firearms. Discovering that Martin was indeed a true expert with them, he suggested HK choose this film primarily because of Martin's growing commercial appeal and his reputation as a city hero. having taken down criminals with his guns. While discussing guns, Hoffman also tentatively inquired whether Martin would be interested in producing a series of shooting practice posters and videos for HK. Martin refused without hesitation. Even in a place like the United States, where guns are rampant, only a foolish public figure would agree to such an endorsement deal with a gun manufacturer. As a leading man in a movie, he could use any weapon he wanted, but not in real life. Martin and Louise negotiated a deal with Hoffman, and their staff quickly finalized the terms. HK would not only provide the crew with gun props, but also sponsor the filming with $3 million. This contract seemed to have made a significant contribution to free America. We expect advertising revenue to reach $10 million. In the office, Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and said, "The Coca-Cola sponsorship deal has been finalized. They'll provide $4 million in advertising." Martin asked with concern, "What specific requirements do they have?" Louise smiled and said, "You're the leader of the Coca-Cola cult. Coca-Cola requires that at least one major action scene in the film involve you using a bottle of Coke to eliminate an enemy." This was within Martin's expectations. "No problem. I'll have Chen Hu focus on designing similar scenes to make the fights more visually appealing." Louise continued, "Your character, Means, and the other powerful assassins' costumes in the film will primarily be dark suits. Bryony will sponsor all the suits." She smiled. "And the Cadillac. It's not just the dog that sparks the hero's vengeful rage, but also the car. It must be a Cadillac. Furthermore, your primary mode of transportation in the film will also be a Cadillac," Martin said bluntly. "As long as the advertising sponsorship is sufficient, none of this will be a problem. Whether the car the protagonist wants back is a classic Mustang or a Cadillac doesn't really matter to the film." Martin is on the rise, incredibly popular, and already has multiple brand sponsors, which makes the project's advertising campaigns particularly smooth. Brands like cell phones and department stores are also in talks with the crew about advertising partnerships. Of course, it's a far cry from mega blockbusters like Transformers and The Dark Knight, which each earned over $30 million in advertising alone. But for mid-size productions, Martin is certainly in the top tier, if not the top tier, of Hollywood. The final deal for the cell phone was with Nokia. 2008 was nearing the end of Nokia's heyday, and Nokia's requirements for the ad were consistent: durability, and even better, ricochet-resistant lenses. Unfortunately, the Samsung bomb hadn't materialized yet. Martin then met with directors Chad and Nolan, essentially securing his own schedule. After the Oscars, he'll head to New York to film John Wick, which is expected to wrap in about 2 months. His return will coincide with the start of the summer season, and pre-release promotion for The Dark Knight will truly begin. The necessary publicity efforts are ongoing, both on Martin's side and with the crew and Bale. Before Louise headed to New York again, she once again approached Martin and Chad. The three of them formed the trio of the John Wick project. "One thing I need to tell you in advance, as Martin's status and commercial influence grew, Louise became more discerning about the proper methods and procedures involved in matters involving him. Some matters, when communicated in advance, could save a lot of trouble," she said. "We're filming in New York this time, and there's a lot of street scenes, so we have to deal with New York City agencies. A New York official we're working with recommended a friend's daughter for a role of some significance." Chad wasn't averse to this. Hollywood is full of connections, and this is normal. He asked, "Would a female assassin be okay?" Louise said, "Preferably a positive role. I personally recommend her for the female lead." Unrelated sentence fragment: "No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 forum. Take a look." Although she was called the female lead, she actually had very few scenes, mostly living in the photos in the male lead's wallet and in the memories he cherished. Martin asked, "What are her connections?" Louise replied bluntly, "Her father was the New York City U.S. attorney for over a decade and also worked at City Hall. He's quite influential, with connections across many New York departments. If we bring her on board, the location shoot will be much less troublesome." She added, "She's an actress herself, having appeared in several television series since 2002. She started working in film in 2005, playing several significant supporting roles." Martin said, "You're better than me at handling favors. You decide." If it weren't for the female lead, Louise wouldn't have brought it up specifically. Seeing that Martin and Chad had no objections, the matter was essentially settled. As for her younger age, she didn't see it as a problem at all. Not only could makeup fix it, but the role itself was limited. Nearing late February, Louise and Chad, along with most of the crew, chartered a plane out of Los Angeles and headed to Brooklyn Studios in New York to make final preparations for filming John Wick. Martin was summoned to the hotel by Kate. After a frantic outburst, Kate began to cultivate her mind and spirit, preparing for the Oscars. The next day, the unfortunate man was once again subjected to the combined pressure of Jolie and Aniston, until his tank gun ran out of ammunition. Fortunately, Elizabeth was dieting and conserving water for her first Oscars red carpet, so she didn't have the energy to scramble for ammunition. Martin rested for a day and regained his spirits. On February 24th, he and Elizabeth ate a small amount of high-calorie food, changed into their respective suits, and boarded an all-black Cadillac flagship sedan, heading straight to the Kodak Theater. The Oscars entered its 80th year. After a while of queuing, the Cadillac gradually approached the red carpet area. Martin glanced at Elizabeth, who looked a little nervous, and pointed out the car window, deliberately trying to put her mind at ease. "See that red patch? That's the area of the Coca-Cola cult. I'm the leader, and you're the saint. We'll bring Coke and drink with the cultists later." Elizabeth spotted the red t-shirt and smiled sweetly. "I know it's an essential red carpet ritual for you," Martin smiled back. "I'll be joining you someday." Elizabeth was delighted, her sweet smile soothing her inner nervousness. "I'm looking forward to it." The car ahead drove away, and after Colin Farrell walked off the red carpet, the Cadillac stopped at the front. Martin got out first, turned around, and led Elizabeth out. Countless flashes of light flashed, blindingly bright. Martin took Elizabeth's hand and walked toward the Kodak Theater. Reporters on both sides chattered. "Playboy has a new girlfriend. It looks like the younger of the Olsen sisters. I remember her name is Elizabeth." "Yes, Elizabeth Olsen, Martin's new quarry." Chapter 418, Conflict between the Face Gang and the Foot Gang. On the red carpet, Martin quickly signed a poster with a pen. Rachel, the fan group, had come prepared, even bringing out a Western-style poster featuring the leader and the saint, which Elizabeth was given to sign. This made Elizabeth feel very involved, and her smile spread sweetly. Security came over to urge him on, and Martin reached out. Bruce, who was standing nearby, pulled out 2 cans of Coke and handed them to him. Martin handed one to Elizabeth, opened it, and raised a toast to the gathering area of the Coke cult. Elizabeth quickly followed, shouting, "Coke cult forever." Hundreds of people in red t-shirts simultaneously raised their Cokes and shouted, "Coke cult forever." The roar was so deafening that it overshadowed everyone else. Martin and Elizabeth drank a little of the Coke, leaving the rest to Bruce, and then returned to the red carpet together. Elizabeth was excited, her fair face flushed. She said, "Isn't my saint not bad?" Martin gave her a thumbs up. "Excellent." Elizabeth suddenly asked, "How many saints are there in the Coca-Cola cult?" Martin seemed very frank and casually said, "Strictly speaking, there are only 2. One is Elena, and the other is Elizabeth." Elizabeth said nothing more and followed Martin into the interview area. Regis Philbin, the host of the red carpet ceremony, immediately came to greet them. "Is this your girlfriend, Martin?" he asked. Martin lifted Elizabeth's hand, clasping it tightly. "It's obvious," Philbin smiled and said, "You two are a perfect match." Elizabeth replied, "Thank you." Philbin continued, "Are you confident you can win the Best Actor award today?" "Of course I want to. I'd rather be 10 years older for that." Martin half-jokingly expressed his respect for the Oscars, then added with a touch of modesty, "Most of the nominees are my predecessors. They're all exceptional actors. It's a great honor to be nominated alongside them." Seeing that the time was almost up, Philbin said, "I wish you an Oscar soon." Martin pulled Elizabeth into the Kodak Theater. From a distance, he spotted Daniel Day-Lewis and Scott Rudin. The latter was also a master of Oscar PR, even responsible for half of the Weinstein brothers' impressive Oscar success before 2003. However, he eventually broke with the Weinstein brothers and even became the new helmsman of Miramax after the Weinsteins were fired by Disney. Rudin served as lead producer on both of this year's Oscar-winning films, No Country for Old Men and There Will Be Blood. Martin and Elizabeth entered the lobby and quickly found the crew of The Reader. Kate and Sam Mendes had already arrived. Sitting in the same row with them was Leonardo DiCaprio. He greeted Elizabeth and then, deliberately insulting Martin, said, "Good evening, runners." Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh. She'd gotten to know Martin's circle, and it seemed that besides Old Bull, Mean, and Thomas, Leonardo and Nicholson were his closest friends. Martin retorted bluntly, I don't talk to a guy who runs the 100 meters in 11 seconds. Oh, no, it's 15 seconds now. Leonardo gave Martin the finger. Taunt me, but your fate as a runner has only just begun. Martin nodded. Unlike you, who's been a runner for 10 years with no end in sight. Elizabeth, beside them, felt helpless and asked Kate to her right, are they always like this? Why else would they be called the asshole trio? Kate didn't bother to pay attention to the two idiots. Nicholson approached, arms outstretched, as if he were the king of the world. Here comes the true Oscar winner? Martin immediately turned his attention. This guy's crazy. Leonardo agreed. Once he won an Oscar, he's out of his mind. Haha. I have 3 Oscars, and the 2 of you combined. Nicholson curled his fingers in a large circle, practically imprinted on Martin and Leonardo's faces. That's 0 Oscars? Martin and Leonardo were devastated, speechless for a moment. This was the Oscars, where the Oscars were king. Elizabeth, worried about Martin's loss, leaned over and whispered in his ear, I have faith in you. I believe you'll win an Oscar soon. Seeing the sweet smile on her face, Martin's heart, which had been wounded by the old bastard, instantly healed. He couldn't help but pat Elizabeth's hand. I'll definitely get it before Leo. Just behind them in the row, 4 people arrived, Harvey, his wife Georgina, and the Affleck brothers. Georgina patted Martin's chair and, waiting for him to turn around, greeted Martin, Kate, and the others one by one. Harvey shook Martin's hand and said, I didn't expect you to get a Best Actor nomination so soon. This meant that his most promising tactics to seduce Martin hadn't been very effective. When it came to the commercial appeal of films produced by Weinstein Company, even flattery couldn't catch up to Martin. Martin smiled and said, I'm lucky. Harvey highlighted Ben Affleck and Casey Affleck, who were standing nearby, saying, Ben's a director now. If there's a suitable project, you two could work together. He then turned to talk to Sam Mendes. Because of his good friend Matt Damon, Ben had a very bad impression of Martin, and spoke with emotion, I am a small director, and I can't afford a big star like you, Martin. The words sounded like a compliment, but as a famous player in the world of yin and yang, Martin could not hear the hidden meaning in it, and specifically hit back, the project is suitable, and the salary meets my requirements, so I can consider it. Casey Affleck, who had a big beard, was unhappy. When Ben was getting a superstar salary, you didn't even know where you were. Really, Leonardo has never been afraid of trouble, he is just afraid that the trouble is not big. It seems that the 3 of us are not qualified. Nicholson saw that there was fun. So how could he be absent? And the boss of the bastard trio has always been daring and aggressive, and he took advantage of his seniority. Guy from the Foot Gang, whose family are you from? Harvey would have a headache facing the undemanding Nicholson. Ben quickly said, we didn't mean any harm, and we're not disrespecting you. Martin glanced at Cassie and said, don't start a fight. The Face Gang and the Foot Gang are like well water and river water, unrelated. Cassie scowled and said nothing more. Harvey heard the rest of the conversation, ended his conversation with Sam Mendes, turned around, and said, what Face Gang and Foot Gang? We're all friends in the same industry. Georgina glanced over there and shook her head. She actually disliked some of the people around Harvey, especially Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. There was no way she could completely hide some of Harvey's actions from her. Her service brand needed celebrity promotion, so she could only hold back. Georgina had heard rumors that Matt Damon and Ben Affleck had been acting as her husband's accomplices. The 3 core members of the Face Gang returned to their seats. Harvey and the Affleck brothers also sat down. Only Kate and Georgina were left whispering across the seats. Harvey glanced at Martin in the row in front of him, but didn't bring up the invitation rashly. At the Oscars, Martin had already been nominated for Best Supporting Actor and Best Actor. Commercially, Weinstein Company has not been able to match Louise Mayer's Pacific Pictures in recent years. He wanted to use his power to bully others. Martin was a member of the bastard trio with a cold-blooded Nicholson standing behind him. Harvey had a headache. This was going to be difficult. Casey Affleck next to him looked dejected and whispered, they look down on us brothers. Ben was silent for a moment. We haven't had a good time in the past 2 years, Casey said. Your directorial debut, Gone Baby Gone, was well received. As long as you find the right script and project, you will definitely be able to make a comeback. Ben nodded. He had reached a dead end in his acting career and had been unable to make a comeback, so he had to choose the path of directing. Unexpectedly, his first work was a success. Cassie glanced at Harvey, seeing he wasn't paying attention. She said, we, and Matt, have done so much for Harvey, he has to be supporting us. He's doing it. Big Ben said, glancing at the three men in front of him. The Dirk trio has no direct conflict of interest with us. Don't mess with them. Cassie nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three men. He couldn't afford to mess with either Nicholson or Leonardo. In the front row, Elizabeth asked, have you had issues with them? Martin said, the Face Gang and the Foot Gang have clashed a few times. He then explained the origins of the Face Gang and the Foot Gang. Elizabeth blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I can wash your face, too. Before Martin could say anything, Leonardo pulled him aside. The Foot Gang seems to be trying to challenge us, Nicholson asked. Mess with them. A day without trouble made him feel uncomfortable. Martin thought for a moment. The timing isn't right. They have the Weinstein brothers behind them. Let's not do anything rash, Nicholson added. That sullen-looking guy isn't any good. You two should be careful, he pondered. It's the Face Gang versus the Foot Gang. I need to think of a solution. Elizabeth heard all of this and suddenly felt that Martin's life was truly colorful. In the other row, Saoirse Ronan, from the cast of Atonement, pulled out her phone and sent a text. Teacher, look to your left. Martin pulled out his vibrating phone, glanced at it, and looked to his left. Saoirse Ronan was waving at him, then sent another text. Looks like you're having trouble with those bastards in the back row. Do you want me to secretly take a picture of them? Martin gestured downward. Saoirse calmed down and stopped texting. Elizabeth also noticed her. They had crossed paths on the set of Benjamin and couldn't help but remark, Saoirse is nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Martin pointed down at the stage, and Elizabeth said no more. The music started, the lights on the stage came on, and the award ceremony began. Even the runner-up Leonardo DiCaprio became serious. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Unsolvable Problem. The nominees for Best Actor are George Clooney, Daniel Day-Lewis, Tommy Lee Jones, Martin Davis. On stage, Helen Mirren, the previous Best Actress winner, looked at the big screen behind her, introduced the nominees, opened the envelope in her hand, and read out the name. Best Actor is Daniel Day-Lewis. Applause broke out, and Martin also applauded. The result had been announced when the Screen Actors Guild Awards were announced. Daniel Day-Lewis, the Academy's most admired, took the stage to accept the Best Actor statuette. Leonardo DiCaprio didn't forget to criticize Martin, constantly responding, running alongside, keep going. Martin remained calm and whispered, if I win the Oscar and you haven't, Leo, I will definitely give it to you publicly. Leonardo didn't believe he would win the Oscar later than Martin, and said, if you dare to give it to me, I dare to take it. Martin couldn't help but wonder how he could give Leonardo a hard time, making him retreat automatically at the mere mention of his 11-second 100-meter dash. Elizabeth leaned over and reassured Martin, everyone at the Academy loves you. Once you've gained enough experience, you'll win the award soon. Martin nodded, I'll definitely win before Leo. Nicholson heard this and agreed, Leo might win if he's in the running for another 10 years. I believe Martin can win an Oscar within 5. Leonardo was traumatized and didn't want to discuss this further. Just then, Whittaker, the previous Best Actor winner, took the stage. Kate grew nervous and instinctively turned to glance at Martin. This year, she felt, was her best chance. Martin had already eliminated her biggest rival, Cate Blanchett, leaving none of the other nominees as strong. Similarly, this award was a foregone conclusion. Whittaker read out the final answer, Best Actress goes to Kate Winslet. Kate held her face in her hands, her mouth wide open in disbelief. Martin and the others around her applauded and congratulated. Kate and Sam Mendes hugged gently, then stood up and walked towards Martin. Congratulations on realizing your dream, Martin said. Kate opened her arms and hugged Martin tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Then, she let go of Martin and stood before Leonardo. All cameras panned in their direction, everyone's attention focused on the scene. Across 10 years, Rose and Jack embraced each other. Kate released her hand, raised her arms high, and waved to everyone, then walked onto the stage to receive the Oscar. Whether it was a heartfelt outburst or a performance that radiated the depths of a star actor's soul, Kate's eyes were red with tears. The audience stood and applauded her. Kate thanked the Academy Awards, the filming team, her parents and family, and Leonardo, then turned to Martin. I also want to thank Martin. He brought me into so many scenes during filming. Without Martin, I wouldn't have been able to perform so well, nor would I have this wonderful role." Kate pointed in Martin's direction, as if recalling her previous Oscar performances, and exclaimed, "Martin Davis, you're the best partner." Martin waved in response. Kate, clutching the Best Actress statuette, headed backstage. The final 2 awards went to No Country for Old Men, with the Coen brothers also taking home Best Director. The awards ceremony was over, but Oscar night had just begun. Almost everyone had flocked to Beverly Hills for Vanity Fair's Oscar-themed party. Thomas and his agents were also present. "Cheers!" The cast and crew of The Reader raised their glasses together, and Kate smiled brightly. After 2 drinks, Sam Mendes quietly departed. Kate, unconcerned with Elizabeth's presence, put her arm around Martin's shoulders and placed the Oscar in his hand. "You have half the prize," Martin called out. Come on, everyone, let's take a picture with the Oscar winner." Vanity Fair photographers approached, cameras in hand. Kate was incredibly assertive, holding Martin in one arm and DiCaprio in the other, her Oscar statuette resting on her lap, worthy of being the biggest female winner of the night. After the photo, Georgina came over to congratulate Kate, followed by Harvey. While Georgina was talking to Kate, Harvey approached Martin. "Let's chat for a minute," Martin replied. "Harvey, we're old friends. If you have anything to say, feel free." Harvey's biggest trump card was Quentin. Quentin was planning a major project, and with it came high investment risk. He was determined to increase the project's resilience. Quentin has a new project, but they're short of a leading man. Harvey knew Quentin had a certain appeal to celebrities. It's a tough guy, the kind who could lead a task force to take down Hitler. Hearing this, Martin knew what movie it was. After all, he'd seen all of Quentin's films more than once. Despite his feud with the Foot Gang, he still enjoyed Quentin's early and mid-career films. Martin pondered, "Hitler? World War II themed?" Harvey replied simply, "It's Quentin's version of Garrison's Gorillas. The leading man is fantastic, and he'll give you another shot at an Oscar." Martin waved his hand behind his back toward Thomas. Thomas, standing quite close by, his ears perked up, immediately came over and shook Harvey's hand. "Harvey, you can't do this." Thomas, now facing Harvey, was completely different from before, confident and half-joking. "I'm your agent, right here. You asked Martin to play the role, but not me." 2 years ago, Harvey would have dared to tell him to get lost. But now, he could only smile and say, "I heard Martin always makes the sole decision on casting." While that was true, he spoke to his face with more ulterior motives. Martin's veiled gaze swept over Bruce, and Bruce immediately pulled out his phone and walked over. He waved his phone. "Emergency call." Martin patted Thomas's arm. "Talk to Harvey first. You know my requirements." He did love Quentin's films, but liking movies and collaborating on a business were 2 completely different things. Martin took his phone and went somewhere else. Thomas stood very straight in front of Harvey, because he knew that he was representing Martin, and he said directly, "Harvey, we are old acquaintances, there is no need to beat around the bush. Everyone in the circle knows Martin's salary, $15 million or $5 million plus commission. If the salary can be negotiated, then let's talk about other things. If the salary is not appropriate, there is no need to discuss other things." Harvey, the portly man, cursed inwardly and said, $5 million, plus a share of the North American box office. No, not a share of the North American box office, a share of the offline revenue. Thomas, no matter what, had been working in Hollywood for many years. Quentin's films have never been known for their box office success. A pure North American box office share would be extremely unfair to Martin. "We want a share of the offline DVD and TV rights." Harvey shook his head. "That's impossible." Thomas was blunt. "Then $15 million. Harvey frowned. "This actor is Oscar-worthy. Many people would be willing to reduce their salary several times to take a role. Martin has no shortage of Oscar-worthy roles." Thomas understood. The portly man wanted Martin's commercial appeal but didn't want to pay the market price. Although he didn't specify a figure, it seemed like $2 million to $3 million would be a good offer. Harvey's big-name stars always took 20% to 30% off their salaries when they joined his projects. He was used to this kind of operation. He emphasized, "Don't forget, this is Quentin's project." Thomas laughed. Martin gets full pay for Scorsese's projects, too. At this point, Harvey couldn't continue the conversation. He wanted to leverage Martin's immense marketing power for Inglourious Bastards, but he was hesitant to pay him tens of millions of dollars. He was at a loss. Seeing Georgina still chatting with Kate, Harvey left the room alone. Returning to his table, Ben, who had been observing him, came over and asked, "Didn't they reach an agreement?" Harvey shook his head. "They don't know their place. They're asking me for $15 million, Ben muttered. "Since the founding of Weinstein Company, they've never paid anyone that much, have they?" Harvey said. "This is the first time anyone's asked me for that much." Cassie was dejected. "If Martin Davis sets this precedent, it'll cost you dearly to invite other big-name stars in the future." Harvey had already considered all this. "Give it up." Cassie wanted to say more, but Ben kicked her under the table. Harvey picked up a glass of wine and fell into thought. Meanwhile, Martin and Elizabeth were preparing to leave. Kate came to see her off and took the opportunity to whisper, "Are you free tonight?" Martin glanced at Elizabeth and said, "Some other time." Kate said bluntly, "I'll meet you at the usual place in the hotel tomorrow morning." "You must come." Martin nodded, left the banquet hall, and reunited with Elizabeth and Thomas. Together they got into the Escalade driven by Bruce. Thomas briefly explained what he had said to Harvey. Elizabeth was surprised and said sarcastically, "Why didn't he let you do it for free?" Martin said, "It's not that he didn't want to, he just knew I wouldn't make money for him for free." Bruce said in front, "He's very conscientious not to ask you to pay for the role. I remember when you were in Atlanta, you had to pay to act." The next morning, Martin took Elizabeth home and returned to the hotel to congratulate Kate on her Oscar. Chapter 420 Wedding Photos. As the Oscars storm was still building, Martin was suddenly informed by the production team of The Dark Knight that a data breach had occurred at Warner Brothers. Hackers had broken into the production's database and stolen a trove of crucial information. The hackers, seemingly taking a cue from Kim Kardashian's video scandal, had sold the entire archive to TMZ. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping across major entertainment websites and being reprinted by countless print media outlets. Martin, receiving a personal call from Nolan and responding to the crew's urgent statement, spoke to reporters at Los Angeles International Airport, strongly urging TMZ not to publish the stolen data without their permission. As they boarded the plane and ascended into the stratosphere, Bruce said, "They should pay us royalties." Nolan orchestrated this, Martin said, unbuckling his seatbelt. "He's a truly remarkable director. Most other directors, for reasons of artistic integrity, wouldn't roll up their sleeves and personally take on this." Bruce asked, "What was stolen this time? It couldn't have been you who was working with Bale, could it?" Martin shook his head. "I'm not sure." A sudden thought struck Bruce. Manet and Emma Thomas have always been close. Martin frowned and thought, Nolan wouldn't be that crazy. By the time he arrived at his hotel from JFK Airport and got some sleep, TMZ had already revealed the weighty material. It wasn't the original film footage, nor were it commercials or trailers, but rather behind-the-scenes footage from the production. It was all footage from the shoot, handcrafted by Martin and Nolan. The release of such authentic and intriguing footage instantly captivated countless fans and garnered significant attention. The production team of The Dark Knight took the opportunity to release the first trailer, a short 30-second clip featuring the showdown between Batman and the Joker. Naturally, the news of the mental health issues facing the two main characters, Martin and Bale, was brought up again. The John Wick crew, unwilling to be left out, naturally capitalized on the buzz. A spokesperson announced that due to Martin's precarious mental health, a professional psychologist would be available to him throughout filming and production. The hacking incident, along with the hilarious behind-the-scenes footage, news about Martin and Bale, and the trailer showcasing the two heroes, completely ended the Oscar buzz for The Dark Knight, becoming the hottest entertainment event of late February. While traditional media outlets were relatively unsettled, the internet was a magnet for the film. Major film websites listed The Dark Knight as the most anticipated summer film of 2008, surpassing films like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade and Hancock. Warner Brothers' Daniel and Martin were in the same car on the way to the Brooklyn studios. He said, "Nolan is a very creative director." Martin wholeheartedly agreed, "A new director for a new era. He could become a major star." As the distributor's representative, Daniel wasn't just responsible for The Dark Knight. A few days ago, he also signed John Wick on behalf of Warner Brothers. He was very involved in both films and, for promotional purposes, suggested, "Make careful preparations from Tegala in May." Martin asked, "The Metropolitan Museum of Art benefit? The Oscars of Fashion?" Daniel nodded. It's been getting more and more attention in recent years. You should be in New York then. Take a day off to attend. Warner Brothers will have 2 tickets for you." Martin remembered the event. The bigwigs in his previous life's group had described it as a chaotic scene. He thought for a moment and said, "I've got an eye-catching plan. If Warner Brothers has any good suggestions, please let me know." Daniel, however, said, "Those idiots at Warner Brothers, whose thinking has been limited by years of habit, are far inferior to you. They're even worse than Nolan." Martin felt a little sorry that Nolan had copied the hype tactics of the VHS scandal, but he couldn't collect royalties. At Brooklyn Studios, the crew rented 2 large sound stages in an outdoor lot for a filming. Given Martin's previous experience with a drug driver there, the crew hired professional security personnel to patrol the set and trailer area. Martin arrived at the trailer area and saw Mean. He was dressed in a sharp suit, his hair slightly grayed at the temples. Perhaps he associated with successful women. He had the air of a man in high positions. This was the most important role in the series, aside from the lead actor. Mean had prepared meticulously. Upon arriving, he said solemnly, "Jonathan, you're late." Martin pulled out a coin and handed it to Mean. "I want the safest room." Mean led the way, helping Martin open the door of the largest trailer and politely asking, "This one?" Martin and Bruce entered the trailer, followed by Mean, who closed the door behind them. Soon, the costume designers and the styling van arrived. Inside the studio, various departments of the crew, under Chad's direction, made final preparations for filming. Chen, who called over several stunt actors and gave them instructions. The extras were already in place on the set, which was resembling a factory. Besides the forklifts and equipment, there were also some glass bottles of Coke in the factory's rest area. After Chen Hu finished speaking, he walked the extras through their positions. Martin, wearing a handmade suit specially prepared for him by Bryony, entered the studio. Chad stood up from the director's chair and beckoned Martin to the center of the set. Chen Hu grabbed Martin and gave him instructions. "All the Coke is custom made. Don't hesitate when you use it, be quick, accurate, and ruthless," Martin said seriously. "No problem, I'm good at hitting people with Coke." Chad handed Martin a wallet. "This is a very important prop, don't lose it." Martin then opened it and took a look. There was change and cards inside, but the space for photos was empty. Chad said, "Here are the photos of the heroine. You should also have group and wedding photos in your house. I've reserved time this afternoon. The heroine will go to the Brooklyn Bridge, and you two can take wedding photos together." Martin put away his wallet. "This is my first time taking wedding photos, so I have to look good in them." Chad laughed. "No problem, I'll take them myself." The crew first filmed the action scenes, almost entirely in live action. After the actors arrived, Chen Hu took Martin and the others through warm-up exercises. Bruce checked all the firearms and handed a pistol to Martin. Martin had been familiarizing himself with it recently and was using it very smoothly. At Chad's command, the script supervisor clapped the cue, and filming began. Martin, alone, charged into the factory. He took cover around a corner, listening for footsteps from the opposite side. He lowered his gun and shot the enemy in the foot, then tumbled out. The enemy screamed and fell to the ground. Before he could react, Martin's 2 shots blew through his head. He pushed hard against the ground, rolling to hide behind a forklift. 2 enemies fired in their direction, sending up clouds of dust and smoke from the gunpowder buried underground. Martin fired from underneath the forklift, his bullet hitting one man's leg. As he fell, the gunshot rang out again, and the actor tilted his head back, miming a gunshot to the head. No mistakes. Marcus, a former professional soldier who had seen hundreds of men shot in Afghanistan, had trained his gunshot movements to be incredibly realistic. Martin leaped up and dodged from the other side of the forklift, his pistol firing again, sending the 3 gunmen tumbling to the ground. He'd practiced countless times, changing magazines swiftly, and as the bullets were reloaded, the gunshots rang out again. This is also one of the film's hallmarks, the second shot. The enemy who fell before the hero was always completely dead. Cut. Chad called a halt to the long take, praising, "Great job, guys." This film had been in preparation for over a year, with professional training spanning several months. Martin's years of training, including firearms training since Atlanta, made the action scenes significantly easier to film. After a short break, they filmed several more short takes before beginning the crucial Coke scene. Coca-Cola was the crew's largest sponsor, and Martin was a cocaine cult leader. So the crew took Coke advertising very seriously. Of course, there were no awkward product placements, like the appearance of a bank ATM in another country in rural America. Stuntman Lewis entered the set, fist-bumped Martin, and said, "I'm leaving my head to you." Martin, who had worked with him many times, said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt your face." The bald Lewis touched his face and said, "This is how I attract girls." Shooting soon began. Martin rushed into the factory's rest area and, with a crotch-kicking kick, sent a man clutching his crotch. He then picked up a nearby bottle of Coke and swung it, smashing it against a man's head. With a snap, the glass shattered, sending the Coke splattering everywhere. Two other men, armed with daggers, rushed over. Martin, clutching a bottle of Coke in each hand, blasted their heads. He rolled to avoid Lewis's gunshot, picked up the scattered Coke, and, like the Burbank High School shooter's head, threw it with all his might. The Coke bottle exploded over Lewis's head, leaving him slightly dazed. Martin charged, stabbing him in the eye, kicking him in the crotch, and choking him, bringing him to the ground. "Where's Ivanov?" Martin demanded. "I don't know." Martin picked up a bottle of Coke and smashed it against the hardest part of Lewis's forehead. Waiting for the bottle to explode, he asked, "Ivanov?" Lewis didn't answer. The god of Coke came online. Martin picked up the Coke, cursed Fack, and gave him another bottle. Chad called for a stop. Martin quickly asked, "Is everything okay?" Lewis raised his thumb and said, "No big deal." Neither of them moved. The camera turned around, and a fake hand was handed to Lewis, and the Coke was also replaced with a glass bottle version on the market. Then, Martin used a real glass bottle of Coke, smashed the fake hand, and forced the leader played by Lewis to reveal where Ivanov was hiding. After forcing the result out, he used bottled Coke to completely end the role. The whole morning was spent shooting action scenes. At noon, Chad specially took a long break to let Martin recover his strength. After only 2 hours of shooting in the afternoon, the crew announced that they would call it a day. Martin is going to Brooklyn Bridge Park to take wedding photos with a heroine. 2 updates today. Chapter 421, Heaven Collapses and Earth Shatters. Brooklyn Bridge Park is a famous New York City attraction. The crew rented several rooms from the parks department to serve as makeshift dressing rooms for Martin and his lead actress. Due to traffic congestion on the Brooklyn Bridge, Martin arrived on the Manhattan side more than 10 minutes later than planned. "It's truly a suicide mecca," Bruce said as he got out of the car, still gazing at the bridge. "I saw 3 people lining up to commit suicide," Martin speculated. "They might be using leveraged financial securities." Chad called out from the parks department, "Come over here." Martin and Bruce entered the parks department and saw, in addition to Chad and his crew, a girl with long dark brown hair. The girl turned and looked over at him. Martin took one look and was struck by 2 things, her shimmering blue eyes, like glass, and the sheer size of the mountain. She stalked toward him, her movements bouncing up and down, making one suspect an earthquake in Manhattan. Martin recognized her. The group's leaders had recommended True Detective to him more than once, even detailing the details down to the minute and second. The girl came across from Martin, appearing quite excited. She pulled out a pen and a poster of the lead actor from Limitless, and said in a trembling voice, "Martin, can you give me an autograph? I'm a fan." Martin took it and signed it. "Look, I'm a certified member of the Coca-Cola cult." The girl lowered her head slightly and pulled a pendant from her collar. A red Coca-Cola bottle, the size of a pinky, dangled from it. Martin glanced at it subconsciously, as if he saw the snowy peak of Mount Everest. It wasn't intentional. The man had lowered his collar to pull the pendant out, and the peak was too high. The girl flashed one of her Coca-Cola cult credentials and tentatively asked, "Martin, can you write a message for Alexandra Daddario?" "Alexandra?" Martin quickly wrote it down and said, "I have a friend in New York, also named Alexandra." He was referring to Alexandra feigned a false recognition, "so I'm a lucky person." Martin returned the pen and poster and asked, "Are you from New York?" Alexandra nodded, "Yes, I grew up in New York. I once wanted to pursue my dream in Los Angeles, but unfortunately, the opportunity never came." Chad then approached and reminded them, "Handsome and pretty, we're getting started. Let's start with the casual photos." He stepped back and glanced at Alexandra, who was wearing plain jeans and a t-shirt. "This outfit looks good. Let's get started." The photography crew had already set up their cameras and sunshades by the beach, and Chad personally took the camera and acted as photographer. They needed to decorate the male lead's home with photos of the 2 of them, so they needed to take a lot of photos. Relax, relax, Chad reminded Alexandra loudly. You need to get close to Martin. You're a couple now, not strangers. Alexandra, who had been filming since 2001 and was considered a seasoned actress, finally got into the groove. She hugged Martin's arm and snuggled up to him. Despite feeling like his arm had fallen into a pile of cotton, Martin's professionalism was undeniable. He immersed himself in his role as husband, engaging in various intimate gestures with Alexandra. Chad kept snapping, especially the photos with the sunset as the background. Soon, Martin and Alexandra changed into a makeshift dressing room, moved to a new location, and continued filming. Chad was meticulous about details like the background, as this was his first film as a director. With Martin's current stature, failure wouldn't be a big deal. But it would be difficult for him to get another chance to direct a film independently. After several outfit changes, Martin changed into a black suit and Alexandra into a low-cut wedding dress. They took wedding photos together. They also had to film a selfie video from Martin's perspective. Martin took a handheld DV camera and stood in an open area. Alexandra was to run towards him in her wedding dress, with a Brooklyn Bridge as the background. Chad saw that the lighting was adjusted and said, "Start." Martin flipped the DV camera on. Alexandra, clutching her wedding dress, ran toward Martin, her frantic leaps and bounds a scene of devastation. Martin, absorbed in the video, watched it until Alexandra reached him and stopped. Chad came over and watched the video replay with Martin, saying, "That's a great video." He praised her. "Martin, you can start working as a photographer part-time." Martin casually replied, "Actually, I've always wanted to be the best photographer in the world." Chad had the video camera put away and said, "Take a few minutes and we'll continue filming." Martin noticed the hem of Alexandra's dress was too long and offered to help her lift it, letting her sit on a bench for a moment. Alexandra was panting heavily and rubbing her shoulders. The full effort she had put on this stretch had clearly put a strain on her. Martin, concerned, asked, "Are you okay? Do you want to rest a little?" Alexandra smiled, trying to hold her chest high. "I'm fine," she said. "I've gotten used to it over the years. As long as I'm not running too fast, it's not a big deal." Martin nodded without further comment, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Alexandra discreetly observed Martin, her eyes filled with curiosity. From her observations of today's work, this Hollywood star was a true professional. Before dark, the crew finished their work and called it a day. Martin emerged from his dressing room, preparing to return to the hotel. The door to the adjacent room opened, and Alexandra emerged, saying, "Are you leaving?" Martin nodded. "We have a lot of action scenes to shoot tomorrow, so I'd better go home and get some rest." Alexandra said, "I'll be joining the crew in a few days. My acting skills are average, so if you have any questions, could I ask you?" Martin, always a stickler for principle, said, "You can always come and see me when I have time." "Thank you, Martin," Alexandra said, her heart shaking with laughter. They left the management office together, exchanged contact information, and headed to their respective cars in the parking lot. Back at the hotel, Martin had dinner and then returned to his room. After a quick shower and a phone call with Elizabeth, he went to bed early. Even if Martin was physically fit, shooting a ton of action scenes personally in a day still felt tiring. Throughout the shoot, the written scenes were limited. At least 2/3 of the shots involved Martin either killing someone or on his way to kill someone. The next morning, the animal actor arrived. Martin knew the dog. It was the one Chad had adopted while working as the action director on Wanted in Atlanta. Chad had named the dog Daisy in honor of Marcus's beloved dog, who was killed by the black men. Of course, for filming convenience, the protagonist's dog was also named Daisy. Ivanov, the son of a Russian mafia boss, killed the protagonist's wife's dog and stole his Cadillac, a fate that inevitably cost him his life. HK completed all necessary paperwork and delivered its firearms to the crew for filming. On the set, the camera, pressed against a curved track, swung to Martin's side. Martin removed the wooden floor, opened a metal door, and retrieved a large black suitcase. Opening the box, Martin found a freshly printed wedding photo on top, showing him and Alexandra standing intimately together, like a real engaged couple. He placed the photo where the camera could easily see it, then pulled out a stack of US dollars and tucked it into his pocket. At the bottom lay 2 guns. One was a black USP with 3 magazines. The other was a .45 submachine gun with a folding stock. Martin deftly loaded the USP magazine, slipping it into his underarm pouch, then loaded the submachine gun bullets into the magazine and placed it into the black bag next to it. The entire process was smooth and expert, like a true assassin. Besides capturing Martin and the wedding photo, the camera also gave numerous shots of the two weapons. Hollywood, paid by advertisers, wouldn't skimp on product placement. Furthermore, there wasn't a trace of product placement at all. After all, the protagonist's goal was to wield a gun for revenge. Even the sniper in the film used a HKG-22 sniper rifle. If the first film in this series is a success, further films will undoubtedly be made. The protagonist will use a large number of firearms and other weapons. This first film also sends a message to NATO arms manufacturers: come sponsor us quickly, and your weapons will receive countless close-up shots. Hollywood has always used similar arms advertising campaigns, most notably the Pentagon-sponsored blockbusters. Films like Top Gun and Transformers are blatant displays of American equipment. The latter even directly interferes with the film's content, with American soldiers using American weapons to defeat aliens. Hollywood crews who want to use U.S. military equipment for a filming at low prices or even for free must accept certain content guidance from the Pentagon, even if the content is extremely outrageous. Gunfire rang out daily in the studio where the crew was working, and fireballs occasionally exploded on the set. As filming progressed, Mean joined the cast. For political correctness, the Black Continental Hotel owner was assigned a white assistant. Several scenes between Martin and Mean specifically mention the concept of the high table and highlight the setting of the Council of Elders. These set the stage for the sequel. The most important thing for the first film is its success. A commercial failure would make a sequel impossible. Martin's first film in his previous life coincided with the waning days of Keanu Reeves, whose popularity had practically plummeted, and whose box office success wasn't particularly impressive. However, thanks to his popularity, the film earned healthy revenue in offline markets, paving the way for the sequel, which also helped Keanu Reeves regain popularity and usher in a second wave of his career. Unlike Reeves, Martin is currently at the peak of his popularity, in peak physical condition, with exceptional skills and marksmanship. With both charisma and buzz, he naturally sought to achieve even greater commercial success. With a production budget of $40 million, the film was intended to gross over $100 million in North America. Chapter 422, Uncle May has made progress again. On the set, Bruce handed Martin a classic Nokia 1100 and said, "Don't worry, just do the action. I put the bullets in there myself, they won't fall out." Martin put it in his pocket, picked up his pistol, and picked up the black bag containing his .45, then entered the set. A Nokia marketing director, Cross, approached Bruce and handed him a briefcase, a little gift. Bruce ignored it and asked, "Mr. Director, what's the meaning of this?" Cross said, "Nokia is interested in hiring Mr. Davis as a long-term global spokesperson for Nokia. Please put in a few words for him." Bruce took the briefcase. Cross smiled and stepped aside. Filming began, and all personnel not involved were to remain silent. This was a scene, so don't be afraid, just go for it. Martin, submachine gun pressed to his shoulder, marched in standard tactical motions, occasionally firing. Every time a gunshot rang out, the gunman on the other side fell to the ground. The crackle of blanks echoed throughout the open-air set. His submachine gun was empty, and Martin pulled out his pistol. After finishing the long shot of nearly half a minute, he took a short breath. In the next scene, he picked up the bazooka he had picked up and pulled the trigger at a fleeing car. The car exploded with a roar and a fireball rose up. The sound was much louder than Nicholson's RPG fireworks. Throwing away the bazooka, Martin took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. The camera moved closer along the slide rail and gave a close-up of the Nokia phone. A pistol bullet was stuck in the candy bar body and the screen was completely shattered. Martin ignored all this and dialed the number with one click. A voice recorded by Mean in advance was heard on the set. "Jonathan, stop. This one is past." Chad glanced at Martin and said loudly, "Take a break for half an hour." The crew also needed time to change scenes. Martin returned to the lounge, threw the Nokia to Bruce, sat down on the chair, took the kettle handed to him by Bruce, took a few sips, and said, "We should really let old Jack come over and see what fireworks are. If you put fireworks like this in Warren Beatty's house, there will be a fire." Bruce replied, and then put the handbag given to him by Nokia's marketing director on the small table next to Martin. He said bluntly, "Nokia wants you to be their global spokesperson. I'd like you to put in a few good words for them." Martin glanced at the bag and said, "Keep it." I heard the good words. The two of them worked together perfectly, and Bruce took the bag without hesitation. "Give it to Kim and Chloe later." Mean, one hand in his trouser pocket, walked over with a bossy demeanor and sat down in a nearby chair, seeming to completely commit to the role. "Jonathan, your killing spree will upset the high table. They'll send someone to deal with this," Bruce replied. "I know. The high table is planning to send a 50-year-old female judge." He moved to Mean's side and patted him on the shoulder. "Winston, we believe your verbal skills will definitely take care of this female judge," Mean said. "Leave it to me." Martin patted him and reminded him, "Be flexible." Mean smiled. "This is my most important role. I must play it well." He jumped around a lot. He was talking about work, then he went right to what he was best at. "Martin, you were taking a photo the other day. Guess who I met at the hotel?" Bruce interrupted. "It couldn't be Paris Hilton's mother." "Meeting Paris's mother wouldn't be bad. It's better than that woman who keeps pestering me. She's too young, not my style." Uncle Mean sighed, then said, "I ran into Celine Dion and asked for an autographed photo." Bruce asked, "The singer who was raised at the age of 12 or 13, Martin had a vague impression. "I think it was her current husband." "Right." Mean nodded and said, "I talked to Celine for a while. She seemed a little depressed, so she came to New York early to prepare for this year's Met Gala." Martin had read reports about it in his previous life. It seemed that Celine Dion changed from young male models to younger male models as quickly as she changed her clothes. She really had made up for it all with age. Mean asked, "Can you get me some tickets to Met Gala?" Martin agreed. "Leave it to me." Although tickets were charged, they weren't readily available to just anyone, so Martin planned to ask Daniel from Warner Brothers to get a few more. Bruce asked, "Are you planning on having a date with Celine Dion?" "What about Emma Thomas?" Mean explained. "Emma and Nolan." Martin didn't bother to deal with them. Seeing Marcus approach with his dog, he called out, "Daisy." The dog immediately ran over, wagging its tail and circling Martin. Martin found the jerky he had prepared and fed it to Daisy. In the next scene, Daisy appeared and was brutally murdered, marking the beginning of a bloody, agonizing struggle. After lunch, Martin was about to head into the trailer for a break when Klaus, Nokia's marketing director, approached. "Mr. Davis, I heard you use Nokia phones for a lot of time during your time in Atlanta and Los Angeles." He stated his purpose directly. "Nokia is interested in hiring you as a global spokesperson. I wonder if you're interested." Martin thought for a moment and said, "You need to talk to my agent, Thomas. I can't make any work commitments without him." Cross said, "I'll contact WMA right away." Martin went into the trailer for a nap, slept for a while, and woke up on time. Not long after, Bruce came over with his phone. He said, "Thomas is calling about the Nokia endorsement." Martin took the phone and called back. Thomas said, "Nokia is very willing to cooperate. They've initially offered a 4-year endorsement contract worth up to $12 million per year. The salary is good, but the contract is too long. 2 years at most." Martin thought carefully. In his previous life, Nokia's serious decline must have happened 10 years later. He couldn't remember the exact year, but it was within 2 or 3 years of that decade that it fell from grace. He added, "If Nokia insists on a long-term contract, we'll give up." Thomas didn't ask why. The most important reason he'd been able to work with Martin for years was that he would uncompromisingly execute his decisions. He immediately replied, "I've booked a flight and will be in New York today to meet with Nokia." Martin spoke a few more words before hanging up. Endorsements were a key source of income for him. If a brand's sales plummeted during his endorsement period, it would be hard to say there wouldn't be a negative impact on him. Even other companies considering commercial partnerships with him would consider brands that had failed during his endorsement period. Martin had seen this happen quite a bit, like Jack Chen and a certain Hong Kong pop star, whose endorsements had seen numerous brands fail. Jack Chen, in particular, had at least 10 brands fail, making him the king of advertising poison. While some companies still balked, the majority of brands looking for endorsements simply wouldn't consider him. Martin's choice of a 2-year contract was also due to his focus on Nokia's final days. Originally, he had asked Thomas to consider the Apple phone, but Apple's top spokesperson in recent years had been Steve Jobs, and they wouldn't use other celebrities. The afternoon shoot featured a rare literary scene for the crew. Martin entered the Continental Hotel and had several conversations with Winston, played by Mean. Mean's constant use of his tongue over the years has likely strengthened his facial muscles, significantly improving his acting skills. He portrayed the mature, steady, and reserved owner of the Continental Hotel in New York with remarkable force. His vocal cords, irradiated with a special substance, gave him a richer voice, and his Jonathan utterances across scenes with Martin were particularly poignant. Alexandra Daddario also joined the filming. While her role wasn't particularly significant, she remained on set for extended periods under the guise of learning and observation. Her father provided considerable assistance with the filming, and she couldn't refuse. This actress, from a well-off family, had been in the film industry since 2001, but 7 years later, she hadn't achieved fame, let alone recognition. Alexandra primarily kept an eye on Martin, but she was also discreet and never bothered him when he was busy or tired. Whenever Martin was truly free, she'd come to him for acting advice. I feel like the characters in this film are relatively simple. In the lounge, Alexandra held her head high and asked, "This female killer seems a bit more complex than the heroine." Martin nodded slightly. She knew Jonathan and had a history with him, but for money, she still wanted to kill him, and ultimately met her end at his hands. Really, the performance didn't require anything else but greed and ruthlessness. Yes, those are the character's greatest strengths. Alexandra knew how to highlight her strengths, always wearing tight, low-cut t-shirts. Martin, a serious man, naturally didn't pay much attention to such matters. He said, "If you want to achieve a breakthrough in your acting, you must first identify the character's greatest strength, then bring it to its fullest potential. This will easily leave a lasting impression." Alexandra rubbed her cheek and asked, "What kind of role would suit me?" Martin thought of True Detective, Earthquake, and Beaches, all of them over the top, but he wouldn't say that. There are many acting classes in Los Angeles, and I'm sure there are plenty in New York too. Find a reliable one and further strengthen your training. Alexandra nodded repeatedly. Perhaps it was a habit, but her nodding was so vigorous that it caused the other two heads to bob up and down, giving the impression of an earthquake. The crew wrapped up for the afternoon, and Martin was about to return to the hotel. Alexandra approached him again, inviting him. "Tomorrow weekend, there's a cultural and arts party in Manhattan. Are you interested in going?" Martin couldn't refuse such a kind invitation. Chapter 423 The Prince of Thieves. This art party was located diagonally across from the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York and was one of the many popular events at Met Gala in early May. Martin had specially asked me to come along. Daniel had already helped him get another ticket to Met Gala. Arriving on Fifth Avenue and entering the lobby of the private venue where the party was being held, Martin met Alexandra. She was wearing a tight-fitting, bright red, one-shoulder evening dress that gave her a sense of heaviness. Next to Alexandra was a slightly younger girl who was similar in appearance, height, and hair color to Alexandra, but the size of her breasts made it easy to tell who was the older sister. The younger sister was at least 2 sizes smaller than the older one. Alexandra introduced Martin. "This is my sister, Catherine. She loves performing, too, and she came to join in the fun." Catherine, lively and playful, leaped over and grabbed Martin's arm. "Would you like to take a picture?" Martin nodded. "Sure." Catherine handed her phone to Alexandra and urged, "Make me look pretty, and make Martin look handsome. Don't make them look 10 years older like you do with your parents." Alexandra shrugged. "I can't help it. That's just how good I am." Min approached and asked, "How about I try?" With the skill he'd honed from photographing so many women in their 40s and 50s, he could make anyone look several years younger. Alexandra handed Min his phone, and he squatted down, shooting from below, easily creating the illusion of long legs. After snapping a few pictures, Min returned the camera to Catherine, who beamed. "You take great pictures." Min smiled and said, "You've taken so many, you've gotten so much practice." Catherine's attention quickly returned to Martin. "Can I show off my picture with you at school? A lot of those little bitches on the Upper East Side are always showing off their celebrity connections. This time, I'm going to show them who's the real deal." Martin politely replied, "The pictures are yours. You can show them to anyone." Alexandra beckoned the others. "Let's go inside." The party was filled with an artistic atmosphere, dotted with modern art pieces like sculptures, abstract paintings, crafts, and fashion designs. Many people, drinks in hand, gathered around the various artworks, engaging in refined conversation. Alexandra and her sister were too young, and Min, feeling they had little in common, also wanted to give Martin some privacy. So, she made up an excuse to leave and wander into the older women's art scene. While chatting with the Daddario sisters, Martin led them into the clothing design and art section where they were interested. Unexpectedly, they ran into someone they knew. Angela Lindwall saw Martin and came over to say hello. Martin also introduced her to the Nadario sisters. Angela had attended 2 supermodel pre-wedding parties and knew Martin's strengths and weaknesses. She asked directly, "Is this your new girlfriend?" Martin was not embarrassed and said, "Alexandra is my friend in New York." He didn't want to dwell on this point, so he asked, "Don't you always go out with KK? Why haven't I seen KK?" "You didn't know," Angela asked, then remembered that the news about KK had not yet spread. She said, "KK is sick. She has health problems. Victoria's Secret terminated her contract. She is devastated. If you have time, you'd better go see her." Martin asked, "What's wrong?" Angela sighed and said, "It's thyroid. It's said that there is a problem with her endocrine system, which has caused her to gain a lot of weight." She and KK have a sisterly relationship. "KK has been thinking about you. She has told me more than once that you are great. Since we have known each other for many times, you should go see her." Martin nodded and asked, "Is she in New York?" Angela smiled shyly. "She won't be in New York for a few days. I'll call you then," Martin replied. "Okay." Angela glanced at Alexandra and Catherine, who had moved away, and said, "Have a nice evening." Martin couldn't help but laugh. "I'm filming at Brooklyn Studios. You're welcome to visit. I'll treat you to some special food." Angela, a thought coming to her, said, "It's been ages since I've tasted your special food." A biology professor at New York University said that the special food of energetic people can improve a woman's beauty. Martin was surprised. "Is there such a thing? We'll experiment with it then." Angela quickly left. Martin returned to Alexandra, who asked curiously, "Are you familiar with the supermodels?" Martin thought to himself, more than familiar. He's had numerous conversations with the supermodels who frequently walk the Victoria's Secret runway, and they've also tried on him numerous times. "Leonardo and I are close friends," he said, always preferring to speak the truth. "You've probably heard Leo is incredibly familiar with the supermodel world. I went with him to Heidi Klum and Alessandra Ambrosio's pre-wedding parties, and I'm pretty familiar with people like Victoria's Secret." Alexandra smiled, her thoughts unclear as she suddenly said, "Originally, I wanted to pursue a career in modeling, but it didn't work out when I was 15. Martin, perfectly cooperative, asked, "Why? Did your parents disapprove?" Alexandra glanced around, seeing no one was paying attention. She then gestured to lift her chest and said, "The fashion world doesn't want me." Catherine was blunt. "People at the modeling agency thought my breasts were too big." Martin was at a loss for words. Catherine added, "Those ignorant fools don't consider that Alexandra's breasts are incredibly firm. They can hold up any outfit." Alexandra feigned annoyance. "That's enough." "Shut up." Catherine curled her lips and fell silent. Someone else came over to greet Martin. It couldn't be helped. He was now famous, instantly recognizable, and had enormous commercial value. While Martin was away talking to someone else, Alexandra said to Catherine, "You're too direct. I'm giving you a helping hand, idiot." Catherine said, looking after her sister. "I'm telling Martin your greatest strengths, getting him to focus on them. Even the proudest boys at school would be tempted by someone as young as you. No mistakes, just one post, one content, one forum, 1 book." Alexandra was rather frustrated. "During filming, I even laid on top of him, even on his arm, but he didn't react at all." Catherine said, "You're so stupid. Keep it simple, be direct. If you want to sleep with him, just go for it. It'll be hard to find a quality man like him once he leaves New York." She was no pushover either. "If you don't want to sleep with me, then make room. Don't be such a nuisance." Alexandra rolled her eyes in anger. "You're only 16. 16? Catherine shrugged. "What's wrong with 16? Don't 16 have freedom and human rights?" Meanwhile, producer Graham King, a frequent collaborator with Scorsese, came over to greet Martin. Martin and King were familiar with each other, having just collaborated on The Departed. Graham also introduced a middle-aged man to Martin and said, "This is Chuck Hogan, a novelist from Boston." He looked at Martin again and said, "Martin, I don't need to introduce myself, right?" Chuck Hogan stepped forward and shook hands with Martin, saying, "Your performance in The Departed was particularly brilliant. Even as a Bostonian, I felt like you were a native Bostonian." Because of Graham, Martin was quite polite. "Because I have experienced life in Boston for a long time, I know that it is a city with a long tradition and many touching stories." Graham smiled and said, You two don't have to be so polite. Director Scorsese is a mutual friend of ours, Martin asked. I heard that Director Scorsese's new project is about to begin preparations. Yes, your good brother, Leo, will be coming to New York soon, Graham said simply. I came here to make preparations. Director Scorsese is very demanding this time, and the preparations may take a year. That guy Leo is in trouble. He may have to enter a mental hospital to experience real life. Martin was delighted when he heard this. I'll definitely call Leo when I get home and give him some encouragement. Graham laughed and turned the conversation back to Chuck Hogan. Aren't you trying to sell your novel? This guy has the talent to drive adaptation, he then said to Martin. Although Chuck isn't well known, he's incredibly talented. In the writing community, some of his works have been compared to Stephen King. Chuck replied modestly, it was just a joke between a few friends. Don't take it seriously. Martin looked at Graham curiously. Graham understood what he meant and explained, for the next few years, I'll be managing new film projects for director Scorsese and assisting him with a prohibition drama for HBO. I don't have the time. Chuck couldn't afford to put Graham in a difficult position. Martin, if you have time, could you take a look at my novel? It's about a Boston story. Most novelists dream of having their work adapted. Even if the film or television adaptation isn't successful, the novel's sales will still increase significantly, not to mention the associated copyright revenue. Although Martin hadn't heard of him, considering the discovery of Neverend and Dark Domain, he said earnestly, I've lived in Boston and am very interested in Boston stories. Graham patted Chuck and said, hurry, have someone bring the book over. Chuck waved behind him, and a man carrying a bag came over and pulled out a book. It was obvious that this person had come to the cultural and arts party prepared. Perhaps he brought the book with him, ready to recommend it to the right people. Chuck handed Martin the novel, along with a personal business card with his personal contact information and studio address. Martin then put the card away and glanced at the novel's cover. It was called Prince of Thieves. He tried to think, but couldn't recall a movie with that name. Chapter 424 Big Earthquake. It was getting late, and Martin was ready to leave. To him, art parties like these weren't fun at all, far less exciting than Hollywood parties. Everyone was pretending to be civilized, which significantly reduced the fun. Before leaving, Alexandra came over and asked, aren't you calling your friend, Mene? Don't mind him. Martin glanced at where Mene was. He's made some new friends, and they seem quite famous. Alexandra glanced over and said, that's Celine Dion he's chatting with. Mene and Celine Dion were standing in front of a sculpture, chatting animatedly, with Dion laughing periodically at Mene's teasing. At 40, Celine Dion was right at Mene's prime age for conquest. Martin knew he wouldn't bother his old friend, so he said, let's go. Alexandra and Catherine followed Martin out the door. When they reached the front hall, Dion nudged him and exchanged a glance. The driver's gone back to pick up my father. It might be a while before he gets here. Alexandra's whole body shook violently as she walked, giving the impression of living in the midst of an earthquake. She looked to Martin for help. Can you give us a ride in your car? Martin, a kind-hearted man of principle, naturally refused, saying, no problem. Catherine, however, pulled out her phone and waved it, saying, don't worry about me. A classmate called me. She's coming this way and will take me, she explained. She's driving a two-seater sports car. It can only accommodate 2 people. Alexandra gave him this instruction and followed Martin out the door, getting into the Cadillac driven by Bruce. Martin asked, where do you live? Which borough of Manhattan? Alexandra didn't answer. Instead, she leaned back in the seat and stretched. She said, it's still early, shall we go somewhere for a drink? Martin was considerate, always ready to solve any problem he encountered. I have an apartment on the Upper East Side where I keep a few bottles of fine wine. It overlooks Central Park. How about we go there for a drink? Alexandra replied, sure. It's so romantic to enjoy the view and some fine wine. Martin remembered that after Lily bought the apartment, he had asked her to fill the wine cabinet. Fifth Avenue was not far from Central Park, and the car quickly arrived in front of Martin's apartment. They entered the building, and Martin swiped his card and took the dedicated elevator upstairs. When the door opened, Martin found everything brand new and immaculately tidy, likely something Lily had done before leaving. The apartment would undoubtedly be a mess tonight, and Martin wondered if he should call Lily and ask her to fly over tomorrow to clean it up. It seemed a bit inappropriate, but Martin eventually gave up the idea. What a beautiful house! Alexandra emerged from the entryway, walked through the spacious living room, and opened the electric curtains. The night view of Central Park appeared before her. Martin had only seen photos of the house, and this was his first time there. He found the wine cabinet and asked, "What would you like?" Alexandra, not interested in drinking at all, said, "A glass of red wine." Martin grabbed the bottle of Bordeaux and 2 tall glasses and went to the small round table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Without further ado, he opened the wine and poured each a glass. Alexandra pulled out a chair and sat across from Martin. Holding up her glass of wine, she asked, "Buying a house here wasn't easy, was it?" "Very hard. It took several years." Martin wasn't exaggerating. If you count from the time he hooked up with Jolie, dealing with Brad Pitt alone took over 3 years. There was no way Brad Pitt would sell the house without being ruined, and there was no chance he could get it at a bargain price. Alexandra praised, "Martin, you're a very persistent person, you're quite patient." Martin clinked his glass with hers. "Cheers to our acquaintance." Alexandra took a sip of her wine and said, "I've read about your experiences, and I'm impressed. Although I haven't lived that kind of life, I've been to several chaotic neighborhoods in New York, and it was terrifying." Martin smiled and said, "This country is a paradise for the rich, a hell for the poor." Alexandra, who came from a wealthy family and had traveled extensively, said, "It's pretty much the same in every country, isn't it? I went to Europe, and the poor there didn't have it easy either." Martin didn't continue the conversation, clinking his glass with her again. "So, if you have money, you should try to live as happily as possible." Alexandra agreed. Yes, nothing is more important than happiness. The two drank a glass of red wine and chatted until they went to the bedroom. This was not uncommon in open New York and the entertainment industry. However, Martin deliberately kept a distance between them when they slept. He was once again suffocating, and there was no chance of returning to North America. The next morning, when Martin woke up, he found Alexandra already up and had cleaned not only the bedroom but also the living room. Regardless of her ulterior motives, it was at least comforting to see. When Lily bought the wine, she also prepared some clothes. Martin's clothes were of course fitted, but the women's clothes here were all one size fits all, and they were a bit too tight for Alexandra. After washing up, Martin said, "Today's the weekend, let's go shopping on Fifth Avenue." They went downstairs for breakfast, then got into the Cadillac in the garage and headed straight for a Fifth Avenue's designer shopping district. When Martin was broke, he was incredibly stingy, claiming to have made all his gifts himself. But now that he had money, he was incredibly generous, never skimping on his spending. Spending money was essential to having a good time. Martin took Alexandra on a shopping spree, from Chanel fashion to Hermes bags to Cartier jewelry, spending 6 figures in just half a day. The clown statue and crocodile pendant weren't going anywhere for the time being. Martin had plans for these things, and he'd definitely give them to Alexandra when she left the crew. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the bison and saltwater crocodiles. The hotel bar was quite crowded over the weekend. Bruce invited Mean out for a drink. He asked, "You seemed to have a great time chatting with Celine Dion yesterday. Why did you come home this evening?" Unrelated sentence fragment. Unrelated sentence fragment. Mean shrugged. "I heard from Celine that her husband calls several times every night to check on her." Bruce sighed. "Poor diva." Mean, however, had a special sensitivity for people her age. She was kidnapped as a teenager and kept in a cage. Before she could figure out what life was all about, she got married. Her husband, decades her senior, wasn't very good at sex. She even had a child through IVF. After being a devoted wife and mother for half her life, she's now ready to make a move. Bruce poured Mean a beer. "Man, you're really good at figuring that out," Mean said. "Aren't people her age like that?" Bruce suddenly remembered. Kim's mom had looked at him like a wolf. No, it seemed Kim's stepfather was also in the picture. Bruce couldn't help but sigh. Life is so damn dangerous. One careless mistake could lead to disaster, and the consequences seemed serious. Mean and old Bruce shared a beer and asked, "Where's the boss?" "He hasn't come back yet. He's probably having fun somewhere," Bruce said casually. Mean was about to ask more, but the TV high in the bar suddenly interrupted with an urgent news report. A massive earthquake had occurred somewhere in the Pacific. "Our station has the latest news. A massive earthquake has struck the Mariana Islands. Twin Peaks, the island's highest active volcano, is shaking violently. As the volcano is about to erupt, the snow on top of the snow-white peak has melted, causing it to swell, and the flowing volcanic lava has dyed the summit red, according to reports. The epicenter is located in the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. The violent shaking is causing the trench to continuously crack and contract, squeezing the seawater into bubbles and swells, washing onto the coast. This disaster is protracted, and there's no sign of stopping. Bruce also saw the news, lost in thought. Before evening, Alexandra received a call from home, telling her to go home. Martin drove her back. When the Cadillac stopped in front of an apartment building, she prepared to get out. Before getting out of the car, Alexandra kissed Martin again passionately. After a long pause, she said, "You can always call me when you need me. Even if you're in Los Angeles, I'll be there as fast as I can." Martin took a brand new iPhone from the back seat and handed it to Alexandra, saying, "This is for you." Alexandra kissed him again, then got out of the car, carrying a few handbags. She arrived at the apartment building, stood in front of it, and waved to Martin. Martin honked his horn and drove off. Alexandra carried her things upstairs, opened the door, and went inside. She had moved out of her family's home since she turned 21 and lived here alone. Of course, her parents lived in a nearby building. "You're back." Catherine rushed out from her bedroom, her face flushed from the alcohol she'd been drinking. Alexandra frowned. "Where were you at the party?" "You're secretly drinking again." Catherine smiled and came over to hug her sister. "That's why I came to your place. I'm staying here tonight. For some girls, the stricter their parents' discipline, the more rebellious they become." Catherine asked, "Looks like you succeeded." Alexandra put away her things and said, "If you can't speak, shut up. I'll treat you like a mute." Catherine sat on the sofa, a gossipy look on her face. "Tell me, what do you think?" Alexandra didn't want to pay attention to her. Catherine added, "We're sisters. We should share good things together." Alexandra turned around and leaned over Catherine, staring at her with an oppressive look. "I'm warning you, don't mess around." Catherine nodded subconsciously. "I understand." Alexandra was on guard against fire, theft, and Catherine. Chapter 425 Martin Goes Crazy. On the streets of New York, a camera-equipped dolly speeds past a speeding Cadillac. The high-speed camera, through the lowered window, accurately captures Martin maneuvering the car. The Cadillac, which is actually moving slowly, brakes to a stop. A cameraman carrying a camera climbs into Martin's passenger seat. Martin starts the car again, performing a dazzling array of maneuvers. After the pursuing car catches up, he pulls a pistol from under his arm and fires at the rear. The slow speed makes Martin's maneuvering easy. The pistol quickly empties, and a car behind him crashes and overturns. Martin single-handedly ejects the empty magazine, replaces it with a fresh one, and continues driving and firing. Chad's style of shooting action shots differs from that of Michael Bay and others. The latter employs frequent, intense editing with ultra-short takes, creating a particularly sharp visual impact. Chad, on the other hand, strives for long takes, creating a sense of realism. After the long shot in the car is finished, Martin opens the door and exits, hands the pistol to Bruce, and runs to Chad to review the results. The camera is constantly in motion, but unlike the constant shaky and jittery handheld shots of the Bourne Supremacy, the footage shot with a Steadicam-mounted camera creates a more stable motion. Wide-angle lenses, vivid, soft lighting, and fluid camera movement create a unique style. The constantly shaky camera work of the Bourne Supremacy creates an immersive first-hand perspective. Chad's shots, however, are like those of a highly skilled observer. A director who began as a stunt double, Chad devised a narrative style that uses action scenes to propel the plot, blending martial arts with literary elements. From the outset, he intended to eschew flashy, fast-paced editing, instead showcasing each spectacular fight scene with wide-angle and long takes. While John Wick's style may appear realistic at first glance, it's actually just action spectacle disguised as realism. Martin, the leading actor, must eliminate over 100 assassins in the first film. A conservative estimate is over 150. In a sense, the protagonist, Jonathan, is the video game character controlled by the audience, fighting his way through levels and ultimately defeating the boss to complete his mission. This relies heavily on Martin's stunt doubles. Body doubles were even used sparingly, as many of the more challenging moves had to be performed personally. The long shoot left Martin with bruises and minor injuries. Fortunately, he found a great way to alleviate his pain: massage. Martin's massage therapist was Alexandra Daddario. While the crew was working, Alexandra massaged Martin with her hands. Back at their hotel or apartment, Martin guided them through a gentle, passionate healing process. Martin then sat down in the lounge to rest while his stunt double, Buck, took the stage for a series of car chases and other scenes. The crew closed an entire New York street for a filming. Compared to the New York shit for Limitless, the city provided far more convenience this time. For a heroine who lives only in the hero's memory, the resulting savings were a real bargain. Water. Alexandra placed her sippy cup on the small table next to Martin. Martin nodded. Thank you, Chad's voice roared from the front. The crew needed to film quickly, clear the streets before the evening rush hour, so they didn't have much time to shoot. Soon, a series of car crashes occurred. The crew's safety measures were in place, and no one was injured. Martin also went over, asked about Buck's condition, took his suit, and put it on. Buck was gone, and Martin, the real leading man, entered the makeshift set again and engaged in a fierce gunfight with a group of assassins. The sound of gunfire continued, and Martin, like the protagonist in a video game, slaughtered his enemies like crazy, fully demonstrating the true meaning of a suited thug. Corpses lay all over the New York streets. When Chad called for a stop, the bodies didn't rise. The cameraman ran over with his camera, chose a suitable position, and took a few photos of the set. This was Martin's crew. Although they were busy with filming and didn't have the creative talent of Nolan, who could create real-life behind-the-scenes footage like a screenplay, they could still help the crew generate news and attract attention. At 4 p.m., the crew finished work promptly. Like professional street sweepers, the road was cleared of all the trash as quickly as possible, clearing the road before the evening rush hour. On the way back, Martin and Chad and the others rode in the same minivan. Marcus was looking at the photographers' on-set photos. These can't just be released directly, right? Chad said. They need to be featured in the right news. Martin leaned over to take a look and said, that's easy. There's talk about me going crazy and depressed because of the Joker. These bodies scattered all over the ground are perfect for me. Jessica, the publicity director nearby, said, I've got it. She pulled out her laptop, turned it on, and began to work. When they arrived at the hotel, Jessica not only uploaded the news to the crew's website, but her team also reposted it to a number of entertainment websites. The news reports were filled with photos of film sets grappling with street gunfights in Manhattan, each one covered in corpses. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing like rivers. Jessica had written the headline herself, filming on John Wick just started, and Martin Davis goes wild on the set. Back at the hotel, Jessica had another crew member film a news video with the crew's psychologist. The psychologist, paid for his services, naturally complied, warning in the video, Martin must reduce his workload to avoid a relapse of his old health issues due to the excessive violence. This statement not only highlighted Martin's condition, using him as a captivating force, but also highlighted a key feature of the film, violence. No mistake. Violence is one of the biggest selling points of commercial films. After dinner, Martin returned to his room. Alexandra was home tonight and had some free time. Bruce took a bottle of essential oil and deliberately asked, do you want me to massage you? Martin gave him a middle finger. Save your strength for Kim and Chloe. It's Chloe, Bruce emphasized. It has nothing to do with Kim. Martin despised this scumbag. You are just a scumbag. You took everything away and you just took it all without admitting it. Bruce quickly changed the subject. Be careful of Alexandra's sister. The way she looks at you is not normal. Martin was determined. How could a good person like me touch Catherine? She couldn't even hide from him. Bruce put away the essential oil, took a book and threw it to Martin, and said, Student idiot, you accepted someone's book. Don't you want to take a look? I've been too busy these days. I was busy filming during the day. Martin took the Prince of Thieves that Chuck Hogan gave him and said, not to mention the nights. I spent the whole few days in the magnitude 9 earthquake. When the two were alone, Alexandra would not let him be idle. Even when he was tired, he would still have an essential oil massage. Martin stretched and made a cup of tea. He had some free time tonight, so he could take his time and read slowly. He flipped open the cover of the novel and began to read attentively. Graham King, Scorsese's longtime producer, was a reliable man, and his recommendations for authors were certainly not bad. It was a crime novel set in Charleston, an old Boston town with a long criminal tradition. Charleston is a true reflection of the original Boston, with a predominantly Irish population working ordinary jobs. A defining characteristic of this town is its high rate of armored truck and bank robberies in the United States, and the community also boasts the highest number of bank robbers monitored by the Massachusetts State Police and the FBI. The protagonists are four young men in town, close friends. They are all well-hidden bank robbers, well-equipped, and possess unique and daring methods. Until a bank robbery that changes their fate, the male protagonist becomes entangled with a female bank manager. Martin was a complete academic failure, but he had plenty of patience. He forced himself to read for a while, gradually immersing himself in the novel's plot. Chuck Hogan's novel was very well written. In terms of the crime plot alone, it was even more exciting than Alan Green's Dark Area, and it wasn't obscure at all. It was highly entertaining, especially the several robberies the protagonists pulled off, which were written with such thrilling force. After reading the first part, Martin quickly skimmed through it, and by late at night, he had read nearly half of it. Bruce came back from outside and was surprised to see Martin still reading the novel. This novel is very interesting. Does it have a Sacred Valley plot? Martin said. It's a crime fiction novel. Although it takes place in Boston, after reading it, I thought of our life in Atlanta. Bruce took the novel, flipped through the beginning, and said, we are lucky to have struggled out of the quagmire. If we stayed in that kind of place for a long time, we might have ended up on this path. After all, the money is quick. Martin laughed. I'm an American hero, the kind who caught Russian spies. Bruce knew Martin well enough. He picked up the novel and shook it. Do you like it? Want to buy the film and television rights? You know me well. Martin didn't need to hide in front of old Bruce. He said directly, say hello to Jessica tomorrow and ask her. No, let's find time to go there in person. He was thoughtful. Chuck Hogan is a friend of director Scorsese. He was also introduced to me by Graham King himself. Now that I like his novel, I have to show due attention. In this regard, Martin has always been very good at dealing with people. Bruce took Chuck Hogan's business card and wrote down the address and contact information. Martin was about to shower. The novel's plot reminded him of a movie, The Town, directed by Ben Affleck. Ben, what a coincidence. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.